I stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. 'Cause I thought you thought everything was fine. I stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. All of these lights are fading, yeah, all of my thoughts are jaded, yeah, nothing reciprocated lately, I don't know how to say this. Just walked in, already pacing, for the moment, are we really gonna face this? Was the feeling that I thought we were chasing? We can fix it, our time wasn't wasted. Just stop, I already try to get out. Just telling me it's been a couple weeks now. On the outside, I'm looking like I'm broke down. On the inside, I can't even feel how this could happen to us. No, it feels like there must just be some kind of luck for this to be true love.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second qualifier here for Series E Halo Infinite. My name is Yeso. I will be your host today. Excited to be back once again, and no better way to start our weeks than some awesome Halo Infinite action. Of course, if you were here last week, you would have seen We Love Anime taking the victory, and they locked up their spot as the first of two teams that will compete in Series E Halo Infinite for the inaugural season. Of course, we're very excited about that and looking forward to watching that team compete at HCS Anaheim this weekend. But we still have more questions to answer, and really all it comes down to is who is the other team alongside We Love Anime that will represent in Series E Halo Infinite. Of course, Incognito, a big favorite coming into tonight. They finished second place to We Love Anime last week. They took out a very strong team in Walls of Jericho in the losers finals, and they're hoping to build off of that performance and take the win here tonight. But of course, only one team will stand on top tonight and earn that coveted spot of a squad in Series E Halo Infinite, and I'm looking forward to answering all of these questions. Of course, we're going to have a couple of incredible casters on this week. No shade towards Tools and Stella. They were awesome last week, did a fantastic job kicking off the season, but for me, it just feels so perfect that we will close the qualifiers with my good friends Shyway and Why Not, the OG duo here making their return. Of course, before you will see them at HCS Anaheim this weekend. They're obviously going to be incredible on the cast in Anaheim, and we're just stoked to have them here on a Monday night to call all of the Halo action for us. So they'll have all the hype, all the analysis that you're looking forward here to tonight. But let's talk a little bit more about what Series E is all about, because some folks come in every week, they're new, they don't know how things work, but the way Series E breaks down is pretty simple, okay? Series E is a professional esports open circuit across multiple titles. We've got Apex Legends, that's where it all started. We followed up with some Guilty Gear Strive getting into the FGC, and of course now we have added our third title here with Halo Infinite. The way players get into Series E, you've got to come out and play in the open qualifiers. The best of the best from open qualifiers qualify for Series E. That means that they get drafted. They partner up with one of our partner brands. They get a monthly salary. They sign a contract, and they get the opportunity to compete weekly for points and even more prize money. In Halo Infinite, we will have open nights on Monday, just like we're doing here today. And then Wednesday will be special exhibition style matches with all kinds of the best pro teams in the world coming to compete with our Series E talent. If you are interested and want to get in on the fun, whether it's Halo, Guilty Gear, Apex, and more, head over to matcherino.com/ESA to sign up. And if you need any more information, head over to esportsarena.com. All right. I'm psyched, folks. Going back to last week, we watched a dominant performance from We Love Anime. Their total map record from last week's bracket, 13-3. They only dropped 3 maps in the entire bracket. A dominant performance from them, and certainly helps them build some momentum towards HCS Anaheim this weekend. Of course, the other team that we had our eyes on was Incognito. They ended up falling to We Love Anime in grand finals. Their map record, 12-5. Not as good, but still a strong showing, and against teams not named We Love Anime, they were very dominant throughout the bracket, and they're hoping to lean on that experience here today. But we also have a larger bracket here today. Last week, I believe we had 36 teams total. Today, we essentially have another 10 more. If you guys watched Series Recap last Friday, why not join me to talk about HCS Anaheim, Series E, and all this stuff? And one of the points that he made when talking about Series E, because I asked him, is Incognito a shoe-in to win next week? And he said no, because he knows there is a ton more talent that can come and compete, that can stand up to a test from Incognito and even be better. And he called out a ton of names on the show, which I was all about. I love it. Tony not only knows Halo, he knows the community so well. All those guys that you see labbing in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene, trying to make the jump up to play with the best, Tony has played with all of those guys. He's talked to all of those guys, watched their streams, studied their VODs, everything. So I loved hearing Tony go, hey, this guy, that guy, this whole list of players, they could all be Series E pros if they show up and take care of business. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of those names out in the competition, in the bracket this week. And of course, Tony will let us know when he sees them, because he was definitely calling them out last Friday. We, of course, are getting ready for our first games in the bracket today, and production will let me know when we were ready to go. But I hope you guys are as excited as I am. Of course, you know, Series E, Halo Infinite goes back a long ways in the history of Esports Arena. If you watched last week's show, I sat down with CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Endress, talking about the roots of this company and how it all truly started back in his college days when he was competing in Halo 2, going to MLGs, and the desire to have a place like Esports Arena to compete, to train, to meet like-minded individuals, and to learn and grow. And not only has Esports Arena as a company provided that, but now with Series E adding that bridge from that kind of play to the professional circuit, giving players the opportunities to get paid, to compete against top talent, to grow, learn, and show what they have. It's a very exciting full circle journey here for Esports Arena, as Halo Infinite is truly what Series E is all about. We're so excited to be a part of this scene. Of course, we go back a long way. All the Halo 5 tournaments we've done, that's where I got heavily involved, talking with Tony, talking with Shyway, all of this good stuff. And it's so exciting to see what it is coming to now, and I can't wait for the season to start. But we don't even have to wait any longer for the action to start tonight. It's time to kick off the final qualifier for Season 1 of Series E, Halo Infinite. Let's get it underway.
So many opportunities to get angles to just like to gather some of the sunlight. You go on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot, the double kill comes through, and now wow, when it comes to their opportunity here in Halo Infinite, but right now Signals have no concerns there. Their opponent is every bit of the opportunity to come. They only have 3 seconds to
Hello, and welcome back to Esports Arena, Series E, our second qualifier. Man, can I just say it's so good to be back. A whole new era of Halo, whole new era of Esports Arena. It begins now. I mean, it began last week, but it begins for me now. It's good to be back. I'm Shyway. I'm joined with Tony once again. Tony, my man, how you doing? How you feeling today?
I'm doing fantastic, baby. It's your Series E qualifier number 2. We couldn't be at the first one because we were too busy traveling, but now we are here and ready to watch some of the best of the best go at it and try to get themselves a big sponsorship. This is your open qualifier, like Jason kind of alluded to before. We're going to have opens every single week. We're going to have pro nights. You're going to see some big names like Razer, Intel, and some of our sponsors. You're going to see some big players trying to compete in that semi-professional league, and it's going to get better and better week after week. We're back, baby.
Oh, this is so sick, Tony. It's so great to see, right? What an opportunity for Halo players. There's so many players on the come up. We already have We Love Anime from last week who have now qualified. They're Team Red, I believe. Today, we're looking for Team Blue. These two teams, every single Wednesday, they get to do exhibition matches up against the top teams in the league. On top of that, they're getting paid a monthly salary to play Halo. I mean, That's not too bad. I wouldn't mind a monthly salary to play some Halo. So it's a good time. It's a good time for Halo fans. It's a good time for Halo competition. And boy, do we have some competition coming up for you today. Tony Yeso, he hinted at it coming into the tournament. He said that you're the names guy. You know the players. You've been in the community. You know these boys well. So I want you to name drop for me. Who do we got? Are there any exciting players, any exciting teams that kind of stand out to you today? Because I'm sure we got plenty.
Yeah, there's actually plenty of teams indeed. You have Walls of Jericho, made up of Nikolai, Gunshot, Squilly, and Chilled You. I believe they actually got top 3 just last week in the qualifier, and I know that they're looking for that #1 spot. You have Ebenezer Gaming featuring Azrael, or as people know him back in the day as El Halo Elite. I believe his whole squad is actually a nice Puerto Rican squad with Warrior, Ice Kid, and Limitless. I know at least half of that squad is from Puerto Rico, if not the full team. Then you have EXO, Jax, Serial, Employee, Fantasy, Talentless, Conspiracy, Creepy Trash, Life Alert, and Monster. We got some Call of Duty heads like Oog the Legend here. And then even one of my favorites, SGA, Flourishly, JK, Eli Elite, and Gold Star BR. Watch out for Team SGA.
So many Halo 5 goats you just dropped there. A lot of players that have been playing for years on the come up, even Call of Duty players, like you said, which is sick as well. Let's take a look at the format for today and just see how everything goes down. Because, of course, big tournament ahead of us. I believe every single match in today's tournament is a best of 3, apparently till grand finals. We got a best of 5 grand finals. So that definitely looks hype. Our prize pool, of course, $1,000 as well. $600 for first, $300 for second, and $100 for third place. And it looks like we also have our map rotation there as well, Tony. We're kicking things off with an Aquarius Slayer, I believe, or Slayer or CTF, or these are all the maps, all the potential maps. So we'll see in just a second. And in just a second, we'll have our first matchup of the day. Just based off of some of those names there, there's a couple that actually so many that stood out. I don't even know where to begin. Tony, who do you want to see, or who are you most looking forward to seeing today?
Well, like I said, I really am excited for SGA, but I'm also excited for some other rosters as well. For example, like, EXO, you see Jax, Employee, and Fantasy, and those are 3 players that you probably would expect to see when they were competing in Halo 3. But then you have Serial joining them. Serial, known for being a SWAT kid at age 5 who kind of dabbled at HCS, now is joining some of the big boys. So I'm really excited about that roster. Again, Walls of Jericho, obviously coming from the last qualifier, they showed what they could do. And now with another week of practice, I'm sure they're going to look even more polished because the game is still fairly new. I mean, it just fully released, 2 months ago. So everybody's still learning and still getting better and better. And then, I love the cross-pollination because just like in HCS, hey, Esports Arena, we respect the open bracket. That's what it's all about. Other leagues or other esports are kind of cutting off the open bracket and kind of putting a separation between amateurs and pros. Like, no, Esports Arena doesn't feel that. We feel over Halo loves having the open bracket and giving you guys the chance to compete with some of the best. And that's what we're doing between Monday and Wednesday. So bring us your best. Call of Duty, Apex, I don't care where you come from. Hey, Super Smash Brothers, we love you too. Come on by and show us what you got. That's exactly what Oog the Legend's doing with Orgless Orphans is the squad name.
Yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of it, though, too, right? So these first 2 weeks, we've got our 2 qualifiers. These 2 qualifiers, they give us Team Red, Team Blue. Those teams, they go off, they play in the exhibitions on Wednesdays, which is a great experience for them, but I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a lot of competition. Some of the best teams in the league, they're going to be facing. Once that's sorted, every single Monday, this is a $1,000 tournament, baby. It's open. Anybody can jump in. Like you said, it doesn't matter what your skill level is. It also means that some of the best players in the world could be jumping in as well, and they might beat you down. But, I mean, great opportunity to build some experience and a great opportunity for us to, enjoy it and cast and sit back, watch the action. So, speaking of action, Tony, we got our first matchup just about to start here. Winners round 3, Creatures and Demons. I've done some skimming in the check-in because I'm trying to figure out who's on what team. I found Demons. Demons. It's Felony, BTH, Danger, Skim, VG, and Struggle ARs. Anyone popping out on that roster for you? Well, I very quickly find Creatures as well.
Yeah,
I got them right here.
I definitely recognize BTH Danger. Danger was actually a really, really good player that we saw. Actually, I saw in the same tournament as Oog the Legend, and they were really going off. So I'm excited to see Danger. Some names that I'm not too familiar with, but I do recognize Danger. Who's that other squad?
This other squad, Creatures, is Maximilian. I think that might be, is that Maximilian Dude? Because that's a tag I recognize, I want to say, from matchmaking. Crispy Sticks. Vernage and Killa Call. You know what?
Okay, Killa Call.
You know Killa Call?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. This is the thing. I don't recognize a lot of these names. So now I'm getting kind of excited because we might see some big plays from some unknown players. Here's a great opportunity for them to showcase our stuff. Looks like, or their stuff. Looks like we are getting ready here with, or we're jumping in with Recharge Strongholds to kick things off.
That we are, and both of these teams made it to winners bracket round number 3, so we know that they have what it takes to make it far in this tournament. Crispy Sticks may not know too much about it, but coming in with the back smack and taking real estate here in B, not able to get away with his life though, so Bravo kind of still in contention, and I'm excited to watch both of these teams go at it, especially Felonies getting his hands on that Mangler.
And a sneaky play. For a second, I thought he was about to choke that kill. I mean, it was still a trade, so probably not what he was looking for. Because of that, he didn't quite manage to get the capture. Instead, Danger, his turn to try to make something happen on C. Looks like 2 players are there, and they will deal with him. Still a very close game to start. Anyone's game at this point. I'm curious to see who takes control first.
Crispy Sticks trying to fight for that control. Sadly, is going to be taken out. The Mangler coming in play once again. That one-shot melee is absolutely incredible. And then the 2-shot drop weapon into the headshot with the BR is absolutely deadly. It's amazing from close range and mid-range. You have to respect the Mangler, especially coming up every 30 seconds. That gun's an absolute nuisance. I know it's one of your favorites, Alex.
I mean, early on, it was one of my favorites, and now I don't know, mixed feelings, because I've died to it so many times, Tony. But it's gotten to a point where if you don't pick up the Mangler, you're doing it wrong, and we just saw that from Felonies, right? He backtracked right there to grab the Mangler. Now he's rotating out through this hallway, and what a perfect weapon to have for this situation. Drops down, whiffs the shot, does still get the kill, and a reset onto B. But B looking to be quickly turned by the red team. Vernage gonna make sure that doesn't happen too quickly. Actually, looks like Vernage gonna hold on to B capture here. He's getting pressured from A at the same time. Man just bobbing and weaving, though somehow they're both whiffing melees. And Danger will take them. 3 actually drop in quick succession, so an opportunity for Demons here.
All 4 members of Creatures going down, and the Creatures that are looking good is the Demons right now is dealing away Bravo and simultaneously going after Charlie, so a momentary trip cap on the board. But as I say that, Alpha quickly going to switch hands, and now Skim advancing forward towards that control, so nobody's being rotated from A to C. Little did they know, they're actually quickly going after that Bravo point, and just like that, 2 strongholds going in the hands of the boys in red.
Now, very quickly, that map did flip. Skim and Struggle going to try to work together to take A. Should they? Or will they be able to? We'll see, because unfortunately, another Mangler going to come into play there. I believe he does drop out with a double, so everyone dead on A. It will hold for now. Felonies is his turn to pick up B. Looks like he does get away successfully and try to stay alive here. And very tough clamber to hit right above. I believe you can reach it, but from that angle, you got to be frame perfect.
That you do. Sadly wasn't perfect on that one. They're able to, it does end up hitting the clamber, and Sadly's gonna go down. Meanwhile, defending A for dear life is Struggle ARs, ends up getting a big melee kill, tries to go for the second one. He's finally gonna go down, but the damage has been done. Another 3 down go Creatures, and the 4th one's getting worked on right now, but Killer Cow's shot is just a bit too steady.
Killer Cow putting it down with the Mangler once again. Now up to Vernage. C already collected. Vernage going to push out, look for that kill. I think he might have wrapped around through the hallway because there he is back in C. Skim will get knocked by Vernage, though. Quick little reset, and this will allow them to creep up in the score. You can see Maximilian did grab one in the feed as well. His team all over on A side. Might be looking to get a push onto B, but it looks like they do just want to hold down A and C if they can take this fight, and beautiful out of Vernage to do that.
The ANC might not seem like the best as far as control goes. Oh my gosh, dropping the sticky grenade does Vernage to defend the Charlie's stronghold. Sadly, Danger gonna go down, but ANC kind of that weird stronghold, but being able to spawn the enemy team over towards that back gold is really interesting, and if you play it just right with all that open field from B, you know exactly where they're gonna be coming from. So if you want to hold on to an AC setup, it's definitely viable, although maybe some teams might prefer to do like an A-B or a C-B. Either way, it's all about your ability to adapt, and that's what I want to see out of both of these squads.
Yeah, like you said, you got plenty of coverage on the map here between A and C, and so many open sight lines over on B Stronghold, so if you can take advantage, why not? Currently a BC hold, though, for Demons. Looking good for them, 70 points and counting. Maximilian's got to make a move here. He's going to get flanked if he doesn't. Multiple players out in Whirlpool, though. and he can't seem to find the target. Now, Killical will take it. Vernich, he's going to dive into B, try to stop the bleeding here. Looks like he is going to be okay. You can see A is being transferred while that happens, though, so he might be trouble on his left-hand side. I like this decision to perch back up. They got the high ground in Attic. They got positioning on C as well, and they might be able to make a pinch here.
Even Maximilian Pegasus couldn't see that push coming. Felony going in for the challenge onto Bravo. Excellent shots, but not going to be enough. He goes down, and the melee's going in as well. So 2 down for each of these rosters. Numbers momentarily going in favor of Team Creatures, but not for long. Struggles AR off screen, able to get the kill. Maximilian, more shots going in, but little does he know, the spawner comes out of elevator. He ends up being put down. That might be exactly what Demons need to make a run. They're holding on to that AC setup, and it's 100 to 65 already.
Danger in it. Oh, I was going to say he's in a good spot, but unfortunately that man just jumps and melts him immediately. Good little turn of the favor here from Maximilian, though, just to drop Felonies. Struggle will take his. It looks like A still being held down because of it. A and C on the lock. Maximilian needs to make a move. Where does he go? He's got to do it quickly here. Multiple sitting down back C. His teammates all over on B side. Camo must have been up as well. There's the Camo player. Maximilian can't. Can he take the fight? I think he did manage to trade it, so at the very least that's off the map, but the points very quickly cycling in the favor of Demons here.
Creatures have to watch out. This game is about to get out of control. As I say that, they're going after 2 points at the same time, but they don't end up getting C. The reset comes in. Danger gets the double kill, ends up stealing away Alpha as well. All 4 members go down for Creatures. They were getting greedy, going after 2 strongholds at the same time, and end up with none.
All Danger has to do now is play goalie. He's got his teammate with him on A side. C being held down as well. Danger drops one. Decent trade. Skim there to also keep the defense up. And ideally, a spawn for his teammate, too, if he stays there. Looks like the pressure's coming in, though, from Creatures. Creatures once again need to make a move. A looks like the point here. Maximilian going to play anchor. Man needs to stay up, though. He'll drop a couple shots behind him as he does it. Crispy Sticks already called one out. There's a big killjoy to get into A. They can take back A and B. And they got the sword as well. Great opportunity here if they play this carefully.
And that's the exact teamwork I want to see coming out of Creatures. Once that call out comes in, you're having 2 or 3 players start to funnel and focus on it. Make sure that every one shot ends up being put down. Love to see that. I mean, the slays are fairly close, so I want to see them start to put some more points on the board. And that's exactly what we're seeing. 3 down go Demons. They're holding on to the double cap. I don't know what Struggle ARs was doing right there, trying to go after A by yourself. You need a team, Struggle. You're going to struggle if you're just going to be solo pushing every stronghold literally by yourself.
This is a great setup, though, for Creatures. Sword kill comes in. All spawners likely going to be up in that long haul C side. They got the teammates blocking down Addicts, so they know exactly where the enemy will come from. And Maximilian, all he has to do is just sit in the hallways in cheeky spots. And that's the thing. I think Demons are aware of the fact that he's got a sword here. They're trying to push up through B instead. It looks like both lanes completely blocked down. Danger already lost Felonies out front. Will make his way out through Attic. Can he find the piv, though? Big opportunity. Does take it. Takes the shock as well. And an opportunity to make some plays here. Let's see what he does.
Making plays. He has 17 kills already, and now having his hands on the shock rifle, he can definitely make some plays and open up some alleys for his teammates. Meanwhile, his teammate off the screen ends up. He don't need an opening. He gets the sword kill. The perfect kill coming out with the shock rifle. Another 3 down go Creatures, and Team Demons are about to run away with it.
Demons with the AB hold. C spawns now given to Creatures. Creatures got to break through. Felonies, you can see he's already tagging it. Struggle in a bit of a struggle in Attic there by himself. Unfortunately, he can't quite get the kill here. Danger can't do it either. He'll drop the shot down, and Creatures, they bite back. Looks like they are holding on to numbers as well. Skim does take one. Crispy with the grapple. Can he put something creative together? Looks like he will anchor.
Goes right up the top. Gold catches the angle onto Batledge. Luckily, his teammate gets a big kill on the screen there. But the Danger is shutting things down in the kill feed, putting his 19th on the board. Crispy Sticks trying to hold off that top gold. As long as he can hold on to this area, he can defend B. Ends up getting 1 kill. The assist is going to come in, but sadly the reset does not. Maximilian coming literally out of nowhere with that sword. And another 3 down, but this time for Demons, not for Creatures.
Tony, is this still the same life for Maximilian with the sword? I got to check the ammo on that thing. 35%. This man's been sitting in control maybe this entire time. He's got 19 kills to his name. Can't quite connect it on Struggle, though, so he will drop. And that sword goes down with him. Struggle with an opportunity. Still in trouble, though. Danger there to help out. A now collected. B as well. now they can start to isolate sight lines as well. I love this position for Danger. He can help out for C if he needs to, or for Attic. He can also look out to control. And right now, Attic does seem to be the focus. Felony's already down. They do manage to drop Vernage. He drops, though, in control. Maximilian, is the man alive? He will get taken. And you can see 2:18 and counting here as Demons, they continue to hold on.
Maximilian, I want to apologize on behalf of Shyway right there.
Yeah,
the caster's curse is in full effect right there. I mean, as soon as you say his name, he ends up dying twice on the kill feed. Vernage, however, making things happen. That's going to be a beautiful melee kill, but Danger quickly coming in for that cleanup. Once again, the sword coming into play, but the Mangler even better. But every player fighting for any kind of power, to looking for any kind of control. But while all this is happening, Demons putting 238 points on the board. Felonies with the double.
Felonies might have just clutched out. I mean, they were already winning, but that might have been the close of the game with that double right here. 243 as Crispy dives into C, can't quite do it. They can collect B and the game, but a couple more kills need to turn before that happens. 244 here. We need to see perfect Halo out of Creatures. And you can tell that Struggle is not going to allow it. That game will close in the first game, going to go over to Demons as they hold out the map 250 to 169.
One heck of a game coming in out of Demon Strongholds. You always got to make sure that you're playing as fast as possible and out-rotating the enemy team, and that's exactly what you saw out of Demons. Demons had no problem, ignoring the whole setup heavy that you're going to see as far as oddball or even with flag at times. They said, you know what, let's out-rotate the enemy team. You're going for C, great, we're going to go for A. You go for A, we're going to rotate the B, and they just quickly adapted to every situation. On top of that, I mean, they won the gunfights. Pretty easy to win when you win all the individual fights, and that's what we saw out of Demons.
That's one of the biggest things, too. Even just at the very end, Felony turning out that double kill, right? Just dropping into Whirlpool with awkward timing and then winning that pivotal 1v1. They're both full shields. Strafe comes out. He hits the headshot. He gets the kill. On top of that, like you said, the rotation, but just being flexible with your setups, right? We had the A-B hold and understanding that the spawns are coming out from long haul and having that Danger, I think, had that central position in Whirlpool where he's locking down the hallway. He can look out to control if he needs to and just ensure that they stay in their spawn, stay in their zone. Same with AC, right? We talked about it might not be as easy to coordinate, but at the same time, getting into B, the B stronghold is super open, super vulnerable. So if you have those high positions up in A or out in the C plat, you can lock down sight lines pretty easily. As long as you can adapt, you can conquer. So for game one, going to go over to Demons. Best of 3. So still one more opportunity. And I imagine it's going to be a Slayer coming up here next, Tony. Based off of what you saw, do you think that this red team Creatures can still hang? Because, I mean, we saw Maximilian with the sword for quite a bit there.
Well, sadly, most likely there's not going to be another sword on the next map, but there's probably going to be some close-range weapons, and Slayer is a much different game type. It's a game type that you can slow down to your pace if you want. You don't always have to be on the move. So, hey, get that top mid control, get the heat wave in your hands, which is almost good at close range as the sword, and just hunker down as we're seeing 3 members quickly go down here for Team Demons, and the heat wave in the hands of Maximilian. Like I said, it ain't a sword, but it's still really nasty at close range.
I mean, if anything, this might be better. The camo heatwave combo on Aquarius of all maps. He doesn't have a thrust, but if he adds, that to the mix, that's going to be pretty deadly. 4-2 to start, so Creatures with the opening advantage, and Maximilian with a free kill onto Danger. He'll take it. Spawner up in Fridge. Looks like he's aware of it. Struggle somehow turns 2, and they got to shut him down before he takes 3 there. I think he might have taken a triple kill with that final trade. So Struggle even in the odds here, but Maximilian still the damage maker here.
That he is. Maximilian currently 4-0 right now, even throwing up an assist as well, controlling this heat wave all the way bottom mid, goes in for the flank, earns himself a killing spree, and back to Busy Go without any timing loss, makes his way over towards the car site, goes down to 1 shot, finally going to be stopped short. Struggle AR is defending this utility side, and now he's starting to advance forward, but does he know the player in Dynamos? Yes, he does, and he puts him down.
You got Maximilian popping off on the red team and Struggle doing the same for Demons on blue. Let's see what else he can do here. Getting tagged up on his left-hand side. Drops a Dynamo. There's a nice area denial and gives him time to think about his approach here. Looks like the pressure through car will still take place. Heat wave opportunity. Teammate with him. Easy cleanup for the assist. He can rotate out through utility. Assuming he survives, going to meet one directly out front. Somehow takes the reversal. Will go down into trade. But, I mean, look at the scoreline here. Just neck and neck.
And once again, we're seeing that resource control coming into play. The heat wave changing hands. This time going to end up in the hands of Vernage. Excellent damage coming in, but the dynamo grenades doing a bit of damage and slowing the enemy team down. And mind you, those dynamo grenades come up every 30 seconds. Struggle AR. He's going to be on the map for much longer than 30 seconds. This man's going off a beautiful double kill, looking for the triple. Nobody home just yet. A 15-14 lead going in favor of Demons.
Talk about king of the hill right there. Struggle just locking down top mid. Him doing that probably gave his team an opportunity for camo. I don't quite know where it is, but I'm pretty sure Demons had the opportunity for it. Struggle, not worried about it. Gonna rotate back over to blue here. Meet one out front. That's an easy kill on the crispy sticks. And the snowball's starting to roll here, 19-17, as he locks down this corner of the map. Makes it very easy to predict the spawns coming back up the pink side. Unfortunately, they're all rolling together. He'll take his spree before he drops. Vernage now with an opportunity and a heat wave in hand. Let's see if he can turn that around.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. We actually never saw him change the heat wave to vertical like we're seeing Vernage do. When it's horizontal, there's no chance you can get a perfect two-shot. But man, we saw him actually get that spread damage in. Sadly, Vernage not able to get a two-shot of his own. Takes down the first one, but not able to get the double kill. Skim now going in for the challenge with the sidekick going down to one shot, almost able to play his life. But Maximilian entering through the door, putting his 8th kill on the board with that double kill. Sadly, his 5th death is going to quickly follow suit.
Maximilian looking to even the odds yet again. He's got a lot more work to do here, though. Skim, his turn. We'll see what he can lock it down from utility. You can see 3 members pushing up opposite utility. Got quite a few targets to deal with. He's got Danger out front of him to help with the push here. And I do like the attention to detail just in case there's a flank, but it looks like he will work with Danger. Sidekick back pocket, couple shots in. Danger going to make the push. Danger doing so is alone as well. And it's going to be a big responsibility for Skim to get in there. Danger with an opening kill already. Skim looking to clean it up. He's got the thrust to stay frosty, but he's got to stay up with the camo coming up here.
And just to remind you guys at home, I mean, we're already in the winner's bracket round number 3. Both of these teams fighting for the chance to qualify to get that sponsorship, making it into those pro nights. Get yourself a nice little monthly stipend and get yourself sponsored by well-known brands such as Razer, Excedrin, Nerf, and plenty of others. Vernage up in the tempo, getting the first kill, and ends up getting the flank onto the second one. Beautiful double kill, even a killing spree, but the nades are starting to fly in, and look how close this game is, Alex.
I think these boys might have heard you, Tony. They want that sponsor. Vernage now rocking 11, 7, and 6 as a scoreline. Then you look at Struggle, 15 and 6. The man is popping off, getting assists and kills left and right, and keeping things nail-bitingly close for his team. Now 30 all. Drops another. That's Vernage now down 2 dead. And a perfect little 2-player advantage on the map. Can they use that to lock down spawns? You can see all spawns up on pink side. Struggle. Great little setup on the map here. If he can stay alive, he's alone, though, and he gets melted immediately. Remaining 3 teammates up together on car side here, but what a big pick out of Creatures to knock that down.
And that's one thing that I love about what Demons is doing. They're prioritizing the car side of the map, which is the strong side compared to what the P side was back in like Midship or Heretic.
Sure.
The car side of the map is definitely the stronger one. Struggles picking up the double kill. And mind you, not only do you have that open space, not only do you have that elevation from car side, but you also have the dynamos as well. So make sure you're always, I mean, I'd be timing them at this point. With this level of competition, you need to be timing those dynamo grenades every 30 seconds. You have to be on point.
So much of the map you can lock down with the dynamos for sure. Just, you know, I mean, or you could just use your BR, I guess, as well. If you're accurate enough, Vernage will put it together. He's got Killa to work with him. 36-38 as this still stays close. This next rotation going to be huge. Camo about to pop here, so every slay so important. He's already getting tagged up on his right. You can see top map control in the favor of Demons as well. Felonies already takes 1. He'll take Killa, though. And Vernage right now, I believe the last man up to do something. You can see the entire team drops. And because of it, they're going to walk away with a free camo and a lead.
Yeah, I love the idea of Vernage, you know, wanted to prioritize that P side and wanted to bait the camouflage, but you have to recognize when you're down in numbers, one of the things that Cloud9 is so good at doing is taking advantage of numbers. If you don't have that first pick, you need to slow things down and wait for your teammate, even if that means sacrifice the camo, because what did you do there? You sacrificed the camo and a quick death, and now you're just waiting for the spawner to come up. Now you're on a cycle. Stronger ARs is shooting your dead body. It's 45-41, and then now they're 5 kills away from taking the game and the series.
Oh no, gameplay starting to look a little desperate on the side of Creatures here, and Demons just putting them down. Struggle. Somehow that man survived as long as he did. He does drop the heat wave out front base, so big opportunity if Creatures can grab it. Creatures under a lot of pressure, though. Skim gonna ensure it stays that way. Danger takes one already. 47 now. You can see him just hiding in the back of Fridge here. He didn't spot it. Skim gonna get tagged. Don't tell me he takes this fight. He won't do it. Brings it to 45. Your 2 kills to close the game on the side of Demons, and Creatures cannot afford mistakes. Just one more to go.
And there it is. Felony putting the final kill on the board. Struggle ARs putting 22 up out of the team's 50 kills, as Demons now going to advance forward to your winners bracket round number 4. Alex, how do you like the way Demons played that? That was incredible.
Pretty damn well, for sure. I mean, they had a lockdown on the weapons throughout. I mean, every time we saw Struggle's POV, he had a thrust in the back pocket or a dynamo or a heat wave. And then I think really the finale of that map where they fought for camo, right? The kind of desperation of that one player. I can't remember who it was now. I think it was Vernage, who was alone on Fridge, and his teammates dropping like flies. He still pushes up pink side. He would have just had to play it patient, right? Back off, play it safe, hold positioning, try to get back to a base maybe. Because in a situation like that, he's about to run into multiple up on top pink. Take it a 2v1. Not likely in that situation.
Not likely. And when you have that level of power control and the weapons all to your resource, then also controlling the strong side of the map, again, you always notice that Demons was on that car side, raining down shots, staying alive, prioritizing that car side of the map. I mean, it's just everything's going to go easy for you. Clearly, they've practiced, and clearly not only that, but they've also watched some of the best of the best. You know, it's exactly what Cloud9 does, exactly what EU United does. They control the car side on Aquarius, so not only are they practicing and putting in the work, but they're also doing their research, which is impressive. We're going to see how far they go, because let me tell you, I mean, I believe in them, Alex. They might be able to make a couple rounds in here, maybe make it to a quarter, semifinals, but I don't know. SGA are waiting for them. They want to win.
It's still early, right, Tony? They look good, but it is still early. Winners round 3. We got plenty more matches coming up. Of course, every match best of 3, so everything's so volatile, right? It can change in a matter of seconds. Just that one play, had that gone well for Creatures there, that could have been a different game. We could have been jumping into a game 3. So unfortunate for Creatures, it is a double elim tournament, so they will drop into the lower bracket. They still got a chance to compete, but in the meantime, our blue team will move on. They'll push through that winners bracket, and maybe we'll see more of them. Tony believes. And so far, he has no reason not to. So maybe I believe a little bit too. I'm curious to see who else we got in the tournament, though. Of course, we've got plenty of talent coming up, and I'm sure Yeso agrees. If Yeso's hanging out back there, let's send him back. Oh, you know what? Let's not do that. We don't do that anymore. What we do is give you more Halo. Instead, we got another matchup coming up. Winners round 3 on the other side, or also part of the winners bracket. Talentless and Connected. I don't know these teams off of name, Tony, but I will say just based off of what I see, Talentless, I don't know how I feel about describing yourself as talentless coming into a tournament. Just doesn't seem like a good way to set yourself up for success. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you that Connected is made up of Beastwood, Pinky, Obnoxious, and Scuty. And I remember Beastwood and Pinky because I know they competed in the in another 2v2 tournament that we saw, and they made it quite far. And then you combine them with Obnoxious coming out of New York, who's a strong slayer. He's a player that can really open up some lanes for your teammates. So a Beastwood and Pinky, they went far in 2v2s. I'm a firm believer that 2v2 skill set do carry over into 4s. Sure. I mean, you're aggressive, you're baiting and switch, you're doing everything that you want to do in 4s, just have more map available to you. And when you combine them with a player like Obnoxious, I'm sure that team is going to go far. I'm actually currently looking into some some other teams as well. But are you familiar with Obnoxious?
I recognize the tag, I want to say, from Halo 5, but yeah, apart from just coming across him in matchmaking, and I'm going to assume he's up in the High Onyx champ level, because I do recognize the tag, but then, yeah, apart from that, I'm just waiting to see what he puts together. Infinite, whole new game, whole new ball game. I like the point that you brought up about 2v2, though. 2v2 really is going to pull the individual skill out of you. You got so many guaranteed 1v1 fights. Of course, ideally, you're rolling in pairs. You got the team shot, but there's going to be a lot more situations where you just straight up got to win your 1v1. So I think if you can clutch up in a 2v2 environment, then taking it into 4s, there's a good chance you're going to win those 1v1s in 4s as well. Just hopefully you've the positioning concepts and whatnot carry to 4s, because there's a lot more on the map, right? In 2s, you might be able to be kind of more free with your movement. You might slide and move around more quickly. You got to tailor it back sometimes in fours. So we'll see if they adapt. Still trying to find the team, though. Like you said, though, I'm not sure if you spotted them. I'm just scrolling through check-in.
So am I as well. I haven't been able to find out who's actually on talent list, but again, Beastwood.
They don't want us to know.
Pinky and the Blaine, these guys are good. Plus, Pinky and the Blaine is probably one of the funniest names I've ever heard. I was a big Pinky and the Brain fan way back in the day, so the fact that we have a player who's probably a boomer like me and making a play off of the name is really funny. But let me tell you, one thing that's not funny is obnoxious. When that man gets to work, give him a sniper rifle, give him a B. I don't care what it is, and I don't care what game it is, Halo 3 or Halo 5. He will find success because he was absolutely a demon at both of the games.
Okay. Well, you got me interested now. Now I want to see it. By the way, I'm looking at some of these teams here. We got Exile Gaming that says Wiley GG. Oh, it's called Razors Renegade. For a second, I read it because the way it was written, it just said Renegade on a separate line. So I thought Renegade was on this team. I was like, what the heck? So no Renegade. Sorry, everyone. It's Razors Renegade in that team. And maybe we'll see him later too.
Yeah, well, Wile E. Coyote and them have been teaming with Razor Renegade for quite some time. Wile E. Coyote actually, I will say he was a phenomenal Halo 5 player, but I really feel like he found his stride in that second half of Halo 3. He was actually making it into that Pro Series as well and really battling it out. I mean, even seeing Halo Infinite where I'm watching like streams like Penguin or Renegade and them, and I'm seeing them match Wile E. Coyote. And Wile E. Coyote actually giving it to them. So I've been really impressed with him. Halo 5 wasn't his best game, but with a BR in his hands, he's an absolute threat. Watch out for Wiley.
That's the thing, too, is just how some players transition from whether it's Halo 5 or Halo 3 into Infinite. Infinite's kind of just the perfect play style for some people, right? It's this kind of happy middle ground. Halo 5, very technical, so many mechanics to learn. And not really, not everyone's Halo. Halo 3, of course, very different flavor. I like how Infinite kind of bridges the gap and ensures that, depending on certain play styles, I think can kind of thrive, essentially. Speaking of which, a lot of play styles thrived in this last series, Tony. Looks like we got some replays on lock, which is lovely to see. We got Vernage taking a 1v1 fight with Felonies, a couple really critical fights here. This one was huge, too. The attention to detail, too. I wonder if he just heard that player come in and just decided to throw a stick, maybe got a little lucky, but great awareness.
Yeah, great awareness indeed, and just great plays coming across the board by Demons. You're seeing some of the plays right here. That was actually a squad wipe right there, and that's what really kind of let Demons take off in that stronghold. Once they got those numbers, they had no problem playing aggressive, but once they did it, once it was a 4-4 scenario, we actually saw them slow things down where Team Creatures didn't have that same priority when it came to numbers. I'm kind of double back into that Aquarius match where Vernage was by himself and he felt the need to kind of bait camo when you already know there's going to be multiple eyes trained on that. So that was one thing that Demons did very well, and also the slaying ability. I want to say it might have been Danger that dropped 22 kills in a Slayer. Crazy.
Do we get replays on the replays? Because that was beautiful at a Felony right there, by the way. So he was camoed. I didn't remember that. But, of course, he got the kill, so revealed himself. His opponent shot him, I think, twice. Look at this. And he still turned and won the fight. And it's something that, you might see in Halo 5, and it might not be as crazy in Halo 5 because you got to thrust. But in this game, you got no tools. You just got to outstrafe the man. And you got to love how he puts it together. Saving that jump for the very end there, too, and just the use of the strafe and the crouch and the perfect shots to turn a fight like that. I find if somebody gets first shot, it's very easy to just feel like all hope is lost, Tony?
And actually, I did a little bit of research. I dug into my bags of tricks.
Okay.
And I know what Talentless is now. And this is a solid squad. We're talking Conspiracy, Creepy Trash, Life Alert, and Monster. This is a squad you have to respect. There's names across the board who are well accomplished in Halo, and then you have Monster, who's been accomplished in not only Halo but also other games as well. So I'm really excited to watch this squad. I promise you, they're going to be fighting for that #1 spot and probably end up no lower than top 3.
This is the Monster I'm thinking of. I believe was Halo player jumped to Fortnite as well. I believe right. So a ton of competitive history in esports in Halo as well. So I do expect to see some plays out of this team overall, especially anyone who's playing with him. So I like that you brought that up, Tony. Talentless. What a way to introduce yourself, but expecting some talent out of these boys. We'll see. It should be a hell of a matchup just based off of just the fact that the roster Are you leaning any way as far as a prediction coming into this one?
I mean, I liked what I saw out of Pink and the Blaine, and I know obnoxious, and don't get me wrong, I think they're a phenomenal squad, but I think I'm going to lean more towards talentless, and I'm going to say I'll say a 2-1. I'll say it's a close best of 3. Sure, why not? I definitely think obnoxious and the boys have a chance of winning 1, but the names on talentless, they're anything but talentless. I mean, they're anything but trash, if you will. It's almost like their names are a complete lie. It's almost like they're trying to throw you off, that reverse psychology, if you will.
Oxymoron. Yeah. No, you know what? It's not the first time we've seen offenders like this in esports arena, Tony. I think we get a few teams that have similar names, right? Like, all aim, or always all brain, no aim, or something. Or all you know what I mean? Like, they'll come in, they got no aim or something, and then they're 5-ing everyone left and right. So expect surprises is what I'll say. Expect to be surprised, because it tends to happen more often than not. But of course, Tony, let's just kind of run back what we're here for, right? Esports arena, whole new era of Halo with Halo Infinite, but an era for esports arena this is something we've never done in Halo before with Series E, right? Series E, of course, takes place in multiple esports for esports arena, but taking Halo into the fold, what does this mean for Halo, Tony? Let's go back through that.
I think it's really important. So a lot of people probably don't recognize esports arena that are new to Halo Infinite, but esports arena has stepped in when Halo was kind of in a little bit of a dip. They stepped in and stepped up, if you will. They were offering us $1,000 weekly tournaments every single Sunday, where there was literally nothing going on for Halo 5, and it kind of reinvigorated the scene. We actually saw Renegade, Frosty, the artist formerly known as Saiyan, but now Lucid. We saw many names actually coming out to these tournaments and actually like having fun playing Halo 5 again, where things kind of had dipped for a while. Then we go through a little bit of a break. Obviously, Halo Infinite comes out, and that was absolutely crazy. And Esports Arena come out with Series E for Halo. Series E is not a new concept, and it is amazing and so important for the esports landscape. We know the pros. I mean, let's be serious. We know FaZe. We know Sentinels. We know Cloud9, but there's so much talent on the scene that might not be household names that Esports Arena really gives a home for them and really puts them on a pedestal. I mean, again, you're earning a monthly salary to compete and do what you love, which is play Halo. So having a semi-professional league like that, which also introduces you to the professionals, is really good. I'm going to dip back into what the Apex scene is, where in Apex, literally, I'm not even joking you, top team of Esports Arena in the Series E gets signed by Esports Arena.
Let's go.
They have a player named Velhurst. Snipe Down leaves TSM, comes to Halo. He joins FaZe, and that leaves an opening on TSM, one of the biggest names on Apex. What do? They literally snipe Velhurst and steal from the Esports Arena roster. Then they end up picking a new team. That team gets poached by a top-tier org afterwards. So Esports Arena signs a whole nother squad, because that squad got poached, and now that squad I think ended up getting top 3 in the ALGS playoffs. Like, literally, this is the doors that Esports Arena is opening, and they start off as a semi-professional team, and literally one org comes in, swipes them up. One player gets picked up by the top org. They end up getting another roster. They get top 3 in ALGS. That's some of the doors that get opened. I mean, we're seeing it already. Suppress got taken off of Orgless, or I'm sorry, Orgless, whatever their name was, and ends up being signed by Xset, a big org. We're seeing some of these some of these smaller names make big names out of themselves and upgrade. And that's exactly what Esports Arena is going to be doing with Series E here in Halo Infinite.
So what Tony's saying is no pressure, everyone in this tournament. You're not only competing to win. Every single thing you're doing here is building your resume towards opportunities on other big, important teams. I love that you brought that up with TSM, and the fact that Suppressed is a perfect example. Jumping over to Xset. Who else from these tournaments is going to jump into these top teams, or maybe one of these teams becomes one of the top teams in the league? I mean, this is where it all comes together. Speaking of which, Tony, we are hot in the center of this game. Recharge Strongholds. We got Plus on screen and Cutting Edge Esports. So we did change up the teams here for you. We got Domi Domes, Liquid, Execute, Dread, Takedown, Janitors, BR. Those are a couple names I recognize from Halo 5 for sure. On the other side, you got Birdie, Mackey, Hunt, and Rollis. Names I don't recognize as much, Tony. This should be interesting.
I hope I went on a nice little ramble there. I hope it was the game on this whole time because I didn't have that
This whole
screen
time.
up. Oopsie. Well, you know what? I mean, all we're seeing is Team Mackey get a double kill and squad wiping Cutting Edge Esports on a 78-2 run right now. So not much going on the screen besides a decimation going in favor of Plus Plus.
Yeah, here I am saying I don't recognize the players on Plus Plus and do on Cutting Edge, but Plus Plus are the ones dominating, so I better remember. Let's see what Mackey could do here. Favorable position for sure. Drops down with the melee. Reset on the B. They got AB now because of it. Mackey just going to hold on to his life. Looks like Janitor's in the feed there. Does have a sword. Mackey looking to take another, but execute will turn it. You can tell that they're very confident. Plus Plus off the rip here. 108 and counting. We got to see Cutting Edge make a move quick.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Janitor's BR, who was a well-known streamer back in the day. He was doing this thing, and you combine him with Takedown, who always talks about how, you know, he's a semi-professional player. Even the top pros have recognized him as a semi-professional player, and he's always, I guess, doesn't lack as far as confidence as far as his skill set here, and I'd expect more come out of Cutting Edge Esports as opposed to running into a team like Plus Plus where we're not really too familiar with these names.
Right.
And on a 134-2 run, I mean, this is a domination if I've ever seen one.
Rough start for sure, but we've seen bigger comebacks in Halo Esports, so I do want to believe these boys can do it. Up to Domi. He's got the sword in the back pocket. Teammates spawning up with him. They got to make a move somewhere, though. You can see BC still held down. Lost a teammate, so resources already running dry here, and Domi just still working A. I don't think Plus Plus is worried about it, right? They're just holding down BC, letting the time trickle in their favor. He will see a competitor. That was the opening he needed, but then gets ripped immediately after, and now the push for the trip cap incoming.
And Note Hunt actually switching over towards that alpha, and the trip cap that you were talking about is in full effect. But as I say that, it looks like Cutting Edge Esports are at least trying to make a way over towards the Charlie base. Commando coming into play. Liquid Execute is going to get executed, and now the camouflage is going to quickly go in the hands of Cutting Edge Esports. So actually, somebody from Cutting Edge Esports, Janitor's BR, literally sweeps up that camo, but sadly not able to get away with his life. Mackey ends up getting the headshot. That's going to be a reversal, and 3 out of 4 members of the boys in red are going down.
Yeah, Cutting Edge might try to fight back and get a couple little victories, right? Like the fight for camo, but just not quite working for them. Mackey going to snap onto another head with the shot, and things just looking impressive at this point. What do they do? 209 and counting. AB held down. Spawners isolated in the corner of the map, and they can't seem to break out here. Maki just a line of defense. Look at this. 2 coming up. They need 2 to kill this man. But he's got all the time in the world to make a play. He'll drop 1. Nobody's looking. That's 2 dead on the feet. I mean, Tony, this is curtains. I don't see him coming back.
2 dead, now actually 3 down. They're not done whatsoever. They're not slowing down. Another 3 down. Cutting Edge Esports are dying in cycles. They're literally dying 1 at a time. They need to spawn. They need to push together, but I mean, there's not enough time on the board. 243 in counting. Plus making quick work out of Cutting Edge Esports.
Well, now I'm just wondering who the heck this team is, Tony. What's going on here? 250-8 for game 1. Plus coming out of what seems like nowhere, taking out Cutting Edge Esports. And this is a name, the team name at least. I know Takedown is a mainstay on it, but this is a name that I've seen in the top 8 of Esports Arena on several occasions. And today, they're looking like they're under incredible pressure here. Winners round 3, Tony. So this is wild. Just game 1, and it's already done.
Yeah, I would like to say that we're moving into Slayer, which is a change of pace game, but I mean, there was nothing out of what we saw in that game number 1 that gave me any inkling that Cutting Edge Esports are going to come back and steal away game number 2. Plus were playing at just literally tiers above Cutting Edge Esports. They were playing quicker. They were winning all their individual gunfights. They were controlling the entire map, and Recharge, one of the hardest maps to get full control, and they made it look easy. I mean, going into Aquarius, I would imagine it's going to be easier for them to control than a map as big as Recharge.
Coordination just looking rough in that game for them, right? Timings, coordination, like even just you look at the hallway in the very end, that you got 2 players walking through hallway, looking at this in the same position, looking at the same sight line over to B Stronghold. Nobody's paying attention to Maki, just sitting up above an attic. It's like they kind of forgot that he had the shock was in that area in the first place. So I just feel like there's got to be more attention to detail on what these players are doing, what their roles are as they come into these fights, because you can't just have 2 players huddled together in the hallway looking at the same thing. You know, I think there's just a limit of information when you play this way. So hopefully they can start to come together. Slayer, they're going to have to. At least, thankfully, they don't have the holds to kind of pull them around the map. But then in the center, we got the Camo. We got the Heat Wave. We got the Dynamos. And like you said, Tony, controlling car side and the Dynamos spawning every 30 seconds. That's a lot of responsibility. Hopefully, they're up to the challenge.
Hopefully, and to be honest with you, one thing I've heard the comms of both Chandler's BR and Chandler or Dread Takedown as he is on the screen. I will say that when things are going good, I can imagine things are going great. But the moment they start to lose, I could imagine that the communication is probably not very positive, maybe even quite getting toxic at some point. So I'm really worried about this team because, when you reach, say, a semi-professional level, even professional level, you have to be able to click that reset button and take games at one at a time, or even sometimes lives at a time in cycles. And I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that from Cutting Edge Esports, but I'm excited to be proven wrong as we're going into Aquarius, game number 2. Cutting Edge Esports, show me what you got.
Aqua, Slayer, and a safe opening as well. Maki going to anchor to start. Nobody with camo just yet. What is the mindset like on Cutting Edge? I like that you brought it up. They don't have a lot of time to get it together, though. You can see 3 of them already dead to start. Maki with the camo and all the resources in the favor of plus awareness on the map, too. I don't even know where he got the Heat Wave from. All of a sudden, he's got one, too.
Heat Wave and Camouflage, and right behind enemy lines, ends up getting the shot, and the melee gonna whiff, but luckily ends up getting the second one. The double kill's gonna fall, and kind of picking up where they left off. 3 out of 4 members of Cutting Edge Esports at the black screen, and plus now just influencing those spawns. Right at oh my gosh, he might have done more damage to himself with that Heat Wave than he did the enemy.
I think it banked off the box, came right back into his body, and then he got melee. That's the beauty of the Heat Wave. It's a one-shot melee to both you and to your opponent, depending on the situation. And that is honestly the type of saving grace that Cutting Edge needs to get any form of the momentum rolling here, though. You can see 3-kill deficit. That gave him a breather. Dome, all of a sudden, he can get the angles on the map. He needs to help out here. You got Dread takedown with a kill already. He's going to come back to pink side. They're spotting out a couple. Brody already takes 2 on the feed, and Domi will drop as well. I believe it's a trade, but very quickly, plus, they bite back again.
Yeah, another 3 down go Cutting Edge Esports, but I love the communication coming out of Domi, actually even pinging, letting them know exactly where they are, and Hunt's winning a big individual gunfight, but that's on Janitor out of our boys in red. The Dynamo Grenades coming in, doing max amount of damage, but not able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Brady trying to take advantage of the Heat Wave, can't decide if he wants to put it vertical or horizontal. Either way, the assist is almost as good as the kill, and we have a 13-6 run coming out of plus.
Tony, is it Brady or Brody? I said Brody. It might be Brady. That's actually, it could be. I think it's an equal opportunity.
I think of Brady like Tom Brady, whenever I see that tag. But yeah, it could be Brody, it could be Broody, could be Bridie.
I like Brady.
Brady?
We'll go with Brady. We'll go with Brady. Either way, we might not. Actually, no. What I'm saying, we will have to continue saying his name if they continue to win like this. 17 and counting. Not looking good for the boys in red here. Liquid Execute does take one with him. He's 5-5. He's the only one currently positive on his team here. Going to try to stay alive here. 9-kill deficit. That camo was up. Not sure who grabbed it. If I had to make a guess, I'd say plus.
Yeah, with the level of control that they have, I'd probably guess that as well as an educated guess if you ask me. But Liquid Execute ends up getting a big double Q. That's execution at its finest. But Mackie not having the shock rifle was still good with electrifying enemy team with that Dynamo Grenade and showing that he's much better with the Heat Wave than we saw earlier, as he ends up getting a clutch double kill and holding on to their dominant lead that we're seeing here in the Slayer.
Whether it's Brody or Brady, the man's got to move. Unfortunately, he could not stay alive. Their Execute chases him down. What else can Execute put together here? 8-6 on the board. Teammate with him up in utility. A brawl going down opposite side map. Unfortunately for Domes, nobody is there to help. We'll spot one out on pink side. In trouble, though. The angles that these boys on plus have, right? You got multiple in the base. They're rotating out through pink, and they just can't find an opening to pressure back. They'll try to hold things down in utility, maybe let them come to him. 17-24. It's not out of the running. They pulled it back quite a bit.
Cobra team halfway to
That they have off a screen takedown and Domi getting back-to-back kills right there. So finally trying to make something happen. But Liquid execute, taking some heavy damage into the backside, having to leave utility, go right into the open, and he's going to be hunted down. Meanwhile, Mackie able to stay alive. We have all three members of Plus Plus actually on the bottom mid side, not a single player up high. I would love to see them prioritize that height advantage. There we go, get up to top car, get some easy shots off. There's a player literally right in front, has no IDs. They're clearly playing with no headset on. That's what I'm gonna guess. The communication's not there, and neither is the headset. I don't know. And you're seeing it on the assist column. Notice how between the entire Cutting Edge Esports squad, they have 4 assists, 2 of them having 0.
I mean, between the recharge shock play we saw with Mackie in that moment just now, I'm starting to wonder if he's just got a perma camo, right? Like, why even bother picking up camo top mid? Nobody can see him. Hunt's going to get hunted down, though. Execute still making plays. Interesting sprint animation this guy's got, too, though. He's bobbing up and down as he goes. Hopefully that's not going to throw his shot off. He's going to need it, man. Just trying to hold on here. 33 on board for Plus Plus. Maki going to take yet another. You can see he's 11 and 5 currently, doing so much damage, and it's up to Liquid to keep things in tow.
It's going to be really tough. I mean, they're currently down by 9 kills, but they're going to try to make something happen here. Liquid execute, dropping down over towards bottom P side, getting a couple of decent shots. The assist is actually going to come in off of that one, but Rail sneaking in the back door, takedown from top gold. Maki off a screen, able to take down Jander's VR, but Rail's not able to get the double kill. Cutting Edge Esports bouncing back, and he needs to keep doing that because Plus Plus getting really close to that 40 kill mark. Just like that, they've hit it.
All of a sudden, we're in the end zone here. In Cutting Edge, they're running out of opportunities. 20 kills they got to get to close this. Maki, he's so impossible to deal with. Look at this as he takes 2, backs off 2 players while sitting up top pink. And because of it, 2 kills now in the feed. Make it 3 as the full team is wiped now, 44 to 30. I mean, at this point, it just seems like there's no hope. We talked about it coming into this game, Tony. What's the mental like? What are the comms like on the side of Cutting Edge? They can't be good.
I mean, 7 assists out of 30 kills. That just tells you the communication is simply not there out of Cutting Edge Esports. Meanwhile, I mean, I got a little something from Mackie for you. Mackie's one of the players that really practices his skill jumps. I'm looking at some of his clips here. I'm doing a little bit of research, and I'm seeing Mackie actually doing that jump from the bottom double doors to the top while getting shot at. We're going down to one shot that ends up getting a kill over to a Top Cafe on Bazaar. So I'm seeing he's practicing some of these jumps, and I know you like that, Alex.
The one behind the door, yeah? Yes, that's pretty deadly. Damn, all right. Well, I mean, he's putting it together, and we're going to have to start watching his videos in a second here. 49 as they look for the final kill to close this out in dominant fashion. Maybe Rails will be the one to do it. He is 50 points on the board, the 35 to close out game 2. Tony, Cutting Edge, talented group of players, but today they kind of looked like fodder. They got run over. Let's be honest.
That they did. I'm really shocked because, we've seen Cutting Edge Esports and players like Takedown, very confident players. I mean, normally going the distance to some of these tournaments, I've heard Takedown talk about literally numerous top 8 and top 4 placings, and with dropping down a little bit earlier than expected, especially with that level of dominance. I'm be keeping my eye out on Mackie and the boys. Let me tell you, you made a fan of me. I dropped a little follow on the Twitter, Mackie. I'll be watching out for you.
Yeah, what a hell of a way to kind of jump into ESA and say, hey, we mean business, right? Coming out with, what was it, 250 to like 8 or so? Was it a single digit? It was oppressive. Game 1. Game 1 flew by in a couple minutes. Game 2, they come out hot as well. They dominate in the opening. They had the opening 4 kills, the camo, the heat wave all unlock. I think it was Mackie who had it as well. It just seems like a very well-organized, experienced team, and it's the first we're seeing of them. So once again, just to kind of bring it back to ESA, I mean, this is the reason why we've got these tournaments, right? ESA and Series E is just these openings that it creates for new talent to come in and surprise us and make big plays. I'm expecting plenty more.
Yeah, luckily for Cutting Edge Esports, like you said before, this is a double elimination tournament. And there's been plenty of times where we've seen players make serious runs throughout the elimination bracket, and they could be one of them. So don't count them out just yet. We might see them again and better than we did before, at least better than we did here throughout the elimination bracket. But, man, give it up for Maki and the boys because, man, those were some dominant wins.
They're looking nasty. Now I'm wondering where they stack up against the team that we witnessed just previously, Tony, right? Because you came in saying, now I'm just going to have to remember team names, right? The first match, we had a very closely contested match. This one looking completely different. I'm starting to wonder if all of a sudden this is the team that goes the distance, plus. We'll see. Before that, we had Talentless as well that we didn't get to witness, right? Talentless was about to go up in their series. That might be updated in the bracket, and might be good for us to take a peek at that too and see how things are going, right? Winners still taking place, like you said, double elimination, so plenty of teams going to be dropping down with an opportunity, but every single matchup here, best of 3 until we get down to grand finals at least. But a hell of a tournament ahead of us still, Tony. I think at least 36 teams here.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a look at the bracket myself. And we have Walls of Jericho. That's the team featuring Nikolai, Gunshot, Squilly, and Chilled You going up against Talentless, which is, again, that roster, Conspiracy, Creepy Trash, Life Alert, and Monster as well. They're going up in round number 4. 2 top teams, again, I would say Talentless probably shooting for top 3. Walls of Jericho got top 3 literally just last week, going up against each other in winners bracket round number 4. Meanwhile, Team Demons that we saw earlier, Felony, are waiting they're waiting for the winner of Hot Dog Water, which is featuring Gardner, and Black Hand B Squad, which features Sylvonic. I know that I believe Black Hand features J Grav. So the fact that we have Black Hand B Squad now featuring Captain Sylvonic is going to be absolutely incredible.
Here it is. Yeah, Sylvonic, Ziad, like Xeod. I've seen
Ziad.
Yeah, Ziad, Paraba, and Shields JS, actually. So I don't see... Yeah, Reality Check is well in here. You got Sud 1 and Sud 2 back again with Schlags and Llama 2 God. That's a hell of a team. I was actually just looking for SGA and their performance, right? Because that's Furiously's team with JKV, Furiously. Where are they? They lost already. They're in losers, apparently. That's a top caliber H5 team in ESA, I would say. Easily, they would easily make it to top 8 every single weekend, which makes me wonder what their competition is like, right? Because the team name in the competition here was, where is it? It's too many teams, Tony. Here they are. Legolo?
Yeah.
Is that a player or is that a team name?
That's a team name featuring a player named Perzelli. So I'm going to assume maybe Flurcy and friends didn't make it out, or I'm not sure, because
okay.
Because that's very surprising. Maybe they missed maybe they overslept during this tournament here.
Okay. I was about to say, another team that I don't recognize is beating one of the best teams I would assume in this tournament. It's blowing my mind. So okay, good to know.
Meanwhile, I'm still looking at the bracket right now, and I know Exile Gaming and Wily Coyote Squad that you mentioned before, they're actually waiting for the winners of that same squad, Parzelli and Ebenezer Gaming, featuring multiple Puerto Rican players like El Halo Lead or now Azrael. So that'll be a real test. If they can beat out a squad like that, that'd be really impressive, because let me tell you, Ebenezer Gaming, they're the real deal. I know Plus now, obviously taking out Cutting Edge Esports, are waiting for the winners of GDT and EXO. GDT featuring Chobo and EXO featuring Jack Serial, Employee, and Fantasy. So let me tell you, we're getting down to the nitty gritty when it comes to these rounds.
There's also that roster with Chilled You as well. What was that one, Tony?
Yes, Squilly, Chilled You, Gunshot, and Nikolai. That was Walls of Jericho. In the top bracket, they're playing Talentless, again, Conspiracy.
That would be a match
Creepy
to watch.
Trash, Life Alert, and Monster.
Okay, like you said, that coming up soon, and round 4 winners, that would be a fun. I'm not sure who's running it in the back. That's one I'm interested in too. Maybe we can grab it. Like you said, Plus waiting, Exile waiting, Demons. So the 5 teams currently in winners waiting for or about to play matches. We got a couple more going to come in to round that out, and then a couple teams already dropping to lower bracket. I'm wondering what the mental's looking like on the side of Cutting Edge. This is a team that I've seen go the distance before, so I'm hoping they can kind of regain. What do you think, Tony?
I mean, luckily they dropped into the elimination bracket, so it's a chance for them to reset and regain. Like I said before, I've heard the comms. I've heard what it's like, being on a team with Takedown and Genders BR. And like I said, when things are going good, they can beat some really good squads. They can surprise some people. However, the moment things go bad, that's when I think things can spiral out of control. Again, that's my personal opinion. I could be totally wrong, and I'll be excited to be wrong, but that's my experience from watching and listening to them. Good luck throughout the elimination bracket. I'm sure they can make some things happen. Like you said, Reality Check is still down there. I know there's a team, Kenobi featuring Bear Claw. They're from Louisiana. They're a really good squad. And if SGA is here, which I just saw that actually SGA 2-0'd Velocity, so they are here and they are moving. That's going to be a tough out as well. And in about a couple rounds, Cutting Edge Esports SGA might end up meeting each other in the elimination bracket if they could win their respective matches.
So if SGA are here, then did they get 2-0'd is what I'm curious about now as well. So like we said, unless they're like, can you be late and then get a bye for I mean, I don't know. I'm going to assume they got beat, and now they're fighting through lower bracket. On top of that, I said there's a matchup I want to see, Tony. Winners round 4, Walls of Jericho.
There we
Talentless.
go.
That is literally the matchup that's about to come up. So exciting to see, Tony. Let's get into these rosters once again. Talentless, we had hinted at them a little bit. We didn't quite get to see their series, but that was the team with Monster. That was the one that stuck out because I know Monster and his experience in esports. That was kind of where we leaned as well. So it looks like they won their series. On the other side, you got Walls of Jericho, but Walls of Jericho looking like one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, Childew and Squilly and Gunshot were 3/4 of a roster that actually I think they were 1 win out from making champ bracket at Raleigh, if not making. I mean, they really surprised some teams. So that's a squad that you have to watch out for. Meanwhile, Talentless, Conspiracy, Creepy Trash, Life Alert, and Monster. These are been there, done that players, some veterans in the scene. So sometimes, you know, the young guns try to come in on the basketball court. They showing off the flashy, oh, I can cross, I can shoot threes like Steph Curry. But then sometimes the veterans, you know, they just stick, they go down to the post, do little hook shots and whatnot, and they end up beating. Like, what happened? That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the old school versus the new school, and who's going to come out on top.
Okay, that is definitely what it looks like. And the thing is, too, with the Walls of Jericho, I want to say the new school are the ones that have kind of stuck with Halo and just Halo the whole way through. With Talentless, you've got a little bit of a, you know, they transition, right? A lot of experience means maybe you don't just play Halo, you jump around a little bit. So we'll see if that lends them any favors here as we jump into a new map, new game type, Strongholds on Streets in our new series.
All right, here we go. Sorry about the vamp, guys. You know, we were waiting for the match to come in, but now we actually have it. And look at that. 3 down for both of these squads, so fairly evenly matched. Both of them fighting for control. And while Bravo's going to go in the hands of Talentless, it looks like Walls of Jericho have actually rotated out and are holding on to a little bit of an unorthodox AC setup, but not for long. Conspiracy and friends are starting to make their move.
Unless Squilly has something to say about it, though. Rockets in hand. Oh, doesn't pick up the kill. That was actually beautiful at a Life Alert. Jump, thrust forward, hits the melee to get the trade. In the situation, the man should have almost 100% died. So turn that around just a little bit and might have stalled things here. Monster, opportunity for C. Got his teammates with him. Looks like his teammates on A do lose the fight. So C is all they've got. You can see they're under pressure to start as well. 20 points in counting here. Life Alert with 1. Monster will take another. That's 3 dead. Unfortunately, getting crossed up center map, but he can rotate through. Hopefully, they can regain.
28-1 lead going in favor of Walls of Jericho, but it looks like they've just lost Bravo over to Talentless, so now we're seeing a C-B setup being held by Talentless. As I say that, though, Walls of Jericho rotated towards C, but the reset comes in. I'm looking at the scoreboard, and they almost were able to take it, but sadly not. The rotation comes in, the reset, the Slays now going in advantage to the boys in blue.
And they might continue to. Monster does take 1. He does trade. Back on board with Chill. What can he do here? Pressure was on B. Doesn't spot anyone yet. There we go. Life Alert. Creepy take 2, though. And Chilled. Limited resources here. Spanker coming up as well. So in a perfect position. He can get shots in. Can he stay up, though? There's a player waiting to kill him. That's a massive slay that he got on Rockets, but they still do trade hands. And Talentless still has them. Can they get kills, though? You got Gunshot who takes 1. Squilly with 2. Those Rockets go down very quickly, and they take the map back.
That they do. Walls of Jericho try to make a run. They steal away Bravo quickly, but now they're trying to work on Alpha. Meanwhile, the spawners are coming in towards Cafe, which works in Talentless favor if they can win these slays. Gunshot now going for the challenge. Squilly off the screen takes down Life Alert. Conspiracy gets a double kill. 2 down for each of these teams. An important battle, and Conspiracy taking 3 out of 4 members down by himself. That should secure them that Bravo retake.
For the record, Conspiracy just broke through center map and got his first 3 kills, and that was a triple. He just broke the entire setup and collected B for his first 3 kills. You know what? Sometimes it takes a while to get kills, and then when you get them, they all come at the same time. But thankfully for him, that was an opportunity. Might be snuffed out very quickly, though. Monster drops 1 and dies. The map retaken by Walls of Jericho. 55 and counting here. Conspiracy gonna rotate over to C. Looks like he's in the clear for now. We'll see if he gets away with it.
And both of these squads having no problem rotating over towards that C side of the map and using it to springboard their way into Bravo. However, when you commit to that, you have to win the gunfight. You have to win over that base if you want to advance forward. And as of right now, Monsters going back over for Charlie. Creepy Trash at the same time going after Bravo, able to take it. So taking 2 bases at the same time ends up working for Talentless. And meanwhile, Creepy Trash and Conspiracy getting back-to-back kills. All 4 members go down for Walls of Jericho. That's a squad wipe, and they're going in for the triple cap. Alex, I know you like that.
I do like it. They had him on the ropes, but a bit of a rough spot there, right? Notice how Monster was aware of the fact that the spawn was open up in Red Room, but he had to back off the stairs to try to take the fight. He got tagged across the map from the C spawners as well. As I say it, though, Creepy Trash not worried. He'll barrel through, take 3 kills, and that's now 15 to his name as they completely open up the map yet again.
My gosh, plays are being made in front of us. Monster going off, taking down Nikolai. Creepy Trash able to get a hold of that Stalker rifle. They're getting the slays. They're having the 2-point setup here. Things are looking very good for Talentless. And now you have Creepy Trash up in the God spot right above that PD spawn, waiting for anybody to try to make a cross.
Love the situation here for Creepy, though. Looks like he does push forward. Try to tag up 1 front C, and in trouble now as he pushes up. He's going to meet another in Cafe. In a rough spot there. They had the A-B hold. He was anchoring. I guess he wanted to just push up, let his teammates take that position. Unfortunately, does die. Now up to Chilled You just to sprint on through center. It looks like they're not quite aware of where he is, though. Oh, there's one out back A. Ooh. Can he take the fight? Looks like a teammate's there as a saving grace. They can retake the map from the back here, assuming they don't get picked apart in the process. 2 already dead. Back on board with Squilly, but he's down numbers.
Squilly doing a great job of holding the B side. Finally find a player over towards Tires. The double melee is going to come in on Life Alert. He's fallen and he cannot get up. Creepy Trash now coming off a spawn over towards PD, trying to defend this B side, or actually by himself, but still feeling confident enough to go in for the individual gunfight. Missing a couple of shots, but able to take down Nikolai, and that's going to pay dividends. I mean, when you trust your individual skill, you can get the slay and I guess steal Bravo seemingly by yourself.
Looks scary for a second. He did the early jump too, but still hit the shot. Speaking of which, Monster again. Did he drop the shotty? I think to shoot faster into C.
Oh yeah.
Bit of a big brain play there, just so he could stay up and do damage. Unfortunately, he did die. Those rockets now spawning. And an opportunity maybe for Talentless to collect them. They got the map in their hands. Life Alert. Double dilemma here on B. He wants to get to the hold. Currently being capped. It looks like he will get the reset immediately, though. Creepy Trash with a kill. Life Alert yet to find one. He's about to find 2 here. He'll take 1 on Nikolai. Turn back around. Watch his backside here as Squilly will jump over him and take the kill. But still, Talentless, they seem to take favorable trades here.
Ooh, with Creepy Trash not able to trade off kills with Chilled You right there. Squilly and Chilled You now working a little bit of a 1-2 combo. Stalker rifle in the hands of Squilly. The Bulldog doing its work, though. Ends up dropping it for the BR. Gets the headshot. Luckily, Gunshot was there to get the cleanup kill. But man, that should have been an easy kill coming in. Conspiracy off the screen, taking down Nikolai. Gunshot working, trying to defend his Tires position. Not able to do so. 2 down. Go Walls of Jericho.
Life Alert pulled that one apart quickly. Chilled You with a nice little slide. Quick rotate, too. This gives him an opportunity to push up on B with his teammates. Doesn't want to be too aggressive too quickly. Takes the flank instead. Doing this will get him tagged from C, though, so unfortunate. He will drop 189 and counting as Walls of Jericho running out of chances. to make mistakes here. Conspiracy right up through center. You can see he's got a teammate already pushing up on A as well, so who does he help? So far, looks like he'll help himself. Put shots into one. Monster can likely take the kill. There's a double for Monster because of it. Conspiracy in a beautiful position now to open things up.
Yeah, Conspiracy actually getting 11 assists. You saw some of that actually going in the wingman. Conspiracy doing a great job of putting shots on multiple players, switching targets, and more importantly, staying alive as long as possible. Creepy Trash working over towards the Bravo, able to get that. So another double cap going in favor of Team Talentless, and they're past the 200-point mark in counting.
Balls of Jericho under so much pressure. Spawning up in C or in Cafe, they're getting melted immediately off of it. Conspiracy going to try to hold it down. He's got Monster up on A. He's taken. Squilly chilled. They get their pivs. Now it's the Conspiracy to make a move into a rocket. For a second, forgot they were on the map there, and it looks like Walls of Jericho. Gonna remind us. Shoddy as well for Squilly, but Squilly will drop in a trade. They got to make moves quick here. Looks like B is the hold. They get this. They have a trip cap. Maybe, assuming they can take A.
And that's what Walls of Jericho do best. They get greedy. They're not going for just two bases. They're going for all three. If they can get the slays, it definitely could pay dividends because they can make these large swings in the point. Chilldew going right after Life Alert. That's going to be a big kill. And it looks like Nikolai taking down Monster. So now you're seeing Walls of Jericho start to heat up. They have numbers in their favor. So now they can get on the offense. That's exactly what you're seeing. Chilldew ends up getting a killing spree by taking down Creepy Trash. Nikolai taking down Conspiracy. And now it's Talentless, which are on the ropes.
How is Chilled still alive? Tony, my God, he was strafing their half shields. His opponent couldn't kill him. He comes back to the fight to do damage. Like you said, big swings, right? Walls of Jericho taking a huge swing out of Talentless right now as they are locked on spawn, trip cap in effect, and the time trickling in their favor. Talentless blown back here. They got to answer, and Chilldew, he's on one. I believe this man, if not on a spree, about to hit one. The dude's just popping off.
And now this is where Talentless is going to be tested. We already know what you can do when you have the lead. You know, when that snowball runs downhill, it gets bigger and bigger. But now you have to spawn up. You have to reset. You have to get the slays, and that's exactly what happens. Walls of Jericho goes down. All four members end up getting squad wiped. Talentless bouncing right back, stealing a trip cap of their own, and really showing what they're truly made of on the defense. Rockets coming up. Both of these teams want them.
Yeah, the timing so perfect for, oh no, 3 dead again. As the team drops here, Rockets now up, 4th player down, and Talentless, they got the map in their hands. Creepy Trash with the shoddy. Rockets on the board for Talentless here, 2:30 and counting, all spawners up in C. And where do they go, Tony? What do they do? They're trapped like rats. The time is ticking.
That it is a Creepy Trash using the Bulldog, barking all over it, then barking out orders, taking down Chilldew. Nikolai's gonna go down as well. Monster throwing the denial nades already towards A. The communication coming out of Talentless is impressive, but they've just lost Alpha and Charlie at the same time. Only 3 seconds away from success. They cannot throw it away. Monster going in for the chase, ends up getting the slay. The AB setup is in. There's only one more player in A. He's gonna go down thanks to the double kill coming out of Monster, and that's gonna be it. Talentless taking game number 1.
Well, what did we say? It was the old school versus the new school. Today, the old school so far, they're going to reign supreme in game 1. But man, what a series of plays we witnessed there, Tony. What a way to close the game too. Walls of Jericho, they had a bit of a struggle through that mid game to try to make a comeback, right? They kept getting taken down the control consistently in the favor of Talentless until they got this round of slays. Chilldew popping off, winning individual fight after individual fight to the point where it seemed like they had full control. They had a temporary trip cap. They had him locked on spawn. All of a sudden, Talentless, did you see the play that kind of impacted everything, Tony? Who was it that broke through and changed it? Because the timing was perfect. They got their slays. They earned back to A side, and the Rockets were spawning at the same time. The whole team died on Walls of Jericho. It was just, it couldn't have been more perfect to close the game.
Yeah, I mean, on both sides, it was just excellent teamwork coming in. Like you said, it was Chilldew that was putting that damage. But I remember Gunshot ends up getting the double kill just by listening to that communication. Conspiracy, same thing. They come right off a spawn. They're putting down the damage, and then they all collapse as a team. So we saw a little bit on both sides there. Walls of Jericho showed me enough to say that, hey, you know, maybe they could take a game number 2 because it's a squad that really knows how to up the tempo. The problem is that, you know, when they get 2 or 3 down, How are you going to slow down? Can you slow down, spawn up, and then create some offense out of that defense like you saw Talentless do? Because, man, Walls of Jericho really started to run things, and if they kept going, we might have saw game number 1 go in favor of them. But like I said, Talentless spawning up, defending their spawn, getting their slays, and taking back control. That, to me, is a sign of a well-coordinated team.
Like you said, working well out of a deficit, right? Being well coordinated and maybe playing that long game, playing your life efficiently when you are down numbers. So you do take that trade or you do take 2 down with you, because then the timing is so perfect when you finally turn things around. It almost does seem like Talentless, almost on purpose played that long game to flip things around when the timing was right, when the Rockets were about to spawn. And then from there, it's just kind of easy pickings. The shotty was up as well. They had the alley locked down. You had 2 players kind of come up, take trades. Even in the very end, too, when you could see, Walls of Jericho kind of desperately trying to get the hills. You got Monster picking up double kills, just winning an individual fight, turning, grabbing a trade for that second kill. Situations like that, they extend your lead. And because of it, we'll walk into game 2 here with an advantage, Talentless. But, of course, this is a whole different map and setup here. Slayer, live fire. An opportunity for Walls of Jericho. We'll see if they can come back.
We will see indeed. Creepy Trash going to make it very, very hard on them. Gets the cleanup kill onto Squilly. Creepy Trash advances forward towards bottom mid. Luckily, Gunshot ends up winning his individual gunfight. Doesn't go for the double. Tries to get away, but Conspiracy going to hunt them down right as the camo's coming up. Chillju gets 1, has a second one in his sights, gets the assist. There's another one right behind them who gets that cleanup kill, and here comes Nikolai with the rifle.
Quite okay. I was about to say a fiesta to start the game. Nikolai had an opportunity to slow the pace, but he's already taken brains here. He has 1. 5-4, looking for a second. Nikolai will whiff 1, shoot 2. Gonna back down temporarily here. Creepy does take a kill. And what the angle? He'll take Conspiracy almost out of nowhere there. Man scoped in, close range. He'll drop a body. Nikolai starting to put it together.
That they are only down by 1 kill with plenty of time on the board. It's Walls of Jericho. Look at the teamwork coming in. Lightfuller gets the back smack onto Squilly, but Nikolai quickly coming in for the cleanup kill and still holding on to that tower control. In my opinion, you want to hold out the C side of the map and keep those spawners going into A. And when you get ready, when you get a second round of slays, that's when you can start to rain down grenades on enemy's team spawn and continue to pressure them. That's what Walls of Jericho wants to do, and that's what you're seeing right now. But as I say that, 3 out of 4 members going to go down for Walls of Jericho. Break the walls down is exactly what Talentless is doing.
A total lockdown of spawns on B right there, and a huge advantage they gained off of it. But of course, things kind of reset at this point. Conspiracy gonna try to rejoin the team here. Center map, Camo about to spawn. He's getting tagged up by 2, but can't quite take the fight. Squilly somehow just narrowly stays alive. He'll take it. 13-12 here. Fight for Camo taking place. We'll see who walks away with it. Gunshot, you can see he's got the Mangler back pocket just in case he needs it here. Nikolai already takes 1. That Camo looks like it's on their body here. Gunshot here, saving Grace. The Mangler comes in handy. His teammate now staying up. They might be able to turn this into more.
And once again, the communication coming out of Walls of Jericho, putting down the Mangler when he knows the one-shot player's coming towards bottom mid. The only way he knows that is by the communication. Gets himself a triple kill. The 4th one is going to fall. Gets the killing frenzy. The killing spree. Does Gunshot. He's currently 8-3 and even has an assist just for good measure.
Walls of Jericho, full confidence coming into game 2 despite losing that game 1. They definitely still have a shot in this. Squilly will take a trade. Gunshot here to continue to keep the damage up. Squilly back above on tower. He turns, and behind him you got Creepy Trash to take that kill. 23 here and counting. Reply. What can he do? Nade in. Can't quite get the kill, but he's got Chilled there to take it. Somehow Chilled dies, and it's because that snipe in the hands of Monster pulls a trade. And we've seen that multiple times for Monster here at a deficit. He's got multiple looking at him. He still manages to find a kill.
Nikolai once again getting his hands on the sniper rifle, brings it over towards that A side, so really kind of giving up the tower side control, but around the slays, and they can easily swap the spawns if they want to. Meanwhile, the camouflage coming up in less than 30 seconds. This is a very crucial point of the map. Chillju and Conspiracy are going to trade off kills right there. Nikolai is pinging over towards bottom mid, trying to get some pressure down there, but Creepy Trash comes and takes out Squilly. Lightfuller ends up getting a kill, and Talentless are up in numbers at the moment.
Unfortunately, the man's out of ammo. Wait, oh no, he's still got 2. I take it back. 2 opportunities, make it 1 now. This one needs to count. Camo about to pop here. Can they grab it? Clyde can't quite hit the shot. Teammates doing it for him, though. Multiple do drop. Talentless there to answer back. Chilled you with the heat wave, and Squilly with a double on the feet to ensure they walk away with this camo and the slays, too. 32-23 as they pull away. And I love the teamwork there. Chilled you dropping the heat wave for Squilly. It's up to Squilly to make some plays.
Camouflage and heat wave in the hands of Squilly, making things happen. Quickly going to earn himself the assist, but not aware there's a player literally right under him. Chilled you watching his back over towards the seaside rep, but Chilled you gonna be the first one to fall. Heat wave comes in for the first one, not able to get the second one, even doing a bit of damage to himself. The wingman assists are coming in, so slays are starting to come in favor, and of course it is Gunshot putting his 14th kill on the board. He has a 2.0 KD with 4 assists to match.
Damn, and he's still going. Killing spree for him. Gunshot gonna barrel straight on through to B with no cover. The man with full confidence, he knows he can take the fight. Life alert shut down. He will be traded, but 40 on the board, a massive lead on their side. And Talentless, they don't have an answer just yet. Life alert will take 1. Conspiracy gonna hold on to what's left of his life. You're getting tagged from behind. It's Gunshot back off spawn. The man's still going.
Walls of Jericho down 0-1 in the series at the moment, but they are 6 kills away from tying it up and forcing that elimination game number 3. Can they hold on to this lead?
Like you said, 5 kills to go. Looking good for Walls of Jericho. Trades, and they win this. Creepy Trash does take 1, though. Monster, he's got to go huge if he wants a chance here. They got to kill them quick. The trade still comes in from Squilly. That brings us to 46 and 4 to close it. 34 on the board of Talentless. We still have another round of weapons. This is literally it right here. And I like the attempt to launch Snipe. Doesn't quite work, though. Snipe will be picked up by Talentless. Camo up. And Monster with a huge slide to get to it. Teammate there to take 1. The fight for Camo so pivotal, and they can't drop numbers. A double at a Creepy with 48 on the board here. Gunshot looking to close it.
That he is, so he's going to try to beat the camouflage, but he's currently by himself, buying enough time for his teammates to come up, and now that his teammates are up on the A side, Gunshot is going to let to catch a different angle going up the dummies ramp, utilize the heat wave, ends up getting the reversal kill, big kill come out of Gunshot. Monster has the sniper rifle taking down Nikolai off the screen, but Gunshot doesn't care, ups the tempo, gets the final kill. That's a 50-40 win. Walls of Jericho are on the board.
And with that, we've got a series on our hands. Tony, we've seen multiple 2-0s back-to-back. All of a sudden, here we are, Game 3. And what a beautiful entrance into Game 3 that was. They answered back in a big way. They held that game down with, I think, at least a 10-kill advantage for majority of that, right? Since about the halfway point. And a big part of that, I think, due to Gunshot as well. The man was, what, I think 18-10 to close that game out. At least 7 assists to his name, locking things down with the heat wave, with the mangler. You got Nikolai, man in the sniper. So just the optimization, the efficiency with the weapons out of this team in Game 2 looking very good. Hopefully they can carry that.
Yeah, I'm a true believer in momentum, and as of right now, Walls of Jericho have that momentum, and with such a fast team, it's actually really surprising that they lost the first game strongholds, because when you could play at that level of speed and out-rotate your enemy team, usually you could find some success. As you saw in Slayer, they were very comfortable upping the tempo and trying to make Talentless as uncomfortable as possible, and now we're going to see a game number 3 for the first time on stream. I know it's not going to be a Strongholds. I know it's not going to be a Slayer. So I can only imagine we're going to see a flag either on Aquarius or Bizarre, or we see an oddball come in play.
What do you think would be better for Walls of Jericho, ball or flag?
When I think of ball, I think of a squad that is very comfortable with slowing things down, and that to me kind of lends favor towards Talentless. And we're seeing oddball on recharge, so I really want to go with Talentless as far as having the advantage. But with the team as fast as Walls of Jericho, all they need is a first round of slays, like you're seeing right now, 3 down on both of the sides, and they can easily make something happen. Conspiracy going for the mangler, but Chilled You hunting him down.
One thing's for sure, I expect this to be close. And like you said, Chilled You hunted him down. I'm pretty sure that man had a camo too. So an opening for him. 3 kills already, the name of Nikolai here. So we will jump on board with Nikolai, see what this man is up to. as he's popping off to open the game. This is currently Slayer, by the way. We're not picking up the ball. Finally, we get it. Looks like Squilly's grabbed it. Spawner's up in the hallway here in the Clyde. Perfect line of sight to start doing early damage. Look at this. Squilly can come over with the flank if he needs to. The Clyde picking up kills cross map, and all while that happens, Chilled You. He's chilling and on recharge, picking up free time.
But he's currently by himself as 3 members are going to go down so quickly, going to play the ball and even play the sword as well. High IQ play coming out of Chilled You. If you're going to die, might as well play the ball, but also getting the sword off the map, but grappled to himself. Does Conspiracy with the ball. Conspiracy then gets the cleanup kill. That ball's now moving towards their A side setup, and they already have numbers.
It was a nice answer back from Talentless, but the moment that happened, Chilled You, he took 2 himself. Evened out the odds here. Conspiracy has to drop the ball and slay if he can. And before he does manage to take Chilled You, takes a little longer than anticipated, and he drops for it. Now Monster gonna come in to pick up the pieces here. He'll take his piv. Mangler in hand, and a little route change too. I like the attempt. Can he get a kill with it? Yes, he can. Ball secured if they can get one more slay. But Monster can't quite do it. My God. Gunshot gonna work that pole and maybe continue to. He'll take half shields off Conspiracy.
I mean, is that not the definition of Mangler meta right there? 2 players
Pretty
with
much.
the Mangler going at it. Gunshot using that drop meta. We talk about the Mangler so much. The reason being is that from close range, it is a 1-shot melee. But from that mid-range, you can 2-shot your opponent, drop that weapon instantly by setting it up for a paddle, and then literally shooting with the BR, which is faster than getting a 4-shot kill with the BR, and also more consistent. So if we really are in the Mangler drop meta, as you're seeing Conspiracy put it to use. Hold this, says Conspiracy, who's going to go down. The Mangler is so strong. And mind you, I mean, the drop meta works for anything. The sniper, the heat wave. Don't just drop the Mangler, drop the plot, literally drop everything, because that is how strong it is in the meta that we're in. And both of these teams really close, and we're playing Slayer 2.0, as Alex kind of alluded to before.
Yeah, not too many points on either side here, but I'm not complaining, Tony. It's nice to see the slays back and forth, though. As I say it, a little setup forming on the side of Walls of Jericho here. And a little more going to come from it. Conspiracy drops it with the perfect shots. Conspiracy's got to do more work, though. You can see they rotate the ball over through to C. They try to get a play opportunity with it, but Gunshot not allowed. Conspiracy going to drop him. Ball now in his hands, and some time. Look at that. The entire team dropping as they have this setup. This is free time for Talentless.
Drop the Mangler, drop the ball, drop the enemy team. That's what Talentless is doing right now. Life Alert ends up taking down Gunshot. Creepy Trash goes after Nikolai. Life Alert goes after Chilled You. 3 out of 4 members make that all 4 members down once again for Walls of Jericho. Talentless winning all of their individual gunfights, are now being rewarded with ball time and the deadly Mangler as well.
Yeah, it couldn't be more perfect, this setup, right? You got them all spawning out, coming through Whirlpool. Conspiracy. Oh, he's getting tagged, though. Nice little pickup on the Clyde. Just to delete the Mangler player there. Gonna throw the ball off in advance. Life Alert knows he's about to be in trouble, so he'll take some shots just to keep him back. Ball now spawning up. Walls of Jericho will collect it, and that's time for them once again here. So this should even the odds a bit. Life Alert gonna try to impact things. You can see the spawns coming off of A as they break out. Life Alert can't quite flank just yet, though. They're aware of him. 2 dead on the feet. This is the opportunity he needed, but the defense still strong from Walls of Jericho. They take 2.
That they do, but in the meantime, they go 3 down while doing it. So, I mean, excellent job for Life Alert. He knew he was going to go down, but he put down as much damage as possible and probably feeding that information to his teammates, who are still putting points on the board. But now we're seeing Gunshot and Nikolai work a little 1-2 combo, advancing forward toward the A side. Squilly goes down, so does Nikolai, but the ball ends up in the middle of the map in a debatable position. Right back to Slayer 2.0 we go.
Yep. I mean, good idea to just put the ball back out center, continue to slay, hold an advantage here. 69 on the side of Talentless.
Nice.
What can Nikolai do here? Nikolai with an opening. Nate does get one. Needs a little more here. Oh, and he will get it too. Monster going to drop as well. That's a ball for him. Can bring it back to his setup once again. Maybe bring it back to the team or take a kill. Looks like he's going to opt to rotate, but the man's being chased down by Conspiracy. That'll drop in a trade. And once again, we're just slaying here. This ball will rotate, though.
But numbers do momentarily go in favor of Walls of Jericho. Not for long with Monster ripping out the Mangler once again coming into play. However, Walls of Jericho smartly going to rotate that ball all the way from gold and closer to the long haul side of things. So making it very hard for Talentless, as I say that, Slays still coming on the board.
Trying to play keep away. You can see Walls of Jericho continuing to move the ball out through the hallway. But like you said, Slayer all around it here. Monster does take one. He'll drop. Trades continue to go out here. Talentless going to grab a couple seconds of time. Conspiracy with a great little power position to work with. Spawners coming up through A. He can lock it down in the hallways. This is a great setup opportunity. And Walls of Jericho, they need to break it down. They got one. Life Alert going to take a trade of his own, though. Grapple in hand. Does he make a play with it? I'd like to see something creative out of him. Going to opt to rotate instead to get a flank. Oh, wait!
No!
Wait a second. No, he'll get world start. And probably hit start and quit the game after that.
That ninja was so out of pocket and so crazy that the game didn't even register it as a ninja, jumping right over him as the Clairvoyant was coming in. That player had the Bangler and the grapple, had all the resources to make something happen, but Nikolai being as creative as possible, putting his 16th on the board and now putting in ball time as well. What a play out of Nikolai.
And you wonder if that just crushed all the momentum on the side of Talentless here, right? Because now they're coming back off of it. 79 and counting as they continue to drop like flies. All of a sudden, Walls of Jericho, their confidence is back. And the timing is so critical here as they get to 90. Nikolai needs to drop and slay. Unfortunately, can't do it. Creepy Trash gets away. Now one shot. Conspiracy. Beautiful shots into C. Teammates there to help. He'll take Squilly. And they got to continue to work together here. 89 to 82. Conspiracy in a terrible spot. Can just narrowly escape. 37 seconds on the board here, too. They're fighting the timer.
That they are. Mind you, when the ball is in hands, you stop. The timer actually stops, but you can still play when you have that advantage. Drop the ball in a baitable position, and then just play the time, which I think both of these teams might end up going for. And the triple kills, what Conspiracy's going for. Beautifully played, getting that ball in hand, and now trying to rotate the ball as far as possible over towards the C side with 20 seconds on the clock and only 10 more seconds needed for the win. Talentless might be taking round number one.
Conspiracy with a round-winning triple kill. What a beautiful display of efficiency out of these boys. They were down. They looked like they were out, but they pulled it right back in center map, throwing that ball out center to a baitable spot, focusing on slays and taking complete advantage off of it. They now have round one, and we'll see what else they can do with the momentum they've gained.
Conspiracy currently 22 and 13 in this game right now. He's absolutely going off, and Creepy Trash, the one actually having the Mangler in hands, and somehow was able to sneak away with the camouflage as 3 down go Walls of Jericho. Make that all 4 going down for Walls of Jericho. Not happy with that just yet. Grabbing the ball, but want to get another round of slays before they can really hold on to the setup, especially Nikolai coming off his spawn, taking down Conspiracy, but another power weapon, this time the shock rifle in the hands of Creepy Trash.
Creepy Trash with quite an opportunity. Info on players. Whirlpool and a headshot on one in long haul. Nice little pickup. Went out bottom mid as well. He's aware of it. That one player going to have to be so careful of the shock. But as I say it, the entire team of Talentless dropping from that flank. And now the ball in the hands of Walls of Jericho. They can bring it back to Hall. You got Nikolai locking things down from Attic. Nobody with the ball just yet. They're going to have to get to it. But so far, 4v4. Looks like they're going to prioritize slays first.
Nikolai 4-1 in this round. Having the shock, I'm sure having Commando in his back pocket. I believe the shock rifle was out of ammo. Repulsor as well. So a couple resources. Sadly, not having his life, which is probably the most important, as 2 down go Walls of Jericho and Creepy Trash looking to take advantage. Another 3 down. So let me tell you, Talentless getting the slays when it matters most and being as objective as fish as possible. The moment those slays go down, they are immediately on the ball. That's a sign of a well-coordinated team and an objective, efficient one as well. This team obviously has some practice in.
That was definitely the issue with Walls of Jericho, right? They got a round of slays, and the ball just ended up sitting center, and nobody could get to it by the time the spawners came back up. So timing's so critical, right? You got to rotate that ball out and get the setup in position immediately. Because Talentless could do that, that's 21 points to their name. Now Conspiracy with a camo and an opportunity to do more. You've got Creepy Trash with the opening kill. The only ball time they'll get is just a couple seconds, and I'm sure they're aware of it. Little remote detonation on the feed, as well as players on Jericho continue to drop and free time for Talentless. I'd like to see Conspiracy trade this ball off and keep making plays, but, I mean, this is working, clearly.
Yeah, whenever you're on the gold side, you have to be aware that there's 2 frags that spawn. And that could be great for you. I mean, you get yourself practically 4 grenades, but you also watch out for the remote detonation. That's exactly what you saw. The Mangler coming into play. Squilly gonna get the kill and then get his hands on it as the ball gets over toward the middle of the map. Another big thing that Talentless do when the slays are not in their favor, they quickly get that ball toward the middle of the map and into a baitable position and make it as hard as possible as Walls of Jericho to grab onto it, but Squilly doesn't care because the backsmack comes in and now Squilly is on the prowl.
Definitely a bit of an awkward situation, but I mean, you take those, right? Squilly will take that backsmack to the bank. Because he has it, he's locked down the perimeter too. Look at this. Another victim in his wake. Can he take the foe? He will. For a second, things looked a little dangerous. Squilly will dive into a blue player, though. That trade goes through. All while it happens, Walls of Jericho with a quick rotation on the ball. I love that play. They pass it off, too, and they got the hold in the back of C. Creepy Trash with a shock. He can open things up. Life Alert with another melee. Is that melee icon mean backsmack, or is that just melee? You know what? I might not even have time to talk about it.
Yeah, you have the little karate chop to the back, which is the melee in the back. That's a backsmack. And then you have the one that kind of with a pancake, which kind of also looks like it could be a melee battle as well. Yeah. Gunshot to Squilly, getting back-to-back kills on screen. Creepy Trash holding on and getting a lot of value out of his life, not even having numbers. But as I say that, Conspiracy gets a big kill. Creepy Trash listening to his team right there, dropping the ball, whipping out the shock rifle, not getting the angle onto C-stairs, but ends up catching him on the low side. Again, the communication coming out of Talentless. I mean, hey, they may not have the talent in winning individual gunfights, but you know what? They're communicating well, and their teamwork is on point, and that's a large reason why Walls of Jericho keep going 3 down.
Right, what's going on here, Tony? We got the team name is Talentless. I'm on board with Creepy Trash, who drops the ball for the most beautiful shot kill I've ever seen. I mean, what's with the oxymorons? Conspiracy, who's going to wrap through, take a free shock rifle for it. So more ninjas, or more backsmacks, I guess, coming into play here. But I mean, we're running out of time, right? Talentless putting it all together and showcasing they clearly have talent. Oh no, it's still going. Oh, I spoke too soon. Conspiracy, unfortunately, the guy gets caught in the wall, but he takes a second kill down. You know what? This is looking like GG's.
83-19 lead going in favor of Team Talentless, and I'm going to have to agree. It is looking like GG, especially with another grappling the ball to himself, rotating over towards Creepy Trash, who's now going to send it over towards Ace so they can hold on to the setup. The ball movement looking like the Spurs back in the day. It is too good. 3 down go Talentless. The 4th one going to go down, and now we're going to see if Walls of Jericho hold on to the setup because they have to play near perfect Halo. Talentless are literally 3 seconds away from coming out with the game.
You know what the oddball handoff reminds me of? What's that cooking indie game? The cooking with your friends. What's it called? You know, where everybody has a role and they got to pass the vegetables and stuff. That's what the ball looks like. They throw it from one to the other. Just sit here.
Hot potato?
No, but there's a game and I can't remember it for some reason. Either way, we don't have much more of this game to cast. Gunshot gonna die to Conspiracy. 93 on the board as they continue to drop like flies here. Life Alert gonna take a kill, a double kill. Okay, he's already got one. And likely the round end game at this point as well. Nobody even bothers to, or they can't challenge the man. They got no other opportunity. Talentless, we're gonna come away with 2 rounds and the series a 2-1. And what a series we witnessed, Tony. Clearly, they got to change their team name is all I can really say. Time to change it.
That they do a fantastic job of to Walls of Jericho. I mean, mind you, they were able to put a win on the board in Slayer, and they were looking good at moments, but Talentless just showing that coordination and discipline will always come out on top. And like you said multiple times, they clearly have the talent. That name is a psych out, if you will.
It's a big lie. It's a big lie. By the way, it's Overcooked. Have you played that game?
I have not, but I'll look into it. You know,
It's
I mean,
so fun. It's
if it's
great.
ball movement like that, I'm down. I mean, that to me was beautiful.
It's ball movement like that, but it's the whole game. Like everybody's in perfect unison. You've got like a timer. You got to cook the meal, and then you got to put the meal on the tray, and you got to be quick. So that's what it feels like for me in that moment where they've got the odd ball, and it's great awareness too, right? I love the setup at the end when you got a player, you got just a whole perimeter up to A, grabs the ball, throws it behind them, works on the sleigh. The second player does the exact same thing in a bit of a food chain that takes place. That type of teamwork is what wins you games. I think that was the crux, really, when it comes to talentless versus Walls of Jericho. We can tell the boys on Walls of Jericho, they could slay. You put them on live fire, they're going to hit their curb slides, they're going to hit their shots, they're going to win their 1v1s. But then you go to recharge, and you look at how efficient talentless were with the ball setups off of around the sleighs, right? They get their kills, they pick up ball immediately. Even in between getting kills, they're passing the ball. So the objective efficiency, I think they won them the long game in the end.
Yeah, that it did. I was really impressed watching Talentless, and like I said before, I would not be surprised if this squad ends up making it into top 3 because they are literally that good. I mean, they took literally the team that made it to top 3 last week and actually took them the distance and sent them down to elimination bracket a little bit earlier than expected. That was a whole lot of action that we saw. I can't even break it all down, so I want to bring in Yeso, our host, and have him kind of just walk us through what the hell was going on.
Tell me, please.
Well, I can tell you off the front what the hell was going on was 3 great matches and some great casting from both of you gentlemen, so well done. 3 matches into the bracket so far, and an interesting kind of difference in what we saw. The first 2, we saw Demons playing against Creatures. That was a 2-0 for Demons, and then we followed that up with Plus Plus versus Cutting Edge Esports, and both of those series honestly played out very similar for me. Felt like both Plus Plus and Demons came into the series, started strong on strongholds, gaining early control, and then really through the 2 games that were played, never really gave up that momentum in any significant way. Felt like as soon as they kind of got a grip on their enemy, they never really let go, controlled all the way through strongholds, carried that into Slayer, dominated in Slayer, and moved on. And I felt like we saw a really big difference here when we went to watching Walls of Jericho versus Talentless. And obviously, the easy point there is, oh, well, it was a 2-1, so that, that's the big difference. But very significantly, one, I felt like that Strongholds game between Talentless and Walls of Jericho was very back and forth. Whereas in those first 2 series, again, we saw Plus Plus and Demons where it felt like they took that early lead, never really gave any significant opening to their enemies to get back into the game. It really felt like that Strongholds game was a roller coaster, back and forth. And it seemed to me like when we went into the second map that Walls of Jericho were unhappy. It felt like they really felt like they could have and maybe should have won that first map. They had, honestly, a lot of control in the middle of the game, had a really long run. We were, Tony and Shyway were talking about the trip caps that they were able to get going to really close that gap significantly. And then we go into Slayer, and Walls of Jericho came out just absolutely gunning. They looked really, really strong, came out of the gate flying in that second game. And after seeing that going into the third, I thought to myself, dang, it feels like Walls of Jericho are not only carrying all of the momentum because of winning that game too, but very specifically, I felt like over the first 2 games, despite the score being even 1-1, I felt like overall Walls of Jericho had been the better team in the first 2 games and just had kind of let that first game get away from them despite the momentum that they had been carrying through the mid game. But then it just felt like oddball there on recharge was exactly what Talentless were looking for. They looked really strong. You were talking, you heard Tony and Shyway talking about the ball movement and how Talentless was able to control the pace of the game and played, honestly, really, really well. And I was impressed with the way that they did that. So I love the turnaround. I'm excited to hopefully get a rematch of this. Maybe it's later in that loser's bracket if Talentless end up heading down there later in the bracket, or if they can possibly meet in grand finals. Of course, a lot of different matches have to go certain ways to get that rematch. but that was a very tightly contested best of three. It was really fun to watch, and I enjoyed the dichotomy we got there, again, between that match and the first two, because the first two really felt like, in my opinion, they were kind of decided after that first game. Demons and Plus Plus came into the second one just looking like the better team in those series, but it felt like really nothing was decided after game one, and what you saw maybe in the first two games of that series between Walls of Jericho and Talentless did not prepare you for the kind of control you're going to see from Talentless in that third game. So love the win for them. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing them continue on in the bracket tonight. We are going to go to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we've got more Series E Halo Infinite qualifiers. Remember, we're deciding the final team that's going to join us for our inaugural season. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back.
One shot, now the future is yours. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance and I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Etc.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right.
'Cause I thought you thought everything everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. All of these lights are fading, yeah, all of my thoughts are jaded, yeah, nothing reciprocated lately, I don't know how to say this. Just walked in, already pacing, for the moment, are we really gonna face this? Was the feeling that I thought we were chasing? We can fix it, our time wasn't wasted. Just stop, I already tried to get out. Just telling me it's been a couple weeks now. On the outside, I'm looking like I'm broke down. On the inside, I can't even feel how this could happen to us. No, it feels like there must just be some kind of luck for this to be true love. It's been so long, yeah. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. Calling, I feel like I'm falling from the highest highs. Your name I'm calling. I feel like I'm falling from the highest highs. Your name I'm calling. So long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. It's been so long. Sitting next to me, but you seem so far away. There's nothing left of me. I don't think that I can live this way. This way. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Yeah. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Challenge your eyes, but we ain't changing. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Challenge your eyes, but we ain't changing. So long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say.
Hello again. We are back with Esports Arena, our second qualifier, Series E, of course. And what a tournament we've had so far, Tony. It's been a pleasure to cast and witness it with you. The opening of the day was, I want to say, a little bit lopsided. We had a couple teams come in and just kind of mow down the competition. But now things are completely changing. That last series that we witnessed went down to a game 3. It went down to the wire, and only one team prevailed. It was Talentless. And it turns out the more we watch them, the more we think that they need to change their team name. They're basically just straight up lying to us. We're going to watch them again, and we're going to see if they continue to display the talent that they've displayed so far. They got quite a competitor this time, Tony. It's Black Hand B. Is it Black Hand B on the? Is that like a secondary Black Hand team? I didn't know that.
Yes, the Black Hand B squad. The A squad is the one consisting of J Grav and his roster.
Okay.
And this would be the B squad, captained by Sylvanic. So going to be really interesting to see because, I mean, obviously Talentless's road is not going to get any easier as they progress through the bracket. Running into Walls of Jericho was a big test for them. And honestly, this Black Hand squad might be just as big of a test. Again, captained by Sylvanic. I'm actually looking at the roster as we speak.
Right.
I believe he's with Ziad and Shields. Ziad and Shields have been teaming together for quite some time. They team with like Cycles, Piggy Saiyan, Article, all of those guys. And obviously Sylvanic, really kind of known as like the big fundamental. You know, you're not going to see a lot of flashiness out of his gameplay, but he hits shots. He's always with his teammates. He just plays good fundamental Halo. So I find that to be a treat to watch.
And that roster is then rounded out by Parabra as well. That's a player I don't know as well. Do you know Parabra? Any of his background?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure of him, but I mean, if you're team with the likes of Ziad and Sylvanic, I already know you're a gunner.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put him down as wild card. All right, Parabra, he's gonna go in the wild card slot, and they're gonna need, I think, a couple wild cards here because so far, Talentless, they came to play. They're well organized. And man, did it show in the last series. Here we go in our next series, though. Black Hand, Talentless, facing off. Looks like it's Bizarre, CTF, to start this. And Shields, what a way to start the game. He's already got rockets.
And it looks like Shields plays on a fairly high sensitivity the way he's whipping around here. Sadly, not able to get that rocket. And all 4 down go Black Hand, getting back smacked by the Black Hand coming in out of Talentless. And now rockets in the hands of Conspiracy, controlling the rocket side, but not for long because Shields bouncing right back off his spawn.
Tony coming in saying Shields plays on a high sensitivity. He's about to turn it down after the rocket whiff right there, though, right? Like, that's one of those spots where you're like, uh-oh, all right, something's wrong. We can't be whiffing rockets. But we'll see if they feel the pain off of that for much longer. You got a nice little defensive kill just to ensure they aren't in too much trouble here. Shields going to play it slow, and that's the opening they were waiting for. Sylvanic, Parabra, they got 2 kills, and this is when they mount the charge.
That is Shields already getting into the treehouse and excellent communication, taking down Life Alert and working right in without any timing loss whatsoever, taking down Monster. That's going to be a double kill. So Talon is really starting off hot, but Black Hand bouncing back. That flag is already on the move, and they're already working on the Rocket Alley spawners.
A nice efficiency here on a Black Hand. I mean, as I say, Sylvanic, he snaps back, picks up a quick kill on Conspiracy, and that flag's still in play, about to get through the double doors. And what we've seen time and time again with Bizarre CTF is if the flag goes through the doors, it's pretty much curtains right here. That's going to be 1-0 for Black Hand. What an efficient way to start the game.
You know what, but I think there's room to criticize, because as Sylvanic was running the flag, a dynamo grenade came out of nowhere, and I was like, wow, it's excellently placed one. It was actually by his team. There was nobody around Sylvanic right there, and he's catching teammates while running the flag. Luckily, it didn't stop them. They ended up getting that first flag cap in. They even had the 50% push the map, grappling the actual overshield to himself, and Ziad, along with Black Hand, are on the move.
You know what, Tony, maybe it was a purposeful shock nade, because they're on such a roll that even the teammates need to keep them in check, make sure they don't get too cocky here. Because, I mean, look at this. Ziad putting the pressure in. New spawner can't even breathe. Fortunately, though, that spawner catches him in a reload, so that's Conspiracy going to walk away with a defensive kill. How much longer can he live? You can see these boys on Talentless facing quite a bit of pressure to start the game, despite the confident strides they had in the last series.
Conspiracy now working this actual palm trees alongside Creepy Trash. Normally it's really hard to stick 2 players in this exact angle. I mean, the doorway ain't big enough for both of them, but they slide right out. Conspiracy somehow making it over toward the cafe side and now upping the tempo, making his presence known immediately, putting down the shots over towards the truck side of the map. 2 down, go talentless, going in for the slays, and sadly 3 out of 4 members go down, and the objective efficiency already there. Sylvonic actually having the flag already towards the 50% portion of the map. We might have a 2-0 lead very quickly.
Starting to catch a bit of a trend here. Sylvonic runs flag number 1, and he runs flag number 2 as well. He came in with a flank, and what a massive, just position he's got in the flag 2. Of course, as I say it, it doesn't matter. Creepy Trash manages to come in and get the return. Not only that, they got pressure on the spawners. Creepy Trash here to help his teammate. He does pick up the marksman kill. And can he do more? Shots into double doors. A second player down, flag in hand. Rotation up through the treehouse, and they might be able to make strides with this. You got Monster in position for the OS now spawning. If Creepy Trash plays this carefully, they can run a flag of their own here.
Love the mental fortitude coming out of Talentless right there. Things were not looking good for them. They were almost falling 0-2 in this game, but they bounced back, get the slays, get the return, and now they're back on the offense as that flag is now making it through the double doors. Creepy Trash running it as fast as possible, going down to 1 shot, changing his angle just a bit, and just like that, we are tied up at 1 apiece. Amazing job coming out of Talentless, but now they have to defend their base. You don't want to get counter-capped on. Conspiracy already starting with the initial kill.
Talentless with a beautiful answer, but like you said, defense important. He's going to hold on to Commando here. Just covering this angle, so useful. You can see that locker position at a black hand, though. It'd be very important to break down the walls here, but, I mean, look at this at a Creepy Trash. He could just keep these boys back. 2 do die, though, and his position now even more vital. Look at the pressure. Oh, my God, it's Spider-Man! The man came in so fast. And you know why? He's got the shotgun to work with. That's multiple who die off that play. The last spawner up does get a trade here. Conspiracy will slow it down, but my God, Black Hand, or Talentless moving quick.
But that's exactly what you have to do if you're Black Hand. I mean, Creepy Trash was the final player alive over towards Cafe. What are you going to do? Just let him sit there? No. Nope. Fly on in there, get your Bulldog, make him uncomfortable, and keep slaying. Obviously, it didn't work for them right there, but if they keep that same energy throughout this game, I would not be surprised if they put a second flag cap on the board, does Black Hand.
Yeah, the right intentions, just not perfect execution. And now we're seeing the execution on the flip side here. So Conspiracy, I don't know why I'm messing that name up. I better stop. It's a spree for him. He will die. The Mangler, the murder weapon. And Ziad still with positioning here for defense. We got the OS about to spawn. Quite a bit of action going down bottom center, but Ziad needs this angle. He's the only line of defense here.
That is Ziad going down to 1 shot, so you'll have to catch a different angle. They may not win this overshow. Never mind, the slays are coming in, and he's already working on the rockets. Having that Mangler, goes in for the pre-fire, grapples on over, and takes down Conspiracy. Doesn't even need to drop the weapon. Meanwhile, 2 teammates do fall here for Black Hand, so Ziad gonna have to slow things down just a bit.
Pretty big wins for him, but unfortunately just immediately get melted out bottom mid. That's an opportunity for Talentless. They're already at the opposite double doors, looking to clean up one on BR, and they will do it. Life Alert takes it. Now Conspiracy with an opening to get up through center. Creepy Trash already down in front of him. He's got Monster on his right-hand side here for Rockets, and look at the opportunity they can put together. I don't think they know he... Oh, they definitely don't know he's here. Free back smack for Shields. We're on to Shields. And great positioning to do more.
That it is. Conspiracy advancing forward over towards the bomb tree. Ends up getting a big win onto Ziad, but the cleanup kill seemingly coming in out of nowhere. So now we're hopping on board with Creepy Trash of Talentless. Dynamo Grenades getting maximum amount of value, so he's going to go down as well. Multiple players hitting the kill feed as both of these teams are fighting for that map control. Bizarre, one of the hardest map control. Literally, you can have somebody sit on bridge and just watch the cross, or sit on lockers or top rockets. All you need is one player anchoring, and they could put shots on literally everybody on the map.
The game started out so quick, right? We had 2 flags go in the first, 2 minutes. Kind of uncharacteristic for Bizarre. Since then, it's been a bit of a tug-of-war, and both teams trying to find a perfect opening. It's just so difficult to do so. Look at the angles there. That's 2 dead. And another chance here for Talentless. Monster's already through the double door. Conspiracy, if he gets this kill, that would be massive. But I love the play from Blackhand. Blackhand, did you see him back off, go through alley, go for the overextension instead? Creepy Trash there alone to take the fight. It looks like he does die, so they might be able to pull a counter flag. Conspiracy, worried about the OS, and he'll take it. That's a perfect kill for him, and not an OS pickup. He does not put it on the body. It could be Ziad to do it instead.
And Ziad dropping in and grabbing onto that overshield. So now he's going to work on some kind of perimeter control. Normally want to control at least having somebody on the Rocket side, but having somebody on the Locker side is almost as good. Once you have that perimeter control, you can then collapse on your opponent and run the flag exactly that way and put pressure on the spawns. That's what we're going to see Ziad and Blackhand do as they're chasing down this final player, being an absolute nuisance, who definitely bought enough time for the spawners, but Ziad are putting those same spawners down.
Ziad tried to play that so patiently. He had one burst left in the BR, so he couldn't put it to waste. So he just waited as long as possible. And man, has it paid off. Did lose a teammate. Rocket's about to spawn. Flag already through the doors. Man's got to move quick. He might be able to make it, but he's losing his teammates left and right here. Does manage to take shields, and it looks like he's just got enough freedom to get that flag in. What did that cost them, though? The Rockets were spawning. It looks like they are up, and Shields has now taken them. So maybe a chance. Actually, wait. So Blackhand, they got it all. I take it back, right? Ziad got the flag and they got the Rockets.
Yeah, he got the flag, and Talentless was still 2 down, so that's easy map control by Blackhand, who no wonder why they're able to get a hold of the Rockets. However, Talentless coming off a spawn, and we've seen that before. They're very good at coming off a spawn and resetting the situation. Monster quickly getting the Dynamo Grenade kill onto Shields. Ziad forced to back down while Sylvana goes in for the challenge. Conspiracy just sliding into the man's DMs onto the palm tree side, gets that kill, and now Creepy Trash trying to get into the action as well.
Creepy Trash, yeah, difficult shots to hit though, right? This man zipping across the map at breakneck speeds here, so Creepy Trash gonna just take his time instead. You know what? The AR will do it. You'll take the shields off, finish him off with the BR. Conspiracy with a kill too, and an opening to get to the flag. Can't quite make it though. Wow. Conspiracy here to drop him with a trade and a flag in his hands. Looks like he's gonna try to drop slide it through. I like the attempt. Doesn't quite hit this slide. Either way, the flag has made it. The treehouse, and he's got a bit of an escort to get there. You can see Monster with the OS on the body. Conspiracy will drop another. Shields now down 2 in the feet, dead. And an opportunity to run that flag.
Conspiracy playing his life, ends up getting his shield, has to go back in for the touch, but gets the kill onto Parabra, almost able to get the double kill. Meanwhile, Creepy Trash coming in for the relay on this flag, which makes it into the double doors. He ends up going down with that flag already about to go home. That's the luxury of controlling that Locker side of the map, is that you can run into the Dynamo Grenades and get it to your side as fast as possible right through the double doors. That's exactly what you see out of Talentless, and we were tied up at 2 apiece.
I got scared for a second there. Monster got caught in this clamber, started getting shot in the backside, but thankfully, flag does go in. Like you said, 1 minute left on the board before we jump into overtime here, so every play is critical, and Blackhand, they put their feet on the gas pedal. All their feet on the gas pedal. They're flying in the back base here. Grapple in session too, but Sylvani got to play this carefully. Too many nades going to come out and drop him. Ziad going to try to jiggle peek his way into this fight. Shields drops 2. And an opportunity for Blackhand. If they take this flag through, they take the game.
That flag is actually on the move, but watch out for the Dynamo Grenades coming in out of Monster, taking down Parabra. Ziad still feeling comfortable until they throw the flag out, but that's going to be a bit of bait as they need a secondary round of slays. Wow. Ziad going down to 1-shot, forced to back down onto the cafe side. Be careful. The return is being worked on. Ziad well aware of it. Slides in to get the touch, but not able to get away with his life.
Ziad under so much pressure there, could not figure out what to do. Monster going to dive in for the return. Looks like he should be able to get away with it. They still want to get to the flag, though. They want it all, so he doesn't get the immediately. They pull it out the pedestal, and now sudden death. Beautiful kill on a Monster. Is it enough, though? Is that flag still in session, right? Return coming in. That should be it for sudden death, and we will be jumping into overtime. That
we are with overtime rules on CTF here at Halo Infinite. Is going to be the first cap to take the win on either side. So it's going to be really fun to watch as one round of slays could determine this game. One starting strat could be the end factor. Shields going straight in for the Mangler, going to use it to secure the rockets. Nobody there to contest him. Meanwhile, Parabra off the screen taking down Monster, so things looking very good for Black Hand.
Black Hand, one thing's for, I mean, yeah, they've done this twice now, right? Shields got the rockets the first time. He got the rockets for free the second time. But thankfully, this time, he was ready to use them properly. So now just a huge opening. And it's making me wonder, you know, what is what's missing from Talentless's opening strat to not allow the rockets to get through here either way? I mean, the trade comes in. But I'm just starting to wonder if there's a missing link here for Black Hand off the opening. As I say it, I mean, Talentless, they got the shotgun as well.
Well, the one thing I'm noticing about Black Hand is that they're very fast when it comes to their starting strat, as, my gosh, Talent's going 3 down. But there's no timing loss. You saw it from Shields, straight to the Mangler, straight to the rockets. If he would have got anybody contesting him, would have been a one-shot melee. Didn't, easy rockets. Like, he never stopped sprinting for any reason, where I think Talents want to slow things down and get that early pick, but maybe he might be falling behind due to the lack of speed that Black Hand are taking advantage of. Creepy Trash getting a kill, so does Conspiracy, so back-to-back kills going in favor of Talentless. That flag is already on the move, but they're working on the return, and a counter pull is actually coming in. It is Life Alert, already getting that flag towards the middle of the map.
Huge opportunity here for both teams. Flag out center, Monster down bottom mid to get the defense on it. Can't quite do it, though. Up to Life Alert. His life is so important. Oh,
no
wait!
Way.
No way! Creepy Trash just ruined their day. That's about to take the game as well. He misses the flag as he slides through, but he's got enough teammates here with him to ensure that they plant this in. Man, I mean, I wonder how long he was holding onto that grab. Tony, what a beautiful display of that's just a Halo Infinite moment. He grapples it out center, and they take the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't understand the value coming out of the grapple in flag, you saw it right then and there. Sometimes you obviously can't grapple the flag off of the stand, but it only takes one teammate to pull it off, and you being in a far enough position where you can grapple it towards yourself. That time, he was actually way far from the pedestal, having it right towards the middle. Everybody's fighting for it. Everybody's baiting. He's going to sit on top of his bridge, very comfortable without being touched whatsoever, getting it over to himself. That is definitely predetermined, pre-planned. They practiced that in script. There's no way you just come with that out of nowhere. He says, hey, I have grapple. I'm going to sit on our bridge for now. You guys just get the flag over towards the middle, and I'll do the rest. Get the shots in, get the slays, and I will finish it off. Great plays coming out of Talentless.
It's making me wonder how the grapple ended up there in the first place. Did he pick it up off spawn, grapple back to his base, and kind of wait for that opportunity? In the beginning of that overtime, we were talking about opening strats and the fact that it seemed like Talentless might have had a bit of a hole in their opening strategy because they gave up rockets, they gave up shoddy, seemingly for free. Maybe what they were doing was placing a higher priority on the OS and on the grapple and the dynamos out center instead. Clearly, they had a different game plan in mind because, I mean, having that awareness of the grapple, man, does that completely change the game. I mean, how beautiful was that opportunity? You got, who was it, bottom mid? You have a red player bottom mid thinking he has the return for free, and then the flag just gets pulled right out from under him.
I don't know. I don't even know if I've seen that before, but anytime I see a flag being pulled down, I have grapple. I'm literally going to communicate to my team. I'm not going to play random matchmaking. Like, just get the flag towards the middle of the base and start shooting. I'll do the rest because that is a strong strategy. It is unexpected, and it's also so quick and efficient. Once that grapple comes in, like, ain't nobody putting that. You're not dying. You're getting the flag over towards that palm tree side. So I'm not going to lie. I'm going to start practicing that myself and adding that to my matchmaking utility, or because that was really exciting to watch.
I mean, you think of that map and how much of a, I don't know why slog is the word that comes to mind, but that's what the experience is. Fighting through center, right? Fighting through center is rough. It's just so busy. It's so chaotic. There's so many opens. It's just so easy to get melted and die. The grapple, how powerful is that in that situation? Like, that was it. The game was over. The moment he grappled it, because he passed double doors and he got into cover immediately. And just the way the map works, there's no way you're going to make it there in time. So it's almost too powerful, right? Like you said, Tony, you're taking notes. I mean, I'm definitely doing that too. I think when overtime comes around again, if you're not that team prioritizing grapple, you're missing a massive opportunity to swing the game. He didn't even have to go into center. He just pulled it and it was over.
Well, just like that, we're seeing Talentless really make some plays right there and really just earn that win. And I'm excited to see them moving forward. I mean, with that win, I believe they move forward into the winners bracket finals, and they're waiting for the winners of.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the finale. I thought that was the start of the series. Was it not? Are we not going into game 2? Or do we jump into the final game of that series?
I mean, we're all on screen right now. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm trying to figure it out.
And Talentless on screen. So I thought, sorry? Okay. So that was game 1.
That's why I want screen.
That was game 1. It just maybe it felt like, because we went to overtime. Yeah. It was a long game 1, very hotly contested, but this series ain't over. We're probably jumping into a Slayer up next. We're going to get that loaded very shortly. So there's still a chance here, right? This was very closely contested despite that cheeky play to end it. It was tied to get there. I don't remember the slays at this point, but it felt very even. If anything, I mean, you look at the rocket control, the shoddy control at a Blackhand, and some of the pressure that they put on, in a lot of situations, they had advantages, I would say, slays-wise.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of the replays here. That was one play with the grapple, grabbing the overshield to himself to Zia. Remember that play where Spider-Man came in with the bulldog flying in towards Cafe? So it's really seems like the grapple is really kind of the unsung hero of that game type.
It would actually be cool to go to the opening strat from overtime. Not sure how much flexibility we have just to even see how things played out, right? Because it just seemed, that was dirty, by the way, as he sits in the double doors. It just seemed like the team had free access. Blackhand had free access to rockets, to shoddy, to the point where I'm like, what's going on here? Why aren't they looking at it? And it just makes me think that Talentless, they had this game plan in mind before overtime even started. They knew that grapple was going to clutch up.
Look at that, just more plays, overshield, getting aggressive, going right in for that double kill. That was the start. And let me tell you, that's when we realized, I'm like, wow, Blackhand's really efficient. They really know what they're doing here on Flag Bazaar. And it was a great play. And then eventually, Talentless able to tie things up, force that overtime, and then just making plays. Conspiracy, dropping the flag, using the bulldog, even putting that player to one shot. Incredible plays across the board. And like I said before, that's why you control the locker side. If you can run the flag down that dynamo grenades and then make that short route over towards your double doors, it's really fast and really hard to deal with, especially if you're spawning on the opposite side towards that rocket alley.
Yeah, it's just a brutal sight line too, right? It's so hard to break out of any doorway when somebody's sitting in that locker right next door. So massive for sure. And I'm wondering how the coordination will translate as we jump into our next map. I'm sure we'll see very shortly. Just based off of what we've seen, Tony, I think it's too closely contested to make a prediction one way or the other. Yeah, is this still like an old guard, like an old school, new school though, would you say, matchup? We still got our old school.
I mean, when I think of Sylvanic, Shields, and Zeon, I would think of that as a kind of the new school kind of guys. Meanwhile, Life Alert, Monster, and Creep. I mean, Life Alert, I fall and I can't get up. I mean, that just reminds me of the old school. So I would say, yes, kind of the new, the old guard versus the new, and we're seeing it right here, right now. Once again, Talentless coming out on top in game number 1, but now it's Slayer. A different pace, and as of right now, looking damn good at Slayer too.
Yeah, they came out of top in that opening strat, that's for sure. 5-1 to start. Ziad actually going to even the odds, though. Nice double from him on the feed. We'll jump on board with him just to see what he's up to. Out center map here, dropping a couple nades, keep the damage up. Shields gets a kill of his own. So they're going to bring things a little closer here, but still Talentless holding on to that 4-kill advantage. Creepy Trash now going to extend it. Nice little double team up on top A. Not too many options for that player. That's Parabra who does die.
Parabra's going down. Monster Conspiracy getting back-to-back kills. Now Creepy Trash having the shock rifle in hands, largely because of it. So all the control funneling the spawns over towards the C side. But it looks like that's going to be really good for Blackhand as to get an easy kill. And that shock rifle most likely to change hands as Conspiracy ends up getting the back smack. Now the double kill onto Sylvanic. Slow down, young man.
I'm starting to get an idea of this man's game plan, right? Conspiracy was the player who was hiding behind the double door and got the free back smack on Bazaar. Now he's flanking out back alley here, back attic, and starting to think that is something that he's used to doing. Either way, Zion gonna try to make a fancy play, can't quite stay up. Shield's gonna drop a trade as well. Just a 4-kill deficit here. Back on boards with Shields as he's tagging one up. Can't get the kill, that's brutal. He put everything on that kill, got melted because of it.
Talentless are now 1 win away from making it to the winners bracket finals and guaranteed a top 3. Blackhand fighting for the winners bracket lies at the moment. They do not want to drop towards that elimination bracket, but they need a win right here, right now. Well aware of it. Hold this medal coming in out of Zion. Now having a teammate start to come over. The spawns are now being locked in towards top goal, which is Nade Heaven. Oh my gosh. The melee grappling, the harpoon ends up getting the kill, utilizing that grapple very creatively once again here, this time on recharge.
All right, they've split the map down center here. You got Conspiracy locking things down for Matic. Life Alert holding on in Whirlpool. About to be a brawl out through A here. Life Alert making the challenge. Conspiracy in a massive position to help. Already drains one. That remaining player going to have to dip back to control room. As he does it, though, look at this. Creepy Trash going to mount the challenge out from front doors. And by doing that, it flips the spawn. Conspiracy getting tagged up from behind as he tries to get shocked, though. And now they're dropping like flies. Monster, what's he doing? Something cheeky, right?
So
he's shooting the weapon pad and trying to get like a chain reaction.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do with the weapon pad. Only with the disruptor can you do that. You can shoot the weapon pads or stronghold pads, and if there's anybody nearby, it'll bounce to them. That's literally just free information on top of free damage that you can do when your opponent can't shoot you back. So disruptor really kind of overpowered. We're going to start to see that become meta, especially with a few changes if they make it just a tad bit stronger.
It is nice to see some weapons that I've been sleeping on throughout the entirety of, Halo Infinite all of a sudden start to be viable, though, right? So I do hope we see more of the Disruptor. Either way, we'll see a little bit more of Conspiracy here. Playing it carefully, picks up a kill on Ziad. All spawners up A side. Intimately aware of it as well. Just needs to play it safely here. They got quite an advantage to work with as well. Just going to drop a couple shots. Enough defense for a free camo pickup. Now Monster can make plays. And it's all about how he decides to enter the action. You can see Monster flanking out through A. Life Alert going to deal his blow onto Sylvanic. And they're dropping left and right here. Blackhand's forced into a corner.
That's why you see 3 players stuck over towards that A side, and Talon's taking advantage of the collapse coming in. There's one more player to deal with over towards Control, going down to 1 shot, but Life Alert not confident at gunfight, wants to back down and prioritize his life. Meanwhile, Shield's going for the shockwave, winds up getting a free kill. 3 down, go Talonless, and just like that, Blackhand might be able to make a run. They're only down by 7 kills.
It was looking rough for Blackhand for a second there, but they answered back quickly. We're seeing it again. It's just wild how much is coming out even in this game. It was something I'd expect to see more so in Strongholds, right? Because in Strongholds, you'd shoot the point, and then it creates a chain reaction. But really anything on the ground, right? Like any weapon that's just sitting on the floor is an opportunity for the Disruptor here. And hopefully he can just hit a shot, though he will take a trade. 37 on the board now, though, as Talentless continue to be elusive.
That's one reason why I kept the AI scan on my D-pad. So this way I can AI scan, find out where those weapons are on the ground and shoot them with the Disruptor. It's also really easy to find some free weapons as well. Creepy Trash taking advantage of one of the most powerful weapons on this game, and that's going to be the shock rifle, because in the right hand, it is a nuisance. Ends up getting the perfect headshot kill. Another player in front of him over towards the gold side, ups the tempo, takes Shields down, and just like that, Talentless increasing their lead back to 9 kills.
You could tell Creepy Trash is feeling himself with these plays here, coming out full confidence. Spawners up long haul. You got to love the reticle placement. He's got it set at head level. Doesn't even need to scope if he doesn't want to. Gonna nail a no-scope cross map. Can't quite hit Brain, but second one will help. That's a kill assist for him. Teammates just dropping him, though. 43 on board here as Blackhand very much running out of options here, Tony. They might not have a chance to come back.
And when camouflage up, Creepy Trash in a perfect position to bait it out. Conspiracy off a screen takes down Zod, but Creepy Trash is going to fall. Monster gets the kill with the Mangler, then switches things out, having the repulsor getting right up to that height advantage, and then somehow hitting the Mangler from across map. Looking good, does Monster. I mean, it is the Mangler, the drop meta, and you're seeing it right here, right now, as Talentless are 3 kills away from coming, make that 2 kills away from coming out top in this game and the series.
I mean, we call these boys the old school, but they're looking kind of cracked, Tony, I gotta say. Just pulling out all the the tech to get around the map quickly, to hold on to advantages, the full confidence here in game 2. 49 as they look for the final kill to close the game, and Creepy Trash. I mean, who else but Creepy Trash to make massive plays in this game and close it out? A 50-37. Talentless, they move on strong.
That they do a fantastic job by Talentless. And again, I don't want to call them that anymore. I feel like I'm being disrespectful. Again, guys, I'm not insulting these guys. That's their name. They obviously have a ton of talent, and they deserve to be here as they're moving on to your winners bracket finals. Guarantee the top 3 placing. However, everybody going for that number 1 spot. You want to qualify to make it into that esports arena blue team and be able to get that sponsorship. So they go on, and now they're going to face Team EXO. Again, that was featuring Jax, Serial, and an employee in Fantasy as well. So kind of the Halo 3 guys really stepping up. Obviously Life Alert, Monster, Creepy Trash, and Conspiracy really kind of taking a favor to MCC during its second life. Same thing with Jack's employee Fantasy. Serial's kind of like the only Halo 5 kid in the lobby coming into Halo Infinite from Team EXO going into your winners bracket finals.
It is interesting seeing that, isn't it, right? Like you said, so EXO, they won their series in a 2-1 on the other side of winners. The team that they defeated was Let Golo. Let Golo was the team that defeated Furiously's team, which is just the H5 kid roster, right? So like you said, a lot of the H5 talent that we typically see in ESA, tough time today in this tournament, and it's starting to make me wonder who will be that final team to qualify. And I kind of, if Talentless is the qualified team, do they change their name? What happens here, right? Do we have Esports Arena sponsored Talentless roster running it?
We have Esports Arena Red and Esports Arena Black.
Just call them that.
That actually will be their names.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Esports Arena Blue and Red. Excuse me, I apologize. Yep. I'm thinking of Black Hand. Going into our weeks, going into our open bracket. And mind you, again, the open bracket will be open to many, many teams. So even though you'll have 2 teams sponsored by Esports Arena, that gives them no competitive advantage whatsoever. They'll still have to fight within the open bracket week after week. The only difference is they'll be invited, obviously, to the pro night to go up against some of the top talent as well. So there's obviously reasons to qualify today outside of just monetary.
A lot of reasons to qualify, a lot of benefits that come with it, and those benefits going to be awarded to, of course, whoever wins today. So this is it, Tony. Our matchup coming up here, winners finals. Whoever wins it punches their ticket to a pretty comfortable position in grand on winners side. Of course, best of 5 in that final match as well. So pretty cozy spot to be, which means there's a lot of weight on this series, and I can't wait to see it. Tony, so far, we've kind of been along with Talentless in their journey, right? We watched them in 2 series back-to-back. They play incredibly well together, very well organized, and it seems like they're picking up momentum and confidence as they go. They're only getting better at this point. I think this series was even more lopsided than the last one. So I wonder if EXO is ready for the challenge. Of course, they must have not had a very easy road themselves. They actually beat Plus Plus, by the way. So Plus Plus was another team we saw earlier that was very surprising, right? Taking out Cutting Edge handedly. Now Plus Plus back in the lower bracket.
Both of these teams only losing 1 map on their way to the winners bracket finals here, but obviously not going to be the case past the winners bracket finals. And one of these teams are going to go into the grand finals with that advantage of not having to go through a bracket reset. Having to only win 1 best of 5 in grand finals gives you a massive amount of confidence. And I would say, I don't know, 83.97% of the time, the team coming out of the winners bracket ends up winning the entire tournament. So that's an exact match. I did the math in my head, carried the 2, 4, 6. The exact number I said before is the number going into the grand final. So a lot of implications. We have Talentless going up against EXO, guaranteed top 3, but it's that number 1 spot that really matters.
For those who don't know, Tony was actually an economics major, and he decided to put it on hold because Halo.
Double major.
What was the other one?
Esports. Halo Esports.
Economics and esport. You know what? That's not a bad combo. I think, can you major in esports now? That's our world now. I don't know if you can major in esports, but you can major in something like that. Like I'm not even kidding. Like they got universities that offer like esports to anyway. It's amazing. But like Tony said, the economics background coming in clutch, 83 point whatever decimal you said, there's a good chance if you make it the winter side grand finals, you're in a good spot. So, man, I can't wait to see this play out.
Yeah, and mind you, I mean, even if you get knocked into the lower bracket from here, like I said, you're guaranteed top 3, and you're only one series away from making it to the grand final. So, I mean, no matter what, there's a chance you might see both of these teams again in the lower bracket. You have plenty of other teams. You have the Suddets going up against Wile E. Coyote squad, Reality Check and Exile Gaming, SGA, which is that team featuring Furiously, just knocked plus out of the tournament. Meanwhile, Walls of Jericho is still down there, very hungry. We haven't seen Ebenezer just yet, but they're going up against Demons. That was the squad featuring Felony, who's making a bit of a lower bracket run themselves. And then obviously Let Golo and Blackhand are sitting fairly late in the bracket. So plenty of hungry teams that are going to want to make it throughout the elimination bracket that we might end up seeing again. But as of right now, again, winners bracket finals, Talentless against EXO for the right to make it into the grand finals. And who's, in your opinion, who's a player or even some of the players that you want to watch out for going into our winners bracket finals?
I mean, it's hard to take my eyes off Monster and some of the plays that this man's been making on the talentless side of things. But if I was to switch over to EXO, I think Serial is the one that stands out for me. Of course, like you said, you got Employee, you got Jax, you got players who are very talented in Halo 3. Tony, you know me, though. I was more of an H5 kid on the come-up. So we got to pay close attention to a lot of these Halo 5 players. That's also why I'm very interested in SGA in their run. And I think we might get to see them later in lower bracket. But Serial is a big one to note. He's been on the come-up quite quickly recently. And I think, for me, I first noticed that in the FFAs, the esports arena, like the 25K Kellogg's FFA. That was last year. Hopefully we get another one. That was incredible. Serial was a top player in those FFAs. He was very close in that top 8, that top threshold, and it was hyper competitive. You had, Renegade, Stellar, Bound, Pop. Even Bound couldn't make it into the top 2 positions. So seeing somebody like Serial kind of contest in a individual skill-focused game type like FFA, it's good to see him make strides here in Forest 2. So very curious to see what he pulls off.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, back when I first got my start with casting, one of my early casting opportunities was big SWAT tournaments. And that's where I first ran into Serial was doing the SWAT tournaments, then finding it out that, he's also very good at competitive. And, well, first I found out he was very good at 2s. And then from 2s, he went right into competitive as well. So just a jack of all trades. And you have players like Employee, which I've matched him on Halo 5 quite a bit. And I don't think Halo 5 was quite his game, but let me tell you, Halo 3 and Halo Infinite, this man's an absolute nuisance. Fantasy also coming from that 2's coming. I think it was him and Gabriel. He might even go back all the way back to Severance if you want to go way back. And then Jax, who finished top 10 in the free-for-all at Raleigh. So just so much talent on this roster. We've seen talent lists show that they have talent as well and put in the work. But don't forget about this EXO roster. I promise you, they can make some plays and maybe pull off the upset. Just because we haven't seen them on stream just yet doesn't mean that they don't belong here in your winners bracket finals.
Yeah, even just bringing, like you said, Fantasy into the fold as well. Fantasy, a hell of a history that he created for himself back in 2019 when Halo 3 came back on the circuit. So did Fantasy, right? He kind of came out of nowhere along with his team. They were a top team in the league throughout that entire kind of, I want to say, little mini era of Halo. So Fantasy, another great addition to this roster. And I wonder, like you said, how it will pay off in this series layout as well. We got Strongholds Recharge, Slayer, Live Fire, and CTF Aquarius. Hoping it goes the distance, Tony. Strongholds Recharge, give me a couple keys to success before we jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of saw it on screen a few times. Obviously the camouflage, you have to be aware of it. You can't allow a camo player to run amok. The sword is going to be really good from close range, but with a big map like Recharge, I really truly believe you can control the whole game with the shock rifle. You put a good shock rifle player, someone who really knows what they're doing, and they could easily make some plays and create that map control for you. Obviously, when it comes to attacking a base, I want a close range weapon like the Mangler or even the sword and the camo arrows that you're fighting for. But there's only so much of those you can get. I feel like that shock rifle comes up really fast, and you also have the ability to really kind of play your life from long range. So I'm going to go my keys to success, controlling the shock rifle. Don't forget about the grapple as well.
I mean, somebody picks up the shock and the observer switches immediately, right? That's the playmaking machine on the map. But then beyond that, something we noticed early in the tournament was just how flexible some of these teams need to be with their setups, right? Whether it's, you got an A-B hold, you're locking down spawns over in C side, and then how you create that spawn control. Where do you position your players, and how do you lock down spawns and keep them under pressure to ensure that they can't breathe, they can't kind of take back the game. If you're that team in that position, how do you break through? How do you take back the game? And something I noticed with a lot of these top teams is their ability to flank through low areas of the map, something that you would see a lot in Halo 5 because you could play low in Halo 5. You could play from kind of what would be seen as poor positions and get away with it. Some of these, Halo 5 players are finding ways to transition that into Infinite despite the lack of resources as well. So it's like a combination of what I'm looking for is how can these teams set up and hold the setup, but then how can they break situations when they're completely at a deficit? What is the the straw that breaks the camel's back that opens things up?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I've personally seen a lot of plays being made from the bottom side of the map, but it's something I'm gonna keep an eye out for because
Flanks.
You have to be able to account for everybody on the map. Yeah. So if a flanker comes in like Conspiracy popping out of a corner getting the backsmacks, you gotta be accounting for him at all times. In strongholds, I'm always gonna be talking about that spawn manipulation because whether you're holding A and C, which is kind of like a weird setup, you know where they're spawning. You're gonna be forcing them to spawn over towards that back gold. What are you going to be doing? Dropping nades on those cutoffs coming out of top gold toward the commando spawns or over towards Whirlpool. It's really easy to spawn trap from there. But even if you want to flip it to for example, say an A-B setup, what do you want to do? Funnel those spawns towards back C. Give them limited exits and then collapse on them, then force yourself into a trip cap. Coordinated teams are going to do that, and maybe might not be able to get that level of coordination like diamond level ranked, for example, but these teams are much better than that. They're much more coordinated. They're much more powerful, if you will. So I want to see some good spawn manipulation, no matter what two spawns you have. Force them over towards one side of the base and then collapse. Watch those exits, rain down nades, and just make them feel that pressure.
I think the beauty of like Infinite movement though is you can manage applying pressure and holding spawns at the same time, right? Because I think the worry is, okay, if we push for the trip cap, we flip the spawns, and we might not be in position to immediately collapse on the spawners, but Halo Infinite's got curb sliding, right? Halo Infinite's got tech that can allow you to launch across the map insanely quickly, and a team like C9, they put it together. So let's see if Talentless or EXO can do it. Of course, winners finals, best of 3. We are finally here on board with Creepy Trash as they trade in the opening. Let's see what these boys can do.
There we go. Conspiracy and Light Alert making their way over towards the control side. Ends up getting the easy kill. However, 2 players funneling in and working a little 2v1. Excellent denial nades coming out of Monster, taking down Zero, and then getting the double kill onto Fantasy, bringing them back to reality. Does Monster, and now he's starting to advance forward and start to create that offense here. Most likely going to be going in for the trip cap and continuing to apply pressure like we talked about before.
I like that. Takes Fantasy, brings him back to reality, right? Reality ain't so pretty, is it? They all dying out here. 35 and counting as Conspiracy drops another. The pressure looking pretty ruthless on the side of blue here. And I mean, with Monster and the Mangler, that's a dangerous combo too. Oh, I mean, we talked about spawn pressure, Tony. One thing we didn't mention, the remote detonation. You see how quickly Monster, as he peaks, his reticle is set for that, and he's going for the insta-splodes cross map. I mean, the dude's putting it all together. My God.
The man legitimately is a monster, and that's what we're seeing. However, they did momentarily go 3 down, so great job for EXO to bounce back, and now momentarily getting a trip cap of their own. When that trip cap comes in and the players over towards C, they know exactly what they are. That's exactly what Talents is doing. They're putting a beacon on their head saying, hey, look at me. This is where you need to be killing.
EXO need to bounce back, and thankfully they're doing so quickly, though, right? 3 caps to their name, very quickly closing the score. 2 points a second. Your Creepy Trash going to cut his losses, try to get camo, but Jack's not going to let him do it. And the trip cap's still in their favor. And what is happening on the side of Talentless? They can't find an answer. That's a spree for Jax before he drops. Conspiracy will drop as well. All of a sudden, there's no signs of life here for Talentless. Creepy Trash will dive into B to try to stop the momentum here just a little bit, but what a turn of events.
What a turn of events indeed, because I mean, we're seeing Team EXO starting to up the tempo. They steal away that double cap. They now have a lead. They're working on, once again, another triple cap. Does Cereal, no milk at all, hopping right into that base, putting down the trip cap, and once again, that pressure coming in. They're so aware of these spawns. Their call-outs must be on point because they're playing so fast, but finally Talentless doing what they do best, hopping off a spawn, defending their spawn, and now converting that defense, hopefully, into some offense.
Talentless, Monster, and team, I guess, they received pressure like this up against the Age 5 team, what was it, 2 series ago, right? They were very good at slowing things down and winning their trades in situations like this. Of course, things looking rough as I say it. There we go. Monster with a big opening kill here. A reversal onto Jax. What else can he put together? Conspiracy alone cross map. Monster going to look to rotate. Can take another. That's Fantasy now down for the count here. We'll get back to A and take a second. What a double. Is that enough of an opening, though? Life alert. Here to pick up the pieces. Sword out. Clean kill. And that's 2 caps for them. They need to work together.
Life needs to be careful next time. He knew he wanted to whip out that sword. Next time, I think he should drop his BR quick, then whip out the sword. He would have took no damage right there if he did that. Drop meta is real. It ain't just a mangler like you're seeing Monster. Drop against that hold as he does it with the mangler, gets the double kill, but 3 down goes Talentless. Luckily, Life Alert able to grab hold of that sword, and somehow they have the trip cap. That's the value of the trip cap right there. Even though they're down in numbers, EXO now has to waste time going for 1 base instead of applying pressure on the spawns. So max amount of value out of Talentless, going 3 down, but having the trip cap and forcing EXO to slow things down to get the objective. And now Jax going down with the camouflage.
Great work right there just to ensure the trade throws out the second stick, gets rid of camo off the map. And like you said, they can very quickly turn this around. This is already happening. 121 and counting. Life alert with a sight line onto A. Got to watch his right-hand side, though. Flank might be coming through. Life alert going to continue to hold it down from here. Shots into B. That player caught out in the open. Not much Cereal can do. Still has the sword to work with. Does he need it? He might have needed it there. Unfortunately, he will die. And those players will rotate to A while it happens. Monster recognizing he doesn't have numbers. Going to try to play it slow here from control. You got to watch out for the shock.
Can we talk about Jax for a second? That was a beautiful shock rifle shot as he goes down, but the man is 14 and 11, really going off as the leading Slayer for his team, even having 4 assists as well. Now we're switching gears over to with Life Alert, taking down Fantasy and earning himself a sword, but also earning himself a few grenades, which are going to take him out.
Oh, what the? You know, I was going to say the only person who's kind of fighting fire with fire is Monster with 15 kills. But Jax, that was the battle right there. Shuts him down with a double and the sword. And now control onto A. Shots into center here. That player will back off. A, B, hold, and Talentless backs against the wall. How do they push through? Flank coming in. Jax got a double out of this situation. Thankfully, will do for now. But you can see pressure into A. They come back with the sword. Can he hunt them down? Stick in. Doesn't hit him. Slay comes through, and so does the trade. Monster here to get the A cap, though.
Great kill coming in. Meanwhile, Monster working on Alpha Conspiracy off the screen gets a very clutch kill, and now Monster getting hold of the Mangler. So once again, a trip cap going in favor of Talentless. 140 points in counting, trying to play a bit of catch-up here as EXO have afforded himself a nice lead for the first few minutes of this game.
Monster knows his role well here. All he has to do, just play defense. B is being capped, though, so rotation might come in. Can't quite hit the shots cross map here. Defense still good, though. Creepy Trash going to help him out through control. And he'll snap onto Employee as he makes his way through here. Should be able to get to C. And I like the attention to detail here, taking his time. Shots across into nades. Just needs to stay up, though, and thankfully the team is there to help him do it. That's multiple dead. C now capped. And they can push on to A off a spawn here, too.
Both of these teams going in for the trip cap. They are not happy with the double, and it's amazing to watch the rotation. I mean, these guys are literally playing chess right now from what I am seeing. Now they have the 2 set up A and C, but once again, those spawners going towards back gold can be dangerous. If they can manipulate those spawns and keep the pressure on, things will look very good for Monster and friends, but Monster is going to be the first one to go down. It looks like Conspiracy getting to an entanglement as well, so the trades go in, and Life Alert, the only player alive, but not for long, as he's catching some heavy damage.
damage. Life alert in trouble. I like the attempt, though. Throws a nade up, tries to take a fight, can't quite do it. Employee does drop him. 218 and counting here as EXO hold on to the lead and the pressure as well. You can see in a last-ditch effort, they're going to try to dive to B. And a risky fight to take. Looks like they will have it for now. Fantasy dives in just to slow him down. Conspiracy with a kill, though. Employee going to try to do more here. Monster with a trade. Nice snap out of Employee. Can he get two, though? Multiple going to rip him away. And they're going to dive into A to slow it down here. But look at the score, 230. They can't make mistakes.
That they cannot. Talon is trying to make something happen here. Monster gonna get eyes on the camouflage and just sacrifice it for the Mangler because he knows that there's pressure coming in from the Whirlpool. What an excellent nade placement, and then pop it in, gets the first shot with the Mangler, whips out the BR, takes down the leading Slayer Jackson, and puts down damage onto Fantasy as 3 down go. The boys in red, Talon is looking good and are poised to make a run. They're already past that 200 points threshold.
They're starting to put it together. You can see the setup too. They got extension all the way over to Attic. Unfortunately, Life Alert does die, so a slight opening in the defenses here for EXO as they try to push the B. Monster getting ripped apart though. That nade was perfect, and Jax found the chance that he needed. Can he stay up though? Not quite. Conspiracy there to shut him down. So the defense holds, but B, C still under pressure. Conspiracy still going though. Employee will drop. They'll get into A. And you can see the transition starting to come in here. If they cap A, which I guess they won't, things going to get real close here, Tony.
That is, we're going to switch gears over towards Jax, 22 and 17 right now, looking for his 23rd kill. Meanwhile, the sword is currently up. Not sure if he has time to go for it because he's going to have to play a little bit of defense here. Gets the backsmack onto Conspiracy. Normally, he's the one getting the backsmack. The grapple comes in to try to play his life. Ends up going down his life alert, but not before taking down Serial. 3 down. Make that all 4 players down for Team EXO. 240 points on the board for Talentless. They are looking good and are poised to take this win as another one goes down, Alex.
Talentless, what a turn of events here. Monster with 24 kills to his name, 12 deaths, putting it together. Now 246 and counted. EXO, do they have time to get to a hill? It looks like they don't. Talentless, they'll come back. They'll conquer game 1, 250 to 230, but what a display of events to do it.
My gosh, Talentless. We've been watching them seemingly almost all tournament long. I mean, we've been watching since about round number 4, and they've been playing, and it almost seems like they're playing better and better. Competition's getting better, and they're just stepping up to that competition, taking down a red-hot Team EXO in game number 1. Can they repeat it again and ride that momentum out to game 2? It's going to be Slayer on live fire. Alex, what are you seeing out of this Talentless squad?
I mean, I'm seeing Monster.
Hopefully talent.
Monster, a lot of talent, yeah, for sure. Monster clutched up at the end, though, right? I think he got like a triple at the end there. Jax had a big play, flanked on through, picked up 2 kills into control, was starting to feel himself, went for the aggressive peak from C to B, and Monster, off of picking up a kill, snapped onto him, killed him as well. And that might have been it right there to close the game, right? They had control of A, B off of that, and they just lock back into setup once again. We saw that A-B hold earlier from them, where they had that full setup, 1 player on Attic, 1 in the center in Whirlpool, and then 2 locking down A side, especially when you got the Mangler in hand as well. It's very difficult to break. EXO, they did a great job of breaking setups, and for majority of that game, they did hold the lead as well, so it looked like they had it. But, I mean, Talentless, like you said, Tony, we've kind of been on the journey with Talentless throughout this tournament. They have this way of clutching up when things don't look good for them. They did the same thing in Streets in game 1, up against, and I keep forgetting the team name, the H5 team that they beat earlier, Tony. They did the same thing where they slow it down, they win their fights, and they clutch up.
Yeah, I think it was Black Hand B, I think it was that you're referring to.
That was the last series. The one before that with...
excuse me.
No, you're good. The young guns and the old school and the new school.
Oh, yeah, Nikolai, Squilly, Chilled You. And yeah, that was a very good squad. And yeah, I mean, they've had a really tough road to make it here to the winners final. I think what really impressed me is obviously there's a level of teamwork that comes into both of these players dropping what I think is maybe 24 kills apiece, but also we saw a lot of individual skill, like them making lemons out of lemonades. I saw multiple times where Jackson Monster on 2 separate teams were down in numbers, but utilizing that slaying, that raw firepower to catch themselves up, getting that 1v2, that double kill that brought them right back in to equalize the situation. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on Monster and Jax, when it comes to those individual gunfights, because when you have a strong Slayer like that, it really opens up the map for the rest of your team. But okay, I guess I should be watching Conspiracy as well.
You talked about opening up the map. The map is wide open, Tony. Everyone's dead on the enemy team, and a free reign for spawners. Conspiracy, can he hit the shot? Unfortunately, he can't, though. Immediately off a spawn, he gets overwhelmed and taken out. So you wonder if Talentless had a bit of a hole there in their intentions. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite make more work. And because of it, now Fantasy going to bounce out with camo.
Fantasy, camouflage, and heat wave in hands. He has the game in his hands right now, controlling the sandbag side of things. A very important position to be at. However, he ends up taking some heavy damage, luckily able to sneak out that kill on Creepy Trash. Meanwhile, teammates going down, so Fantasy smartly going to back down and prioritize his life. A little bit of a reset here. Winners bracket finals, guys. The winner of this going to the grand finals, guaranteed top 2. Talentless are 1 win away. EXO trying to force that elimination game 3.
Fantasy with the ultimate combo, by the way. If they want to force game 3, this is the game 3 forcing combo in hand. Let's see what he can do with it. I do remember Wait, actually, let's see the play first. He'll take Monster. Gonna dip out of dodge. I remember that Talentless were weaker on this map in previous series. They tend to excel in objective. But when it comes to Slayer, there are gaps in the defenses, and Fantasy is looking to fill them.
And luckily for Team EXO, they can really start to get aggressive here. But as I say that, Creepy Trash gets the double kill, gets the body shot on the third player. 4 down. Go Team EXO. They're well aware that the spawners are going over towards that C side, and they're over toward the A side. And now they're setting up. Look at that, going over towards C, blocking that spawn, and then funneling it over toward the A side and back to work. Goes Creepy Trash. The bank shot's gonna come in to take down Jax. Runs out of ammo, but he's not done yet. Fantasy pulls off the double kills to equalize the situation a little bit, but man, the damage has been done. Talentless, we're on a roll.
Yeah, Creepy Trash is just trying to be the biggest nuisance possible, burn the ammo and everything, just make sure nobody can get him or those weapons. Though, as I say it, though, Fantasy with a brand new heat wave, 19 to 18, so still a nail biter here. Fantasy gonna look for a bank shot kill, gonna leave him behind, maybe a flank through bottom map. You can see the spawns up on C side as well. So Fantasy, I like the intention here. Multiple trades. Gonna go through on the feet as Fantasy snaps back. Can't take the kill. Conspiracy will do it instead. And now the heat wave will transfer hands. Spawns up in A. Creepy Trash gonna make sure they stay back there. They can lock him down here.
That's already seeing multiple players start to collapse here. One on the sandbag side, the other one's on the power sides. However, multiple players are going to go down. Creepy Trash able to take down Jax, ends up getting the assist as Serial goes down. However, EXO now spawning up quickly onto the tower side of the map. Hopefully, that is the better side in my opinion. Maybe they can turn that into that defense into a bit of offense, because as of right now, Team Talentless are just running through them, so making them stagger their spawns. Just as I say that, Serial and Fantasy getting back-to-back kills, and all 4 go down for Team Talentless. They're lifeless right now.
You said it, Tony. Turn the defense into offense. That's exactly what happened, right? Fantasy led the charge. He snapped on one with a snipe, and by the way, Fantasy still has snipe on that bridge. Might want to see what he's up to, because he might be able to make a play here. Serial going to lock down center lane. I think Fantasy now dipped back to top tower to play it slow. Hold on to the 2-kill advantage here. Serial going to try to bob and weave to stay alive. If he does this, he draws the attention too. Maybe give Fantasy an opportunity. Fantasy in trouble. Creepy Trash going to try to hunt him down as Life Alert does take his kill. There he is. The perfect opportunity too. If he kills him, he gets the snipe. And it looks like he will earn it. But he doesn't know he dropped it, I think, too, unless he burned the ammo. That might be a free snipe on the ground.
That's why the AI scan so deadly sometimes.
Yeah,
Spawners coming over toward the A side, trying to rotate towards scoreboard. Creepy Trash doing a great job of catching up with those shots. He was down to 1 shot, and then Monster, the communication comes in. Monster gonna earn himself a double kill. Creepy Trash goes back, misses all of his shots as Life Alert starts to take some heavy damage. Monster now having a heat wave. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail, but it's still a 3-kill lead going in favor of Team Talentless.
It's been scrappy as hell, Tony, but like you said, Talentless with the slight advantage that they maintain. Creepy Trash gonna try to stay up here. Monster here to help. Heat wave in, should be a clean kill onto Employee. Multiple gonna drop. Repulsor out, and a double and a spree for Monster. Somehow this man is putting it together regardless of the angle.
Whenever channelers need a play, Monster is there to do it. I've been loving watching the screen, and he's going to repulse right up over from a non-advantageous position back to an advantageous one. But Fantasy getting the double kill, putting them 2 down. Talentless now having to slow down, wait for the spawner to come in, but Employee taking down Creepy Trash, running things over here. 2 on the tower side. Monster is still avoiding all of the damage, almost able to get the kill, but 2 down go Talentless. They need to slow things down. They need to do exactly what they do best. Come off a spawn, defend their spawn, and then put the pressure back on.
That movement out of Monster there, Tony, you got to say something though, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of the moments where slide canceling, hold on a sec. Double here at a Creepy Trash. He just does it nice and patiently. But Monster right there was just slide canceling back and forth, right? In situations like that, he's probably going to die 100% of the time. But if he milks his life just a little bit longer, then, it maybe gives his teammates an opportunity. So great to see it. As I say it, though, 44-39 as they maintain their lead. Snipe now up in the brawl for it. This is it for the game. Snipe picked up, dropped to bottom center. And who is it that got away with it? That's Talentless to have it.
Talentless, Monster valuing his life. The rest of Talentless valuing the scoreboard lead that they have here. Meanwhile, Fantasy trying to put an end to it, taking down Conspiracy, but Creepy Trash has the sniper and ends up getting a big kill onto Jax with it on the kill feed. And here we go, we're back on board with him. Creepy Trash, 16 kills already, having the game in his hands, only 3 more kills.
Talentless need to watch their faces. Like you said, 3 to close it. Could be 2 in a sec. And he can't quite hit the shot. Creepy Trash gonna bounce out. Conspiracy did die. New opportunity for this fight, but what? Oh my God, that was freaky. Serial almost gave him his backside. He still managed to stay up. And because he lived, all of a sudden this is possible for EXO, right? 3-kill deficit. 45-48, 2 kills, but Talentless trapped off a spawn. Conspiracy somehow alone got through and picked up a kill. Tony, I didn't see it, but Talentless, they found a way to pull that out with 50-45. They were caught on spawn, but I think Conspiracy, I didn't see it, Tony. I think he just opened up that opportunity for him.
That was absolutely insane. So Talentless were 3 down. Jax was over towards the tower side. He throws some excellent nades across the map over towards that back green B side, which is exactly where Talentless were spawning. Those were some great nades coming out of Jax. But the final player alive, Conspiracy, who was unaccounted for, gets the back smack onto Jax over towards the C side, makes a play once again. Conspiracy legitimately is the sneakiest player in the game. How many times have we seen him just come out of nowhere and just get that karate chop medal and the kill feed? This man is the king of the back smacks. You have to account for Conspiracy at all times on the map because he's an absolute nuisance. Almost reminded me of like that Pistola or Wall Street type of player, getting behind enemy lines, getting those crafty kills, and then probably pulling the objective as well while he's added when the opportunity presents itself.
Definitely kind of like a wall sheet playstyle, like you said. Like the moment we saw it in the bizarre double doors, just sitting behind the double doors, gets the back smack. He does the same thing with the flank on recharge and the same thing to win the game on live fire. This man, like you said, the sneakiest player in this tournament at the moment. He gets the Sneaky Beaver award, and because of it, they punch their ticket to grand finals, winner's side. So Talentless, currently the closest team to being qualified and signed with Esports Arena. Once again, we're beating the dead horse. Why are they called Talentless? What's going on here?
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to insult them, guys. It's a Talentless, that's their name, but man, they prove us time and time again that they have talent, they have coordination, and it's really beautiful to watch them because even when their backs are against the wall, I feel like they're one of the best. That's what professional teams do. You get them 3 down, where other teams crumble under the pressure. It's almost like they thrive off of it. They'll say, okay, look, let's slow things down. I spawn here. Oh, great. Let's take this angle. They push. I can tell the communication and the coordination is there, and that's how they're able to break setups. I really have enjoyed watching Talents. Obviously, great job to EXO as well. I love the speed that they play at. It was really exciting to watch. Serial and Jax just flying all over the place and foreign everybody in their sights. But man, that round was all about Talentless. They're in the grand finals. They're guaranteed top 2, and they really deserved it.
They definitely did. Yeah, you're definitely making me think of. So they had the perfect opportunity there, right? EXO, the 3 dead, their intention, I guess. So I guess the biggest thing is, okay, if you're that final player who's up, what you need to do, play your life, your presence, keep it as low as possible, and make sure you get that one break the setup. I guess on the flip side, EXO probably should have been thinking of where's that fourth player rather than thinking of the spawns, right? Because they had the perfect collapse on the spawn, very important, but then there probably has to be someone or some sort of communication in the team on, where's the fourth? Where is conspiracy? We don't have all four dead, right? It's not a clean setup just yet. So either way, like you said, a hell of a way to close things out. Talentless, a deserved victory. Grand finals, they're there, but it's not done. EXO in the lower bracket, they're waiting in losers finals. Now they got a reason to make a hell of a comeback. They've got a vendetta, I want to say, on their side. But to do it, they're going to have to take out whoever is clawing their way through lower bracket. Tony, we talked about it. There's a lot of good teams in lower bracket. We're about to witness them.
Yeah, I found a really exciting matchup over towards the losers bracket. We just have to get it on screen. We're seeing SGA for the first time on screen. That's that team featuring Furiously, JK, Gold Star BR. This is a Halo 5 team to its finest, but they've really been able to carry out that skill set here into Halo Infinite, and they're a very exciting team to watch. Meanwhile, I believe Exile Gaming is the squad featuring Wile E. Coyote. I could be wrong about that. I'm gonna check myself on that one. But either way, I think this is a really good match to watch. So I don't want to go on break just yet. We're gonna try to wait for these guys to get into the lobby and get things going, because I promise you, this is going to be a good match. We're finally getting SGA on screen when they seemingly lost their first match in the winners bracket round 2, coming in as the second seed and losing their first match. I was really surprised by that. Going to be excited to watch them fight through this, though.
Right. This is going to be a hell of a matchup. Tony, you were correct, by the way. So Exile Gaming is Wiley, GG, Razors, Renegade, Bepix, and Noxed. So Wiley, so you said Wiley was a Halo 3 player, though? Because Bepix and Noxed I recognize from Halo 5, for sure, as players that I've faced in 2s, I think.
Well, Wiley played a little bit of Halo 5, but he definitely found a lot more success when it came to Halo MCC. He made the Pro Series multiple times out of Open, both in the, I believe, in the Reach and the H2A, and definitely during the Halo 3. And don't get me wrong, I think he was a solid Halo 5 player, but I don't know, something about Wiley with a BR in his hands just hits different. Meanwhile, like you said, Bepix and the boys, those guys definitely come from that Halo 5 2s community, and it's going to be really excited to watch them, see what they do. If I had to pick a favorite, I'm probably going to go with SGA. That squad just, I don't know, they definitely seem like the favorites to me, but do not count Exile Gaming out just yet. I promise that's a scrappy bunch, and they could pull out a win on any given Monday, if you will. I was going to say Sunday, but any given Monday.
I mean, any team that makes it to this point in the tournament, I think they could do, the sky's the limit, right? They could pull it out of nowhere. They could make an upset, especially considering SGA have already fallen to the lower bracket earlier on in the tournament. They bleed, right? And this is a team, but like you said, though, I lean to SGA as well, because this is a team that we've witnessed so many times in esports arena. They've got a hell of a history playing with each other and making strides in these tournaments as well. We're looking at Furiously, JKV, Eli Elite, and Gold Star BR. Furiously, one of the fastest players I've ever seen in Halo 5. I guarantee he's going to be very fast in this game. A lot of pressure out of him. You got JKV with some of the fastest aim sensitivity I've ever seen in Halo 2. I think he was max 10 sensitivity in Halo 5, and he was cracked. The man hit all of his shots despite being max sense. So curious to see how that looks in Infinite. And then Gold Star BR is like, what a storied history this man has in Halo esports, right? Back in Halo 5 in FFA, he's won multiple FFAs. He's been on multiple, I want to say, upper echelon teams. It feels like he's a player that's been, I want to say, on the come up, but I can't even say he's on the come up, like, because he's at that level. He's been at that level for so long now. You know what I mean? He's kind of like that gatekeeper to top play in a way.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a perfect way to describe it. I feel like him and Swish for so long are kind of like that gatekeeper. If you want to make it through pro, you had to like make it through them. That's kind of, they were very similar in that mindset. And I'm excited to watch these two teams go at it. I mean, Fluency, Eli Elite, JK, and Gold Star, I feel like they've played together a lot in passing, because I know they played a lot of 8s, a lot of money 8s, even 2s. But Wile E. Coyote, Raze, Renegades, Bepix, and Nox, this actually has been a squad multiple times. At least 3 out of 4 of them were a squad for a very long time. And now you're adding Bepix in there, which I know they've teamed together for quite some time. So I can only imagine that the chemistry must be really there for Team Exile Gaming, where SGA are just made up of just straight gunners. Like, if you're looking for 4 players that play fast, that get in your face and win your gunfights, that's what SGA reminds me of. So I want to see, I hopefully we see a good level of coordination, because I truly believe that if Exile Gaming are going to come out on top, it's not going to be via individual gunfights. It's going to be them trying to create these 2v1 situations and really counting on their teamwork.
It's going to be interesting to see not only these teams clash, but if SGA pushes on through, I want to see how they match up with some of these other teams waiting in losers finals, waiting in winners finals as well. Like you said, predominantly kind of Halo 3 background for some of these players in those teams on losers side, losers finals, winners, grand finals. And I want to see the styles clash. So we will see it, because we're already clashing here in this game. Of course, Tony, match has already started. Backsmack's already in. SGA, Exile Gaming, Recharge, Strongholds, losers round 6. Let's see it happen.
There we go. But Goldstar BR kind of caught in the middle of the map right there. Nox going to take some advantage on that and get the easy kill, while points are going to be heavily going in favor of Exile Gaming. Get the first few points of the game already at double digits, and the spawners are already coming towards Seaside. Look at Bepix slowing things down. So they're not going for the trip cap. They're changing things up. They're saying, hey, we're going to set up on this AB and continuously spawn them on the far side of the map. But here comes SGA.
Right, the cavalry coming in quick. Wiley not concerned about it, though. He drops 2, gives Nox a free pass to get to A. So reset in. A little bit of pressure on the B. They'll hopefully quell it. Nox, though, not ready for the flank coming out from Goldstar. And I mean, Goldstar pulling the FFA background directly into this one as he gets back into A, steals it for himself.
And now Goldstar BR, excellent cross-map shots, able to take down Razor's Renegade, but Eli Lee falls quickly over towards the C side of the map, so no rotation coming into B. They got to fight their way out of it, and Goldstar slowing things down, just waiting for his teammate to come up. Here we go. Now nothing going for the challenge onto control. You notice that Flurry already going from bottom control and going right into C, working a little 1-2 combo. Charlie should easily be going in their hands, and now they're going to hold on to this B-C setup is SGA.
Eli Elite. Maybe a chance to get under. You know what? No chance whatsoever. 2 players directly behind him. Not going to make it easy for him. JK, he'll try to snap on the one. Does take the kill. Wiley down for the count. Teammate up in A with a fight here. But AB still under hold for Exile Gaming. Razor can't quite take his fight. Goldstar just narrowly escapes it. And look at the confidence and the aggression as he re-peeks. Thankfully for him, managing to get shots into that player during the toss there. Can he get another here? Golds, what? Man's just skating his way on through the hallway, avoiding everything and picking up kills.
Great kill come out of Goldstar BR without any timing loss whatsoever. Hops right into Bravo, and once again, you're seeing the double cap being held here by SGA, but Razor Renegades gets the kill. Eli Elite trying to hold on to that whirlpool angle, but not able to do so, and Wiley gets the mangler largely because of it, and it's going to start to advance forward. A double cap in favor of Exile Gaming. 75 points in counting for the boys in blue.
The teamwork and awareness at Exile, so great, right? Eli Elite had that camo sitting on the wall. I can only imagine the communication and the awareness from them to know that that's a popular spot to be. The moment you pick up that camo, to delete them instantly. Wiley going to continue to delete players as he snaps onto one. Cross map takes the double. Wiley with a beautiful display of shots here. He'll push back into C. Going to flip the spawn doing this, but can control C in the process. Looks like he will.
Already wrapping towards Charlie, but look at that laser focus on bottom control, because if there's any pressure coming in, it was going to come in from that angle. Well aware of it, puts down the shots, steals away C, and now is playing his life. I always get scared when players go towards that bottom C spiral, because I'm always afraid someone's going to pop up out of nowhere, repulse them off the map. Wally whiffing a couple of jumps. Might want to watch a Shyway video after that one.
That was the one that I posted on Twitter, and I was like, this is the jump I think everyone can hit and everyone should hit, right? It's like, yeah, you're not going to mess this one up. Don't worry. And then, in the middle of a tournament, either way, I'm sure he'll be fine. We got the camo about to spawn here, less than 5 seconds, so Razor's Renegade perfect position to deny it. And it looks like he's going to have to do so quickly. Getting tagged up from C. Got to watch his right-hand side. And beautiful little isolation from SGA there that does give him a chance. As I say it, though, Exile come in with the grapple, try to pull it out. They can't do it. SGA fights back with 2 kills of their own. And now Goldstar walks out with quite a bit of money. He's got a grapple and a camo on the body.
And that was a momentary 4 down there for the boys in blue. So you're seeing that trip cap come in, going in favor of SGA, but they still have a mountain to climb because Exile Gaming was able to make it into triple-digit score line. Goldstar getting the melee on the first player, ends up taking him down, but looks like there's a second one trying to follow up. Fakes left, goes right, puts him on skates, and Goldstar is still alive with the camouflage, waiting to make some plays.
Really nice movement at a Goldstar to get the kill, back off immediately, ensure that if that player goes for him, he has to full commit, and the moment he does, he takes the kill. That's 2 dead. Thankfully, Wiley does flank through, but as he does it, they're bleeding time, 63 and counting. Wiley needs the kill, and he'll take it furiously. Yeah, body shots deserved. Wiley just outplayed him.
My gosh, Wiley making sure there's no zombies coming in. We learned from Zombieland, you gotta always double tap, and that's exactly what Wiley's doing. Shock Rifle not able to get alive with that one as 2 down go Exile Gaming, so the body shots coming in real early, and all they did was make SGA mad.
Well, SGA definitely mad after the couple slays we saw, right? The 1v1 with Furiously. Gotta be feeling it. Goldstar, though, right back to where he was, and this time with more artillery. Let's see what he does with the shock here. BC hold down, pressure into C. Goldstar, he's aware of it. Should be able to take the kill. Thankfully, Furiously should be there to trade it, but they can't get either. Furiously in trouble. Can't find anything. Sword in hand. He'll die to Bepix. Bepix, who milked his life. Now Goldstar's in trouble. And Exile Gaming continue. Okay, I was going to say they continue to turn favorable situations out of just unrelenting pressure here. A to C, now capped. Race.
What?
What happened, Tony? I need a replay on that one.
I'm pretty sure JK dropped down, thought he had the back smack, so literally looked away and started jumping up on the box. Raises Renegade, then slides in, slaps the camo on, and ends up getting the back smack. And I know that Jan is not happy with that one, as now Raises Renegade gets a free kill and the camouflage. This is not looking good for SGA.
Sometimes, no matter how high your sensitivity is, you just can't turn around in time to avoid the back smack. And Raises Renegade making, what do we say, lemonade out of lemons there? The dude had the opportunity of a lifetime. And he's going to get another? No way, dude. You got to shut him down. Come on.
Razors Renegade, the master of the back smack. This man is taking control of the game, but mind you, while all that is happening, SGA sneak away with a trip cap, finally able to take away Bravo, but 3 down go Exile Gaming, and now Nox is the final player alive, forced to rotate. Luckily, Bepix coming off his spawn. They're working a 1-2 combo. Bepix goes down to 1 shot. Now Nox is going to push up forward and kind of meat shield for him here as he makes it over towards the control room. Razors, Renegade, and Bepix off the screen getting back-to-back kill. Nox is on the prowl, but that player has the sword, so Nox is getting out of that situation.
Yeah, he ain't knocking on that door, that's for sure. But man, despite the scoreline, Tony, I got to say, ankles being broken on the side of SGA, they're just... Some of these individual fights, they gotta hurt, right? That's the type of fight that it hurts the mental, not just in the moment. So we'll see. Nox right now going to collect A. Looks like the opponents will take C and B, though, so time in their favor. They still do have the lead this fight. It's a SGA not reeling too badly. Furiously has a sword and a lot he could do with it, and not a lot of reason to move from this position.
Furiously still having that sword in hand, holding onto the double cap. 173 points on the side of SGA, but Wiley coming in out of nowhere with the Mangler. It's going to be a big kill. Razors Renegade going right after Eli Elite. All 4 members down for SGA, and Exile Gaming looking to take advantage by taking both captures at the same time. However, you notice on the screen, Wiley GG not able to get away with C, so only going to hold on to a double cap is Exile Gaming.
A small opening for SGA, but Razors needs to continue to milk this. You can see he lost Bepix, so pressure coming in. Randy Nade out of Eli Elite across the map, going to come in and shut him down. And now Wiley off a spawn. He's in trouble too, so SGA, they bite back, and they do so quickly, winning their fights furiously. Nice little double onto Bepix. Not too much he can do. BC in their control. Spawners up in C to try to collect it, but furiously already in A. So they'll likely turn the map here. SGA with a clear advantage, but I like this. Goldstar might have some awareness. I think we have a split spawner in between, right? Who might have a chance here. Goldstar, he doesn't see him. He'll snap onto him instead, though. What a reaction out of this man.
Luckily for that, luckily for Goldstar, that player was weak, so it was an easy kill coming in for him. Meanwhile, JK ends up getting a clutch kill onto Nox. That's the initial kill that they need. JK off a screen, taking down Wily Coyote as well. Goldstar is pinging people left and right, and things are looking good once again for SGA until Goldstar ends up being taken down.
Badpix crouch jumps out of that engagement, skips the nade damage immediately. So great movement out of him to just isolate that so quickly. Managed to win the fight because of it. Now Razor's going to try to take two almost. Oh, he does. From the grave, the nade will work. And that's the kind of damage you need to do to hold on to any advantage here. They need the advantages here. 2:14 and counting. Goldstar, shock in hand, narrowly escaping death. But now that he's done it, he might be able to make a play.
Goldstar with the shock rifle in hands, going straight in after the camouflage, and that's the freest camouflage that I ever see. 4 up for each of these teams, and nobody able to contest Furiously and Eli Lee getting back-to-back kills. You're seeing the pings start to come in, but Bepix gets to slay, not for long, because he's going to go down 243 points. They have to get in the hill right now.
3-man push to B. Look at this. They're flying in to stop it in the last 2 seconds. They're going to die for this, though. Nothing they can do as the entire team goes down in an effort to get to the hill. That's a 250 to 162 SGA. Despite the back smacks, despite some of the 1v1 outplays we saw, Tony, SGA, they win the long game. They win what counts, right? They take game 1.
Yeah, man, Exile Gaming started shooting bodies and SGA started dropping bodies right there. That was incredibly played by SGA, who really didn't start off very hot. I believe when I was looking at the scoreboard line, it was like 116. Oh,
what happened? Okay, so JK comes in like Batman with a grapple. Could we see it again? And I wonder, is this a player collision thing? Like, I know that no player collision. There is collision when you're fighting. What the heck just happened? That was like a dance move.
I remember JK plays on like 10-10-1 sensitivity.
Maybe he spun around too much. JK,
yeah, but also like Razor Renegade plays on like a high set. It's like watching 2 players play on 10 sensitivity. It's not even Halo at this point. Like they both play on like max sensitivity. Yeah. That was the weirdest fight I've ever seen. Razor Renegade again gets that kill, gets a free camo.
And he didn't jump. Oh damn! He just walked on through. Wow. I don't know. Sometimes it just happens like that, though, you know? You just walk.
And I want to remind you guys at home that, like, an Exile Gaming held on to 116 to about 20 lead to start the game. That's why they were shooting bodies. They had a ridiculous lead, and SGA had to come back.
Razor went on to, I liked his second back smack more because it was set up, right? He tucked his back in the wall, looked up, and just took him out. So, you know what? Signs of life out of Exile. If they can do that, then I believe that they can continue to, take some of these scrappy fights when we move on to Slayer. The issue is, in the long game, SGA, they kind of clutched it up. They pulled it out, and they're kind of unrelenting, right? They're not going to slow down now that they've taken a win.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main issues is that you're going to try to put 50 kills on the board against a team that's literally professional killers in this game. SGA literally they don't lose individual gunfights. And mind you, their teamwork is really good because they simply just play so fast. So it's going to be really tough for Exile Gaming. Like you said before, we definitely saw some craziness come out of them. We saw some great individual skill. We saw some great teamwork and some great backsmacks come out of Razor's Renegade. So when I'm seeing gameplay like that, I'm sure anything is possible.
All right, well, let's see it, Tony. Game 2, live fire. Slayer on board with JK, who coming off of the back smack, he's got something to prove. You know what?
Come on.
It's Razor again, dude.
On JK.
On JK. It's you know what? Deja vu. We're right back at it.
You cannot hide from history. Said Dread takedown one time, and we're seeing that right here, right now. History repeating itself, but Flourish is going to answer back with a beautiful, beautiful triple kill. Gets himself a heat wave sniper rifle, tries to get away with the camouflage, but gets a bit too greedy. Razor's Renegade coming off the spot, and now he's going to have a chance with the power-up and the power weapons.
What a tug-of-war to start the game, right? Got you on the edge of your seat. They're taking... Like, the opening strat went to Exile, a triple out of Furiously, even the odds. And now look at this Razor Renegade with a chance to get something. He needs oh my God, he does get it. Eli Elite going to make him work for it. Can he take a second? No, he can't. And you start to wonder whether he should have jumped out for that, right? If he just peeked it, it would have been so free.
And you notice how Goldstar leaving that heat wave over towards his teammate and instead rock with the sniper for now. Just gonna barely miss that headshot. Look, his teammates are there, but here comes the flank out of nowhere. It's gonna be Betpix going right over towards bottom tower, getting himself a double kill. And once again, this cursed sniper rifle gonna change hands.
The snipe's been bouncing around, only one bullet left, and it goes into the ground. Unfortunately, Betpix can't get something done. He will try to get away at the very least and hold on to the narrow lead that they have here. Just 2 kills. Betpix getting tagged up left-hand side. Not much he can do. Multiple going to drop here as SGA turn things back around in their favor.
JK taking out Nox, a 12-11 lead in favor of SGA. And look at Fleursy slowing things down to the point where he's holding down tower. When Fleursy starts slowing the game down and playing this level of high IQ and funneling those spawns over toward the opposite side of the map, you are in trouble as he whips out the skill gap. That's right, that's the assault rifle taking down Wiley. But now Goldstar having the Mangler in hands.
Still a close one to start, but they know exactly where to pinch him, right? All spawners up in A. Goldstar with the heat wave. Gonna mount the challenge here. Cavalry here, furiously pinging it out too. Looking for the bank shot. I like the cheeky attempt for Goldstar, but it might have kept him vulnerable longer than necessary, right? I mean, as I say it, those 3 dead, so who cares, right? They're gonna hold on to their advantage here. SGA now 19-15.
All 3 members going down here for Exile Gaming. I know for a fact SGA want to take advantage of it. There's a player over towards top tower, which is a good position if you want to hold things down, but Eli Elite gonna make quick work with him. Razor Renegade coming back in for the cleanup, and now Fleursy tries to get a cleanup of his own. It's going to connect. Both of these teams going back and forth with the single kills. Nobody getting that full squad wipe advantage, or even 3 out of 4 members. Finally, JK taking down the second player in a row. Goldstar ends up getting a double kill. 3 down go Exile Gaming, and this is where SGA are at their most dangerous.
Exile Gaming have been feeling the pressure this whole game, Tony. Whether it's spawning A side, C side, or B, they're always getting shot the moment they spawn. They can't seem to get back to center map and retake any form of control or high ground. As I say it, though, they will get back to that median line here. Nox does take Goldstar, and off of that opening, you want to see more. Wiley with another, furiously with a dangerous peek. The man is confident, but can he take it? Instead, looks for the one below, but Nox has his, what is 6? I don't know. Nox takes the snipe, that's for sure. Where did it go, though?
I guess the same where that SGA went onto the black screen right there, because 3 down go SGA. JK forced to slow down, holding down sandbags, which is probably one of the most important places on the map outside of tower control. Still alive, still there. Fleursy off the screen gets a double kill. JK takes down Wally, just like that. SGF taking control once again.
Team wipe. Like you said, they're all dead. They're all back on spawn, and this time it's in B. And the moment they spawn, they're going to be receiving pressure. Furiously could be the one to open things up. Already got shots into one, drops the shields, getting tagged left and right. Needs to bounce out bottom mid. Will he be chased? Probably not. As we say it, though, Nox and Betpix, they take 2. JK with a trade, slight advantage still to SGA. And Furiously going to continue to do work here.
Great nade coming out of Fleursy, still holding on to the camouflage and the heat wave as well. Ricochet shots come in and avoids all the damage, utilizing the repulsor. Creative movement coming out of young Ivan, who's about to up the tempo here. 4 members onto the A side of the map. SGA looking to bring that down to 0. Goldstar getting the initial kill that they need, taking down Betpix. Eli Elite going right at Razor's Renegade. Wiley's going to go down, and that's going to be a full squad wipe once again, going in favor of SGA.
Furiously aware of that open B spawn, but everyone up on C side instead, so we can get back to center here. JK going to push up through the perimeter. Maybe give Furiously an opening to be aggressive here. You know he wants it. JK in trouble, though. Now he's under pressure. Furiously needs to wrap and get the pinch. Looks like it's Eli Elite to do it. And JK, the longer he lives, milks his life here, the more perfect the situation is. Now 39, make it 40, a double at a Goldstar, who almost gets the triple. Furiously there to grab it. And at this point, I mean, Exile, what do you do? Under so much pressure, they can't afford trades. They can't get back to center. Goldstar guarding it like a hawk. We got the snipe about to spawn, the camo as well. This is everything in center. They did get 2. Can they pick up more?
And with Camouflage coming up, Fluorescy takes down Betbase, but quickly going to go down to thanks to Razor's Renegade. Excellent nade coming out of Gold Star BR, but he's going down to one shot, and I'm not exactly sure what happened to the Camouflage. I'm going to assume it's in the hands of somebody on Exile Gaming, so that might come into play very soon here.
Oh, I like the attempt. He tries to go right through the shield and fire a very late Mangler shot. Unfortunately, does not work out. Razor Renegade, the man with the camo. So we got the answer to that question. Can he stay alive with it, though? 44 right now as he can't get out. JK gonna take it, a remote detonation. I think he shot the plasmas there, right, to kill him as the man tried to escape. So beautiful play to ensure he dies. 46 now as they're stuck once again off a spawn, and B getting pinched, making 48. The game about to be closed here by SGA.
The gold standard making his way over towards bottom tower, and that, oh my gosh, how annoying is that? But Gold Star is on the prowl. He has the sniper rifle, and Bepe's gonna put him down, but JK sneaking in, taking down Wily Coyote. Need one more kill needed. Bepe's going in for the challenge, takes down Furiously, goes in for the double kill, but JK putting the 50th and final kill on the board. Exile Gaming are going home.
Man, like we talked about the speed of play that SGA are capable of. We witnessed it in Livefire. This is why Livefire is like my favorite map, Tony, because it's so perfectly set up to slide on. You can rotate so quickly. And when you can do that as a team, you lock down the spawn every time, right? Exile, every time they spawned, they're under pressure. It doesn't matter where they spawn. They're just being suffocated. They need to outplay. They need to win 1v1s from bad positions if they want any chance of bringing back the map. If they're not quick in those little opportunities, then it won't matter when they get them, right? So it's just, it's nice to see how SGA is so efficient and so quick to be on all the spawns, regardless of where they are.
I will say, though, with SGA, I mean, it's very clear when I watch their game style, the one thing that comes to mind is, you know, when it rains, it pours. When they're on the offense and they're rolling and they're getting those slays, things are going great. That one slay turns to 2, turns to 3, and then they're right on your spawn. But it almost works the same thing against them, though. Once they go down, I feel like they go down as a unit, and then you can put the pressure back on them. Like it feels like they play at one speed. That's 100 miles per hour. It's sometimes maybe they have to slow things down and play their advantages. Like, for example, it's one thing that Cloud9 is very good at doing. And if it's a 4v4, they have no problem slowing things down. The one moment they get that first kill, that's it. They're on the offense. They're making you pay. They make a wound and they put their thumb on it and make you bleed. I want to see SGA maybe adopt that type of type of game style, especially when you have players so strong with their individual gun skill. Either way, SGA completely earned that win. Exile Gaming, you played fantastic. I hope to see you in next week in those future open tournaments, because I'm sure you'll make one hell of a run. But SGA are moving forward.
I like that, Tony. I like how you said, you know, just because you can play fast doesn't mean you always should, right? These boys in SGA, they're very quick, but they're always accelerating. A team like Cloud9, and they say it in their interviews too, right? Renegade, he says it time and time again. We make sure we win a 1v1. And then once we get that kill, we have a numbers advantage, then we fly, then we move quickly. So like you said, SGA, can they adopt a strategy? So far, it's looking good. The competition's only going to get steeper as we move on to the final matches. Before we do it, let's see what Yeso's up to and see what he thinks of that last series.
Thanks, gents. I'm thinking that SGA is honestly looking like a really strong contender right now in the bracket. I think it's crazy when you look at a team that has a player like Gold Star BR on there, and obviously, even with my more limited competitive Halo knowledge, that is a name that stands out to me. Great talent, great fragging power. You know, you can look back to our 25K 1v1 tournament. Gold Star BR was competing in that. And when you have a player like that in a Slayer game on your team, and he isn't even top fragging, and, you know, not that Gold Star BR had a bad game, but Gold Star BR was contributing the least to the kills in terms of kills and assists on the team. I think that shows when a player of that caliber is bottom fragging for your team, that's scary, because that means that SGA is just bringing so much just gun skill, like Tony and Shyway were highlighting right there, to the table, and that's a terrifying team to go up against. So really well done from SGA. They're definitely a team I'm going to have my eye on as the rest of this loser side of the bracket finishes out, and I'm just curious to see how things play out on this side of the bracket. There's definitely a few teams that we have our eyes on, but SGA is definitely one of them. We are going to go to another break right now. When we come back, we've got more Halo. We're trying to figure out who that second team is going to be to qualify for Series E Halo Infinite. We'll be back in just a few.
stop. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right.
'Cause I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought you thought everything was fine. I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. All of these lights are fading, yeah, all of my thoughts are jaded, yeah, nothing reciprocated lately, I don't know how to say this. Just walked in, already pacing. Through the moment, are we really gonna face this? Was the feeling that I thought we were chasing? We can fix it, our time wasn't wasted. Just stop, I already try to get out. Just telling me it's been a couple weeks now. On the outside, I'm looking like I'm broke down. On the inside, I can't even feel how this could happen to us. No, it feels like there must just be
Well,
some kind of
hello
luck.
there, and welcome back to our Esports Arena Series E second qualifier. Good to be back once again, and good to be down to the end of the wire with this tournament. Tony, we're getting down to the final matches here. Losers round 7. Not too many teams left to go, and every single match, I mean, it counts big time. You lose this one, you're out of the tournament. So far, we've gotten to witness SGA in their previous series. They managed to pull that one out, I believe, in a 2-0. Strong fashion out of them, but can they keep it up against Blackhand? This is a matchup I feel like we've seen many times, at least a similar matchup to what we've seen in Halo 5 in the past.
Yeah, I definitely feel like these players have gone up against each other multiple times in previous esports arena events, but not in Halo Infinite. So we're really excited to watch this go forward. Blackhand was that same team featuring Sylvanic, very creative team and a high firepower one as well. And we just saw SGA fight a good fight just in the previous round. That's the team featuring Captain Furiously.
Blackhand had a very close series with Talentless to get to lower bracket, right? Talentless was the team that knocked them there. Talentless is sitting in Winterside Grand Finals. They're waiting for a competitor. I think they lost 2 games, but I think the main reason, it went down to game 3, didn't it though, right? Blackhand, that was the team that lost Bizarre CTF in overtime because of a grapple play with a flag. So, I mean, some of the things that Blackhand, what I'm trying to say, Tony, is this is going to be close as hell. I don't have time to explain it because we're already in the match here. Streets, Strongholds, ball. Streets, ball to start things off. And a nice change of pace I welcome.
That it is. And one thing I noticed about Blackhand the last time we saw them is that their starting strats were really good. And we're seeing that once again, we're able to put SGA 3 down. We're talking about the same team that against Talentless were able to steal away Rockets almost uncontested. They always start off the game pretty well, but they just quickly go down. And SGA are getting these slays and now going to try to rotate this ball over towards the C side of the map and get a hold of a good setup for them.
You said it. I like the play at a gold start, though he does die immediately. Brings the ball back to C, hopefully for a temporary setup, but not one they're going to be able to hold long at this rate, unless Floriously can put a stop to it. Nice line of sight. JKV picks up the trade, and he'll drop another. Nice shots out of Floriously to take out Shields. And this gives them more ball time to work with. Floriously going to continue to milk his life. Gold Star takes another, and as they keep this up, just more time piling up for SGA.
Yeah, Flurry has no problem just playing his life as long as possible, putting down max damage and not dying, because all that means just free ball time here for SGA. Now Flurry putting the player one shot, tries to cut off the angle to the left, but just dodge a little bit. Goldstar says, you know what, I'm just going to chase this guy down. I'm done with this. He's probably going to get that kill off the screen, taking down Sylvanic, but hold on. Slay's going in favor of Blackhand, and now they're advancing forward as 3 down go SGA.
Good opportunity for Blackhand to turn things around, and as they do it, new Rockets about to spawn as well. So need to stay up here. Double dilemma, going to keep them away from ball temporarily, and 2 out front here. He wanted the guaranteed trade, couldn't get anything. Instead, now that he's dead, that's a free opportunity for Rockets. Parabra going to make sure it's not easy, though. Trying to line things up, takes the melee, and the Rockets. Can he get out unscathed? He can take a double. 1 rocket left in the chamber for a member of SGA, assuming he gets to it. He does, but Shields will survive.
Fleury almost sniping that play with the Rockets. That would have been incredible. Gold Star BR Eli Elite getting back-to-back kills, but Zod seemingly coming out of nowhere and taking him down with the Bulldog. Ends up getting the double kill. The Ziad holding things down and just baiting this ball. Can't go for it just yet. They need this round to slay. God bless.
I was about to say, is it Zod or Ziad? Because I want to get it right when he's making plays here. This man about to do work. Killing spree, shoddy in hand, as he continues to put it together. Now, I would like to see this translate to ball time, but they can't get a clean break, right? They lost 2 as he got that kill. The ball still sits out front, about to play itself in a second here, unless somebody can get to it. Marksman medal for Ziad. He's starting to feel it. Ball did replay. They got to collect it here. They got a lockdown on Slays. There they go. They're going to rotate it back to C, and Ziad can keep the damage up when they do it.
That the Ziad trying to hold on to this B Street control with the Bulldog, doing a great job of doing it by taking down Eli Elite, but goes down to 1 shot. So gonna have to stay alive. Meanwhile, Shields get into an individual gunfight alongside Gold Star BR. Another 3 down go SGA. But Fleury and Eli Lee working a 1-2 combo, finally taking down Ziad and getting their hands on the Bulldog. But look at the ball rotating from the C side all the way over towards the B Street.
Fleury going to try to play his life carefully here. Wow, the enemy is not going to, though. Full aggressive challenge in here. Eli Elite, JK, they get trades because of it. Sylvanik, knowing this, going to have to drop the ball and slay, and he can. He'll take Eli Elite. Can't quite get out, though. Trade comes in. Rockets about to spawn as well. Fluriously might have the freedom to pick him up. When I say might, he's in trouble. Burns out 1, burns out 2. Can't get any kills with him, but at least he dropped him off the map.
I would like to see him get more value off of those Rockets. Obviously, not getting the hands of your opponents is good, but you gotta put some slays down on the board. That should be equal to at least 2 easy kills, and sadly, we saw none right there. Gold Star BR getting killed, though. Really nice with the BR. Sometimes you don't need Rockets or that fancy stuff. Sometimes you just need your trusty BR, as Parabra gonna go down, and Tyre's in control of SGA.
Ziad's still gonna hold things down with nades here. Ball still an A side, and time being collected, about to even the scoreline as well. Ziad, nice movement just to stay up too. But 2 drop, make it 3. They're all dying. Can he toss the ball out? He can't. So an immediate transfer to an A setup here for SGA, assuming Parabra dies, and he does.
Love that play out of Parabra, dropping the drop shield and then putting the nade down there to, obviously when the drop shield comes up, your only chance of killing that player is to close the distance. So what does he do? He throws a denial nade right where that drop shield is. Excellently played by Parabra. No wonder why he has 13 kills at the moment, but they don't have the lead. Maybe not for long, because 3 down go SGA. Eli Lee now gonna be by himself, forced to bait the ball alone. Black Hand need to take advantage of those numbers. They should have been pushing forward and working towards the ball.
Yeah, Blackhand need to find ball time off the little opportunities that they get. A couple moments here, we've seen multiple slays out of them. The ball tends to sit there. Finally, they do have it, so they can pick up some sort of a setup here. Parabra going to be a line of defense as well. Does manage to get shots in. Unfortunately, teammate can't trade the kill. He'll take it late. Ball now out PD. And Parabra still putting in damage, apparently, on his own here. Going to go for 2. Can't quite get it.
Bulldog quickly going to change hands over towards back A. Meanwhile, Rockets go in the hands of Shield. I'll trade off a Rocket for a Bulldog any day. But it looks like he's going to kill the enemy team and himself at the same time. So now Ziad going to get a chance with the Rockets. Goes in for the snipe. No damage whatsoever. But gets into a gunfight, and Fluriously going to put him in the dirt.
Goldstar just going to rotate ball to Ali here. Eli Elite, Fluriously working together to keep him covered. It looks like he'll drop the ball and slay instead. Turns out he's got a shoddy back pocket. Can't quite stay up, though. Ball will continue to be the point of contention here as Fluriously going to rotate it out. You can see the timer now against them, too. Less than a minute on the board. Fluriously looking to close it here. Shields with a kill. Fluriously looking to drop and slay. Turns out he's got an AR back pocket to do it.
Fleury always having the assault rifle in his hands. One of my favorite players, largely because of it. As the skill gap being put to work, taking down shields, shredding the shields, going in after Parabra gets a second one. So 2 down, quickly go Black Hand, and they're not done yet. They're upping the tempo, getting aggressive. That's going to be the 3rd player that goes down, and ball time heavily going in favor of SGA.
And they're about to take the round off of it, too. That'll close the round out of that C hold. And like you said, Tony, Furiously really must love the AR. If that opponent will drop a Stalker and he still doesn't pick up the Stalker, keeps the AR in hand. So I expect him to just go for it off a spawn. We'll see. But so far, so good. As they take the first round here, Black Hand under pressure.
And once again, Black Hand showing that they've been working on their starting strats, getting the initial pick that they need. Gold Star BR goes down. Look at Parabra creating an angle over towards Oscar, or front dumpster, if you will. Shields takes down Eli Elite. Parabra now working on the player towards top. Subway gets the shots in, but he refuses to go down. And then Gold Star coming off a spawn, getting to an engagement. So 2 down for each of these teams, and the ball still in the middle of the map.
Parabra now by his lonesome, though. Going to try to stay up. Does have, I guess, at least one teammate with him here. Rotates through. Nice little distraction, too, to hopefully pick up the kill. That's Eli Elite now down for the count. Parabra looking for 2 and can't quite take it. He'll drop. That's Gold Star with the win in the fight. Ball still sits out center. Looking scrappy early on here as no team is quite able to break free.
I really want to see Black Hand take advantage of these numbers a little bit better. I mean, they've gotten some slays on their side, but they haven't been taking advantage of numbers, being that objective efficient squad, or even putting pressure onto those spawns. Once you get those kills, you got to do something with it. That's exactly what SGA do, and you're seeing that right here, right now, as the early ball time's going to go in. They're rotating it, but hold on. 3 down go SGA. Black Hand now going to intercept the ball, the shields, and now they get a chance to work on their setup.
Nice little alley-oop straight to Shield's hands. And like you said, he can set it up back A. He's got his teammates all alive to protect him. Parabra, Stalker, he wants to use it. Can't quite find a chance, though. Man, under so much pressure. Ziad there to help out relieve it for him. Eli Elite watching the alley side angle. Or pushing the alley side angle. I take it back. He took Sylvanic on his way through. And now it's up to Parabra to be that line of defense. Gonna dive in onto 1. Does get the boxer and the trade. But they've lost resources doing this. Gold Star with a chance to push through into the arms of Sylvanic. Now it's Eli Elite's turn to knock on the doors.
Eli Lee gets the first kill with the rocket, sadly not able to get that second one, and once again a setup now going back in favor of Black Hand. They're holding the B side setup. That ball is in corner, and look at the awareness out of Ziad. He knows that there's a split spawn coming in from the A side and the C side, takes down the player over towards bottom C, goes back to helping over toward the PD side of the map, and he's still going. He has not slowed down whatsoever. Eli Elite goes down, and Black Hand are looking so good in the second round.
I mean, the awareness, the movement too, like the way he snapped onto PD after he picked up that kill was so quick, and now he's being so difficult to kill, right? Just escaping every engagement, does dive down on top of a ball, unfortunately does die. And now it's up to Gold Star to collect the ball, start to rotate it. Teammates up, Eli Elite not, but the rest of them working together to rotate this ball around furiously. Okay, he doesn't have the AR this time, now he's feeling the Stalker. Let's see what he can do with it. He's got a great perimeter position, too.
That he does. I'm still let that life come out of Ziad, but man, the shots out of Furiously gets the perfect kill, earns himself a killing spree. And now Furiously really starting to go off. Gold Star taking down Ziad, but Furiously quickly gonna go down. Sylvanic wins his individual gunfight. Shields gets the kill. 3 down go SGA, and once again, Black Hand taking control. They are looking like a new team here in round number 2.
Black Hand starting to be a little bit more efficient with these ball opportunities when they get them, and we see it out of Shields here now, rotating it back to C. To try to pick up as much time as possible here. Furiously already does have an opening kill. The Rocket's going to draw them out center. Shields going to put the ball down, opt to try to get a couple kills. In the meantime, here Ziad narrowly survives because he lived. Can Ziad get the trade? He can't quite do it. JK going to walk out with more than he bargained for there. Eli Elite actually is the one who's alive, only temporarily. Parabra there to take it. Where are the Rockets? They're up in center. So not only do we have a ball hole for SGA, SGA going to be looking for the Rockets too.
Furiously gets the kill onto Shields. Beautiful slay at that, but he knows the player on the commando side relocates, ends up getting himself half shielded somehow out of that situation up the driveway, but Parabra refuses to let him get away. Gold Star making his way over towards top C, tries to get that ball time, but ends up catching a rocket thanks to the double kill out of Parabra. Another 3 out of 4 members going down for SGA.
Parabra with the ball hold back C. the best advantage Black Hands had all game long right now, starting to take form here. Ziad gloriously gonna drop. Trades come in. Parabra trying to get out of that situation. Eli Elite with a nice little flank, though, to clean him up. He does manage to drop the ball out to a baitable spot, though. And now SGA has to fight for it. We'll see if they can break free. You can see spawners coming up through alley to push them. I like this attempt to try to out-rotate to get out of the way here. Goldstar somehow found an opportunity to pick up the ball and get it out as well.
69-44 lead going in favor of Team Black Hand at the moment. They've played lights out so far, but SGA are seemingly bouncing back, holding on to that C-side setup. Goldstar BR with the ball in hands at the moment ends up being challenged here. Meanwhile, Sylvanik ends up getting the kill out the Fluriously, while Goldstar is backing down and running away, takes down Shields. A bit of a miscommunication coming out of Black Hand causes the 3 down, and once again the assault rifle coming into play. This time it's JK having it in his back pocket.
You definitely got to wonder what the comms are like there. If Goldstar can just drop the ball and get the upper hand on someone bottom C and turn that into basically 2 kills, right? He must have probably red barred the second guy. Teammate picked it up. And because of that, they can just continue to pull time out of these situations. Look at this. JK with a perfect, the AR for the double, ball back in their hands, and that lead no longer. The Rockets will come into play, but wait, did that trade? I think Ziad lived. I think those Rockets might still be in their hands.
Another 3 down for SGA. Black Hand need to take advantage. They're going in for the slays on the spawners. I love this play, but I want to see that ball get it to C-side. It looks like they grab the ball, get it toward the C-side setup. Shields trying to go after no-shot player, but he's flying across the map, curb slide into the bottom B-side, and Shields forced to reset. Eli Elite taking down Ziad. Shields finally ends up finding the kill, but there's a second one there. Not able to get the Bulldog out. He's wide while getting shot as Shields ends up going down.
It's funny to see how quickly you can rotate with that slide. He hit it, and he went through the little the doorway, wrapped around. By the time he got the angle, he was just out of there. Of course, just dies seconds later. Either way, the milk is real. 92 and counting as they hold on to the final seconds here. Shields with 2 massive kills. Sylvanik looking to trade one out. He does do it. Ball now down. They need to get to it. JK line of defense here. Less than a minute to make things work. He'll slide and pick it up. Can't quite get out with it, though. Ball now sits down in alley. And if Black Hand can take advantage here, they can take the game. And it looks like they might just do that.
Woo! 3 out of 4 members going down for SGA. That's going to be the final seconds being put on the board. Black Hand take round number 2.
Black Hand definitely adapting a little bit in this second round, right? Finding more opportunities to pick up the ball, set it up, winning a lot of their fights. They needed to. And here's the final opportunity to see who can play the long game, who can close things out here. Shields will elect to pick up the Stalker and maybe a couple kills to start this one.
The Stalker rifle going to be an absolute nuisance on the map, especially from this position right here off of the starting strat. It's really the only thing you can do to create some advantages because you're starting at the bottom side of the map as you're seeing the nades start to fall in. Shield's going to fall as well as JK awarded the kill for that one, and Goldstar putting some early points on the board for SGA.
SGA very quick to get to the ball off the start, prioritizing that over the slays. Because of it, Goldstar picking up 22 points and counting here. Still got the shoddy. Still got a rotation, too, being such a nuisance for Black Hand to get to. Looks like they will chase him down. Goldstar going to get right up close and personal. Can't quite get a kill, though. Shoddy will bounce out to Black Hand. But all while we say it, they're still collecting time. Despite the scrappy battles here. Looks like they should be able to clean him up, probably convert the setup.
Great initial nades out of Parabra to help to break that setup as quickly as possible, putting SGA onto the black screen, and now we're seeing Black Hand advancing forward. Parabra putting pressure on the spawners. All they have to do is make sure that nobody comes in from the purple side or the B side cross, and they're going to be putting more and more points here. Parabra already calling out these multiple players shifting towards B. Nobody on purple. 3 make it over toward the B street, and Parabra is going to go down, and you're seeing Shield start to focus on that cross.
That was actually beautiful at a SGA right there. A 3-1 push. You had one player out center drawing attention to himself. When they send 3 up through B side to just move as a unit and rip through the defenses, they managed to collect ball, bring it back to C. As I say it here, Fluriously going to continue to put him down. Drops the Stalker because he's a gentleman, and he'll take ball time instead. JK, man with the Stalker and the high sense. Wonder if he'll pull something off here. Fluriously going to get as many points as he can on the board.
The only time we're going to hear stalker and gentleman in the same sentence used together was right there. 3 down, go Blackhand. Being a gentleman, escorting Blackhand to the black screen is Furiously and friends. Controlling the subway shield, ends up getting the big kill onto Eli Elite. Goldstar going to bounce back by getting the cleanup kill onto Shield, and Furiously earns himself some free shots hiding in the corner. Ivan, what are you doing? Ivan!
He's playing Halo 5, Tony. Jumps out, thrusts back, picks up the double. He's been here, done that for, what, 6 years? And now he's back at it just like he never left in Halo Infinite. More ball time for him because of it. Man just holding it down, 55 and counting as SGA pull past the halfway line. And Furiously in more trouble. But once again, the dude's playing Halo 5. When he's playing his own game, you can't shut him down.
First, he goes in for the challenge. The player over towards bottom B stairs. Ziad off the screen, ends up getting a clutch kill, but the C-side setup still being held here by SGA, and they're getting slays as well. So things are looking very good for the boys in red. However, Flurcy ends up getting a little too froggy, but it doesn't matter. He had the thrust back fadeaway shot, takes down Shields, and SGA going right back to putting on points. It's a 70-22 run going in favor of the boys in red.
That's one of the cool things about Halo Infinite. Of course, Furiously, as I say, he's going to have to make a quick rotation here. They're in trouble. But just how quickly these players can adapt and change their playstyle based on the resources they have. If you got a thrust, positioning is much more flexible, right? You can do so much more. Furiously drawing a ton of attention to himself, by the way. Sylvanik finally putting him down. And so much damage already done from SGA because of it. JKV going to continue to add insult to injury. Perfect kill out of him. Ball still out to be contested, and Rocket's about to pop.
JK doing a great job of holding down top A. Excellent communication. Easily taking down Sylvanik, who's kind of overextended there. Either way, damage coming in early as all 4 players are wiped once again out of Blackhand. They're dying one at a time, and SGA are taking advantage of it by putting good points on the board. Blackhand need to break this setup right here, right now, or they're going to be losing game number 1.
Not sure what happened to SGA in winner's bracket early in this tournament. They got dropped down early on, but man, has this been a loser's bracket run. They've been clawing their way through, defeating every team out front of them, and they're about to take game 1 at this rate, too. Goldstar will drop the rocket, can't quite get out alive. Ball right now in position for Blackhand, but 7 points separating SGA from victory.
Only 7 points needed. SGA looking really comfortable right now, especially after the melee kill. Ends up getting the second one. That's going to be a double kill for JK, who's going to put the final seconds on the board because nobody is left on the map here for Blackhand. Game number 1 going towards SGA. They're now 1 win away from taking the series.
SGA looking way too quick in that final round, Tony. They prioritized ball a lot more there, too. Right off the opening strat, it seemed like ball was the objective even more so than slays. Goldstar got to it so quick after picking up Shoddy, rotated it out. They had an early 30 seconds. And then just the individual playmaking we saw, especially from Furiously mid-game. The moment you give this guy a thrust, he's a demon on the map. He's everywhere, staying alive, putting himself in precarious situations, but still finding ways to turn things around because he's got those mechanics.
Yeah, you know, as you kind of said before, a lot of us come from that Halo 5 community before jumping into Halo Infinite, where you literally started with thrust, so you're used to using that in the middle of gunfights. Then you combine that with Halo Infinite, where it's quicker, faster, and you have even more distance with the thrust. It's legitimate. You can literally shoot. It's literally insane how good the thrust is in Halo Infinite. Now, granted, it is a pickup, but once you pick it up, I feel like you have at least 3 kills almost guaranteed, as long as you can hit your shots.
There's a lot of little ways in Infinite to apply pressure while moving that weren't actually possible in Halo 5. Like, little thing, obviously Halo 5, very fast-paced game, but one thing, nades, for example, if you line up, I don't know if this is too technical to explain right now, Tony, but when you're lining up a drop slide, you know how you jump and you drop down on a ramp? When you go for a drop slide, if you shoot in the air, it cancels your sprint, and that means you're giving up your ability to slide. You will no longer be able to slide when you hit the ramp. The cool thing about Infinite, that happens if you shoot in the air in Infinite, but if you throw a nade, it doesn't cancel your sprint. So you can sprint, jump, nade toss, and still line up a drop slide afterwards and still move up on the map. So what we're seeing is a lot of players combine like damage, nades and damage together with very fast slide movement. And that's something that was never possible in Halo 5. So cool to see, little things that you can do to kind of advance and rotate even faster than you could in the previous games.
Yeah, if I find myself using that tech a lot when it comes to Bizarre, my starting strat, which we're playing on right now. I do the same. Exactly. Going through the double doors and literally chucking nades onto the opposite double doors while sprinting. Normally, I go for the grapple so that I can steal away overshield with it, but JK, funny how literally the same map comes up and exactly what you're referring to, we see it put to work. JK getting the first kill onto Sylvanic, and almost like he was going for a flag right there, but no, it's Slayer, Jan. Jan, it's Slayer.
And so far, they're slaying, though, right? 3 dead, make it 4 in just a sec, assuming they get this. Oh, what the heck is going on? He's getting out! What? He got around the corner, and he thrusted his way out of that fight. I mean, only to die seconds later, but what the milk?
Eli Elite having the grapple and the rockets in game. Tell me a more fun combination than grapple and rockets. Only having 1 left, though. Excellent cross-map shots. Eventually, as that player backs down, I want to see him maybe advance forward, maybe get into his opponent's lockers. Hold on. Oh, the pings come in. He knows exactly where he is. No. The rocket comes in. That means Shields goes down. 2v2 scenario at the moment, but SGA sitting at a 3-kill advantage.
Now, communication definitely would have done it, but it is nice to see pings and how effective they can be in just, like, isolating that specific spot on the map and giving your teammates confidence in, where to look, where to shoot. And we got to see that play out for Eli Elite. Eli Elite, of course, going for the dynamos as well. He's got a grapple back pocket. He wants more. Maybe getting greedy. Gets tagged up by one player hiding here at the fruit cart. Sylvanic trying to turn a little more out of his opportunity. Sylvanic got a little flank out, and he's taken the attention of the team for it.
Wow, Savannah getting really aggressive right there. Ends up running into 2 different players. The bait and switch comes in, and Fluorescein is awarded another kill. Overshield coming up at any moment. So multiple players now gravitating towards the palm trees and the locker slide. The side of things is going to be a very important gunfight as Fluorescein once again utilizing the skill gap. The assault rifle comes into play, taking down Xeon, and I believe they're able to get a hold of the OS because of it.
Fluorescein in such a frustrating position, too. He's down low right below the lockers, just like pestering them, making it so difficult for them to push out. They actually won, I think, every single fight, stayed up as well, so that now pushed the spawns in the back of the base. On both sides, though, they pushed so hard that they flipped it. That leaves Eli Elite alone to take 2. Unfortunately for him, couldn't quite do it. Gloriously still bobbing and weaving here with the AR double doors. Do you dare challenge this man with an AR on the other side? Probably not.
Man, it's damn good with the AR. All we're always seeing is hopping on the kill feed. Whips out the BR, misses a couple of shots. Go back to the assault rifle. I like that better. So Vada goes down off a screen, and rockets are coming up any second from now. Look at the communication, though. Gold Star goes down. Fluorescein gets the easy cleanup. That's going to be a killing spree. And now they should be able to get rockets, but not as easy as I thought.
Yeah, he's about to go there, just spots one in locker. Last second, manages to back off. Calls it out to JK, too, who pushes. Rockets in now off the rack. Take 2. He will. That's a double. And it's just money at this point, right? 21-13. The snowball in effect. They're caught off a spawn, and Fluorescein just tagging them as they move.
I feel like that was the first time in 3 rounds that we actually seen rockets come into play and someone actually get 2 kills off of them. Too many times we're seeing players actually devalue the rockets and not securing those kills, but Fluorescein getting maximum value out of them. Eli Elite off the screen, able to take down Shield, and Fluorescein rotating all the way back towards the red side, keeping those spawners going towards blue as they continuously apply pressure.
One thing I'll say, though, with Fluorescein and his playstyle with rockets is, like, rockets are so powerful, but they're kind of difficult and risky to use. Like, the longer you have them, the more worrisome it becomes because you might not find an opportunity to use them. I feel like Fluorescein tends to go for 50-50s with his rockets. Like, he has a good idea of where that player is going to be, so he just shoots it out. And that's what he did when he picked it up, right? He just shot it right over to the BR. Probably got the call out, too. But just little moments like that where you gotta just kind of go for it sometimes, and when it works, it's so impactful. I mean, look at the opportunities that have opened up for SGA here. Eli Elite now, Shoddy and OS to put the pressure on.
I love how the moment you said go for it, you just see Eli Lee flying in with the grab when the
my
Bulldog
God.
does it once again. So he knows exactly what Parabro is. That is the communication coming out of SGA. Still having a sliver left of the overshield, but that Bulldog is still barking. 30-19 lead in favor of SGA. Make that the 31st on the board as we see another killing spree and another one go down. Look at that communication still there. He is snapping onto targets.
Yeah, he took that dog out the kennel, that's for sure. Look at, he's gonna push up into treehouse as well. And they're just, they're under so much pressure. They do actually manage to take, I think, 4 right there. So nice little defensive stride, but I mean, as I say it, they're all dying though, too. 35-22 here. JK gonna try to bounce out, can't quite do it. Blackhand did earn center map off of that one defensive swing, but they got to do so much more work here.
Flursley still with the master of the assault rifle. Sylvanik ends up getting a big kill onto Eli Elite, slowing them down just a bit as all 4 members of Black Hand are out controlling that 50% portion of the map. So they're still live, only down by 11 kills. I say only, as if it's not double digits. Sylvanik chasing down Eli Elite. This is still possible, though, for Black Hand.
It's possible if they can hold on to this control, right? Sylvanik in a massive position. It's locking them in the back of their base. This perimeter is so important. Parabra picked up 2 with dynamos, by the way. That's going to neutralize some of the defenses. 38-30 as they try to close the gap. Gold Star now getting assaulted by the OS. That Shields, who has extra shields to work with. And can he stay up and continue to do damage? Parabra still there, assaulting the doors. Spawner still spawning up back base. Ziad now adding to the pressure here with the Rockets as well. They're starting to turn this around with the center map control.
Yeah, Gold Star BR having a bit of a tough game in the stats department, only putting up 2 kills on the board. Luckily, he has 7 assists, but I mean, still, Black Hand really kind of climbing their way into it, as we're seeing right here. Sylvanik, though, losing the gunfight against Gold Star BR himself, putting his 3rd on the board. Then his 4th is going to come in soon, and just like that, Gold Star BR clearly listening to the comms that are coming in because he decides to step it up. 42-34 in favor of SGA, who have just gone 2 down.
I think Gold Star just needed to win one good 1v1 just to break the seal. You know, he's like, all right, confidence regained. I'm a snap on for a double now. And perfect timing to do it, just to close things out. 43-37 on board with Gold Star. He's putting damage in, that's for sure, right? He snapped onto 3 different targets. He's got info and a ping out to Locker as well. Gonna shoot into bottom mid, clean him up with the perfect, into Locker. Look at the efficiency with the reticle, Tony. There's no overuse, over flicking. He snaps from one target to another so cleanly.
Shot is smooth coming out of Gold Star BR. It's the gold standard, if you will. Eli Elite advancing forward. We're going to have weapons coming up very soon. I believe it's Rockets and Overshield coming up in about 20 seconds. Gold Star BR getting another big kill onto Ziad. Eli Elite starting to advance forward with the Bulldog. Almost gets the kill. Finally going to fall, and only 2 more kills needed for the boys in red.
I said it in the last game, SGA, not sure what happened to them early on winner's side, but man, have they come back with a vengeance, just plowing through lower bracket with 2 kills left to close it. Looking like the end of this game is all but inevitable. JK got an OS as well. Gold Star in the double dars. JK, maybe the one to finish the fight right here. It's sloppy, it doesn't matter, make it 49. Where's the 50th? It's JK who takes... No, he doesn't. He takes the 49th. I'm out here celebrating too early. There we go.
Oh!
And a couple body shots to put them down. Maybe a little dirty, a little foul. But Black Hand, unfortunately for them, their tournament life will end to SGA in a confident display. What a 2-0.
Beautifully played by SGA, and clearly the MVP of this game was the assault rifle, utilized by all. I'm going to give you my best Flursley impression. Give me 1 second. This is my best Flursley impression. Like that's literally all we saw from Flursley's point of view was him with the assault rifle and just putting shots onto everybody. It was awesome.
I just want to say that Nerf is a sponsor of Esports Arena, so Tony is actually contracted to pull his Nerf assault rifle out at least 2 to 3 times. Is it 2 to 3 times? Every broadcast, he's got it literally beside the chair. But shout out to Nerf, though, pulling out the Nerf assault rifle. Is there a Nerf Mangler, too? There's a Nerf Mangler as well. And you know what?
If I'm Bulldog.
Is a Bulldog? I'm going to get the Mangler, I think. I think out of all the weapons, I think Mangler takes the cake, especially in HCS. It's just too damn powerful. And I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it in this this run that we've seen at SGA, Tony. What a run they're making. Not too many competitors left. We're about to approach losers finals. I think we have round 8 is the last bastion before we hit losers finals and grands.
Well, there was a little bit of a delay in some of the rounds earlier. So I believe we have another matchup going back to round 6, but it's Walls of Jericho, the team that we saw earlier plenty of times, and a very good squad, top 3 just last weekend, going up against Ebenezer Gaming, made up of Azrael, formerly known as El Halo Elite. Also joining him is Warrior, Limitless, and the boys. So actually really excited to watch that one. I hope we get it on screen, but either way, that's going to be a really good matchup.
Okay, so you have now just helped me realize that there's a few more matches to play, right? Like you said, so Walls of Jericho, Ebenezer, and then after, if Ebenezer, is that how you say it? Ebenezer? If they win,
I'm going Ebenezer, but I could be wrong.
So if Ebenezer win, they have to play against Let Golo. Yeah. What the? I can't swear on broadcast. Let Golo versus Ebenezer game, dude. I hate you guys. Hopefully they both lose, and then the winner of that goes up against SGA. So SGA now waiting in winners round 8. Whoever wins that, you got Jax and team on EXO waiting in the loser side finals, and then of course Talentless in grand finals. And thankfully those team names are a little easier to say. We'll see. Either way, tons of competition coming up.
Tons of competition coming up. Indeed. I believe, I guess I'm not sure. We might be hopping into that match of Walls of Jericho versus Ebenezer. I know it's working on the side as we speak, but either way, it's been one hell of a tournament. Remind you guys why we're here. Again, this is a qualifier. Only one team is going to make it out of and become your Esports Arena blue team. And going into our open bracket every single week, going against the pros once a week as well. There's only going to be one squad. You earn yourself a nice little sponsorship by well-known companies. We're talking about Razer. We're talking about Nerf. We're talking about Intel. These are well-known companies throughout our industry. Earn yourself a little bit of monthly salary. Compete against the best of the best. It's a semi-professional league. And, man, I'm really excited that we finally have here for Halo Infinite, because it's done so well in Apex Legends, and you also have Guilty Gear as well for all of you gaming fans out there.
It also means we have a ton more Halo competition coming up, right? Because every Monday we've got these tournaments. Every Wednesday we've got the exhibitions coming up as well. So once these two teams qualify, they jump into exhibition matches on Wednesday. They go up against some of the best teams in the world, some of our top pro teams. Ton of Halo action is essentially what that means, Tony. So far, one team is already qualified. Last week, we already got the finale there, right? We Love Anime, I believe, was the roster. Yeah. Do you have those player names on hand? I know that Ramy was one of them.
Yeah, Bohm, I'm assuming. I almost want to say Neuronical, but I want to say Collect. Kuhlect, but I could be wrong. I don't have the roster in front of me, but I believe that's their squad. And also the same squad who's going into Anaheim, because they did qualify for the final qualifier leading to Anaheim. So We Love Anime, which, by the way, Alex, we do love anime, me and you as well. I mean, so really looking on. Anime is at an all-time high.
Yeah, we missed last week. You know what? Probably for the best, right? Because I think if we casted We Love Anime, the whole broadcast, we'd be distracted by anime reference. I'd be trying too hard, basically, to make anime references the whole broadcast. So I think we might have dodged a bullet. Either way, they're looking good. They are now Esports Arena Red, right? Is it a series?
Yes.
Yeah, ESA Red. We're looking for blue today. In the end, we'll have two teams to push through qualifiers. So I can't wait to see it. On top of that, there's money down in the line too, Tony. This is a tournament with a $1,000 prize pool. We got $600 out to the winner. We got $300 to second place and $100 out to third place. So, I mean, on top of the sponsorship opportunity, the opportunity to play some of the best teams in the league, that monthly salary, you're getting $1,000 that you're fighting for as well. And here we go. We got a next battle coming up on screen here. Walls of Jericho, Ebenezer Gaming. Like you said, you got what you wanted here, Tony.
Yeah, this is the squad that's going up against each other in the losers bracket. It's winner takes all. It's either you go forward or sadly you go home. we talked about the bracket a little before. The winner of this match actually gets to go up against Let Golo, featuring Parzelli, who I'm actually very interested in seeing because according to the bracket, they 2-0'd SGA in the winners bracket round number 2. So obviously they're a good squad, but one squad that's really good as well is Walls of Jericho, Nikolai, Squilly, Chilled You, and Gunshot.
So I'm getting the impression that this is, so it is game 2 in this series. We're jumping into the middle of this series. As you can see on the top of the overlay, Walls of Jericho currently leading the series 1-0 and putting the pressure on in game 2 as well as they take the perfect kill and the push for OS. Looks like Pac Mandela in position.
All right, so actually looks like Limitless not playing in this one. Instead, Pac Mandela, normally teaming with Alleluia and Firebird. Really excited to see him on a different roster. He's a very talented player, having the Overshield and the Heat Wave in hand. And now they have a 2-kill lead. This Ebenezer Gaming. Oh, they're a real deal.
So far, they might be. Of course, their backs are against the wall. Like you said, best of 3. They lose this, they're in trouble. Pac Mandela wants to ensure that doesn't happen. So he'll just guard the doorway. But Squilly and Chilled, they might be aware of the fact that he's there. They're going to play things very carefully to counter it. Here he comes, though, getting impatient. Pac Mandela comes in with the challenge. He'll drop, though. That Heat Wave now sits B-side. Azrael going to try to cut his losses. Now he's in trouble.
Azrael, one of my favorite players to watch. I actually got the chance to team with him back in some of the older online leagues. And let me tell you, not only is a fantastic player and a fantastic slayer, but a great IGL as well. Sadly, he's going to go down. Him and Pac Mandela both back-to-back kills. Squilly going to go down as well. So 2 out of 4 members going down here for Walls of Jericho. Ice Kid trying to take advantage, but Chilled You icing him out with those grenades.
Tony, you're telling me Azrael used to team with you. All I can say, all I can think is what happened, Tony? You know, he got really good. What happened to you, my dude? you transitioned to casting. You're like, you know what? This ain't for me.
I mean, I choose to cast, so I give everybody else a chance in the competitive community because it would be unfair. I could even win games with people like you on my team. So to make it fair, I allowed them to play, and I choose to cast. That's the kind of guy I am.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I feel the same. I think there's just my awareness of skill jumps is so elite that I don't think anyone can handle me. So I gotta be fair to the opposition here and cast instead. Can't be a triple threat now. So let Squilly do it instead. My God.
I mean, he's 8-3 right now with 2 assists, so clearly he's doing it much better than either one of us combined. Yep. And that's going to be his 9th one on the board. So now a 3.0 KD coming out of Squilly. This young man's really going off.
Squilly definitely putting it together. Unfortunately, slides into a nade. He'll get shut down. Pac Mandela, he loves the Heat Wave. He's got it again. We'll see if he can continue to pick up kills with it. That snipe going to draw everyone out to center map, and Pac Mandela looking for easy pickings. It's not going to be so easy, though, as that player throws himself into the air. He will get the kill. He'll drop shortly after, though, in quite a scrappy series of events here as all the important weapons are being fought for out center. Oh, and there looks like Walls of Jericho might be winning those fights.
Squilly trying to advance forward over toward the Nest side of the map, but is going to be shut down and forced to back down. Luckily, he has a teammate with him, so they'll work a little 1-2 combo, maybe a little bait and switch action, checking all quarters. There he is, finally finding his target over towards B. Early damage goes in, but hold on. Overshield up in just 10 seconds. So Squilly quickly changing targets and trying to get involved in that as 2 players forced to back down over toward the A side. Is Squilly going to continue to apply pressure, taking down Warrior. Ice Kid's going to go down as well, and that should be a free Overshield for Walls of Jericho.
Great teamwork out of Walls of Jericho. They don't let the OS distract him too much. Instead, they recognize the little opportunity they have with the Slay's advantage, and they just hunt them down and ensure they stay on top. I mean, it's still happening. Chilled You takes another. Got a snipe in the back pocket. Man's about to add insult to injury with this weapon. He's got the line of sight, too. Can he find a head? You can see they're looking for him, but somehow snaps onto a knee here. Man's in trouble. Getting tagged by 2. Can't quite get out of it. I think he burned the snipe, though.
2 members go down for Walls of Jericho. Ice Kid taking some damage, but crafty movement, getting himself right up to sandbags, but right into the line of sight of the 2 spawners coming in towards the B side of the base. Squilly now advancing forward over towards sandbags. You know there should be multiple players here in the A side, and he wants to get involved. Easy kill goes in. Chillju takes down Pac Mandela. I remember back in the day, used to watch wrestling. Chris Jericho, he put you in the submission move called the Walls of Jericho. When that was locked in, you had nothing to do but to tap. And as of right now, Ebenezer Gaming are about to tap out.
They're caught in the Walls of Jericho. Yeah, that's a beautiful. That's probably what the reference is for their team. I mean, I think you said that perfectly. Squilly, he's getting caught under the Wall of Jericho right now. He can't climb it. Okay, there he's good. He'll climb up the top tower in a great position. I mean, at this point, they can play like they can't lose, right? They are just like throwing their bodies at them and sometimes dying for it. But I mean, at this point, any trade is money.
38-27 going in favor of Walls of Jericho. The heat wave comes in. Pac Mandela able to trade off kills, and every trade going in favor of the boys in red, as Warrior's going to go down as well. They are staggering their deaths. Walls of Jericho continuing to apply the pressure, and it's bursting right now. Sniper rifle coming up. Pac Mandela trying to defend it with dear life, getting the slays, and hold on. If Ebenezer get a hold of the sniper rifle, anything could happen, and they just have.
Ebenezer Gaming. God damn it. They need a 6, what is it, 8? No, I take it back. My math is terrible. They need an 8-kill swing at this point with that sniper. Where is it, though? Do they still have, they do? Oh, they did have it. Ice Kid will drop with the snipe. Squilly now has it, of all people, to pick it up. 43 kills on lock. Make it 45. This is just barreling out of control, Tony.
Squilly able to steal away that sniper rifle, and maybe the game just gonna barely miss the no-scope. Forced to back down, goes all the way down to one shot, curb sliding his way into safety and right into the arms of his teammates, and a body shot in the player onto the garage side. Man, Squilly looking good. 14-7 right now. This young man really going off.
Oh, God. His team just gave him a beautiful opportunity, and he snapped and conquered, right? They pushed up through A. It created a split spawn, and Squilly, with the awareness, burned his face off. Make that a 50 to, what, 36 or 38? Either way, I mean, oppressive victory at a Walls of Jericho, a well-deserved win, and they'll move on and lose their bracket.
Yeah, we didn't see that game number 1, but I'm sure it was just as decisive as that game number 2. Walls of Jericho, very confident. When things start to speed up, they definitely just start to run over the enemy team. They get that one down, they continue to apply the pressure, hop right in on the spawns, make them as uncomfortable as possible, and then rinse, wash, and repeat. As they're a squad that you have to account for at all times, and I would not be surprised if they make top 3 again. I know they're not satisfied with that because I know they're going for that number 1 spot, but I think this is just guaranteed top 3 squad, in my opinion.
You said rinse, wash, repeat. There was no it was just dirty plays throughout. For the record, Tony, it was just nasty, disgusting. We'll see more, I'm sure. Like you said, they're looking good. They managed to get through confidently on lower bracket. They've got other competitors to face, though. Let's take a quick peek at the bracket. I know you guys can't see it, so you just got to believe me when I tell you, okay? Walls of Jericho are going to go up against Lek Golo, another difficult to pronounce team name. Thankfully, we didn't get the fated duel between Lek Golo and Ebenezer, because that would have been brutal. So Walls of Jericho, Lek Golo, they're going to face off. SGA waiting, loser bracket round 8, and then losers finals. EXO still sitting there, they're chilling. And you wonder what they're doing to stay hot right now. Maybe playing matchmaking. Probably the play, matchmaking.
Yeah, we don't have 2v2 flag warm-up anymore. You know, I guess they're going to play 2v2s against each other they really want. I remember back in the day, you know, if you're waiting in the tournament, you would often scrim other teams.
Sure.
Either in the tournament, other teams. I want to bring that back. I don't know what happens. And maybe teams are doing that. I just don't know about it. But either way.
I would say talentless, you know, it'd be cool if they were scrimming in between. But I see Monster in the Twitch chat, so they're definitely not scrimming right now, right? They're chilling. And I mean, I think everybody has a different mindset when it comes to competition, right? Like sometimes that break is what you need in between games. Sometimes matchmaking is what you need. I personally, like you said, I miss the CTF Octagon 2v2 flags, right? The flag warm up. That was the way to play. And you know, I can't wait till we finally get Forge because I think I mean, everybody can't wait, but so much of this game is going to open up, right? We get the perfect maps. We get the perfect octagon maps and setups too. There's so much content I want to make just off of what is going to be built in Forge. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what the Forge users are going to do with mouse and keyboard instead of having. I mean, they were able to create masterpieces on controller. With mouse and keyboard, to be faster, more efficient. It's going to be absolutely insane. And I'm sure it'll be the same thing with these tournaments. I want to see some masterful gameplay coming out of all of these players that were going in. I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We're probably down to maybe like the final 7 to 9 teams. So only the best of the best left. Yeso, why don't you take us through some of the players and some of the stats that you've seen and break it all down?
Thank you, gentlemen. What I really want to break down is kind of just the outlook for the rest of the night and the current state of the bracket right now. Because, of course, we've seen a good bit of action from SGA over the last couple of blocks. They're looking really good. They've kind of propelled themselves into the spots of, one of the favorites to come out of this losers bracket right now. And, of course, the nature of getting into losers semifinals will certainly do that. They've already made it into the top 4, but, of course, number 1 is what matters here tonight. So we will talk more about that as the night goes on, but I just want to kind of lay out how everything is set up right now. Of course, we saw Walls of Jericho take that 2-0. They will match up against Legolo in winners quarters. And then the way things pan out the rest of the way, the winner of that matchup faces off against SGA. Then whoever wins there will see EXO in losers finals. And then, of course, those two teams will play for the opportunity to match up against Talentless in Grand. So we still have 4 matches ahead of us. 1 losers quarters, semis, losers finals, and then grands. And it's really shaping up to be an interesting finish here. I felt like at the end of last week, I felt like I had a pretty good answer of who was going to come out this week. It felt like we kind of had really 2 favorites. It was going to be Incognito or Walls of Jericho. With the action that I watched last week, I didn't really feel like another team stood out to me to be up to that caliber to try and compete to win this week. But thankfully, we've seen more teams come out this time around. The talent level has come up significantly, and I think it makes for a much interesting finish to the tournament tonight. So we'll see what these squads can do. And of course, again, keeping an eye on SGA, Walls of Jericho, of course, EXO waiting in losers finals, and of course, all of these teams vying for the opportunity to face off against Talentless in Grand. So I'm looking forward to all of that, looking forward to more breakdowns and analysis from my friends Tony and Shyway. But right now we're going to go to a quick break, let everybody take a breath, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, do what you got to do, but don't go far because we have more Series E Halo Infinite coming back when we return.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
And welcome back to our Esports Arena Series E second qualifier. We are still in the lower bracket. We've still got matches to play, but only 5 teams left to play them. Tony, this is pretty much the end of the line. I'm probably going to say this is the end of the line a couple more times, so I should probably stop saying it till it is actually the end of the line. Either way, this is a big matchup coming up, Tony. The loser, they're out of the tournament. The winner gets to move on to SGA, and that is no easy competition. This is, of course, like Golo and Walls of Jericho. We just witnessed Walls of Jericho. They just tore down the team in Slayer. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to watch. I mean, Walls of Jericho made up of some players that we're well aware of. We've seen what they can do earlier throughout the bracket, but Let Golo was a complete mystery. All we know so far is that in round number 2, they knocked a team like SGA down to the elimination bracket in 2-0 fashion. I personally haven't heard of their captain and most of their roster, but I'm really excited to watch these guys for the first time on stream as we're going to be playing Oddball Streets as our game number 1. What are some of the keys to success here, Alex, for on Streets?
Oddball Streets, it seems like A or C hold is the game plan. Either can work really well as long as you have a good setup for it, right? You take the ball, take it to back A, or take the ball, bring it to back C, and then you have a perimeter set up around it. Ideally, you have weapons to work with as well. But I think either setup is effective as long as you got the weapons, as long as you got players in the right positions, winning their fights. I mean, ideally, you probably want the high ground on A side. Take a rocket launcher, a stalker up there too. You're looking good, but that would essentially be it. If you are in trouble, you need to break out. Typically, teams will take the ball, throw it out center. You know, from the A stronghold, throw it out center. From the C bulk, you throw it out to the open space on the map, make it very difficult to contest, and ensure that they got to burn resources to get back to it.
You know, one of the last things you want to do is end up dying on the play and then giving the team some easy ball time. So playing the ball allows you to kind of bait it out a little bit and make something happen. As we're seeing Precision Groove, Precision, I believe that is a Gears of War player. He plays for KCP. I definitely recognize that name. So okay, this is a good squad.
Yeah, I think that might be who it is. We got Groovy, Alex Shock, and Parzelli. I want to say I recognize Parzelli too. Maybe he's a Gears player. Either way, Tony, these boys must be demons in their own right because, like you said, they took out SGA early in this tournament. We were wondering, how did SGA go down so early considering how dominant they've been in the lower bracket? This is the team that beat them, so I'm expecting big things. Though, as I say it, they are in trouble from Walls of Jericho early on.
That they are a 40-0 run going in favor of Walls of Jericho after they're locked in right now. 3 down, go Let Golo, and they're holding on to their setup. Notice how 2 members quickly going to spawn, and it looks like Let Golo going to try to play towards that B side of the map or to dedicate multiple resources, but Nikolai ready for it, hits the perfect kill with the Stalker rifle. My gosh, as I say that, 2 members do go down from Walls of Jericho.
Yeah, about to put those resources to good use. Precision, all he needs is a BR. The man's so damn precise, he takes a triple for it. And no way is he picking up that ball. Let him be a line of defense. He's got Alex Shock holding down PD. Rockets spawning shortly, so Precision, we're going to need some of that accuracy. Once again, you can see a 3-player push coming up through PD. Precision going to try to knock 2. He gets tagged up from center map. And the timing of that kill might be crucial for Walls of Jericho. As I say it, though, Let Golo, no problem dropping 3 as the Rockets spawn.
All 4 members momentarily going down for Walls of Jericho, looking very good for Let Golo. Parzelli cross-map shots coming in from the bottom A side all the way down to the C side of the map. Meanwhile, Groovy getting that initial kill onto Squilly. Nikolai goes down, and Let Golo holding on. They're not let go, and they're not let going of this setup right now as they're going in for Rockets as well.
They're not let go-loing. I don't know. That's funny. I like that. That was good. Parzelli, Rockets. This is a great combo. That's what. Okay. You got a shot and kill cross map, dude. I said it was a great combo until I saw him pull out the shotgun. And apparently, okay. All right. He's still going. That's a double with the Rockets. Give this man a BR because he's on one.
So you know what? I feel bad. Apparently our Halo lore isn't up there. Like Golo is a specific species in the Halo universe.
Is it the worm thingies?
Oh my goodness! It was like a pseudo hunter. I don't even know what's going on here,
Yeah.
but apparently
Wait, that's what hunters are made out of, right?
I don't know. I have no
Hold on,
clue.
let me
I didn't get my campaign stuff up.
I think hunters are made up of little Legolo like slugs or something. They come together and they form the hunter. I think. When I was watching back in, I mean, we're totally getting lost in the sauce. Look at this, by the way, 3 dead. As Legolo, like the hunters they are, just controlling territory.
Gotta up my lore game up because, man, like Golo putting in the works. These Gears kids making me look bad with their setup here on back PD, heading slays, making not knowing all their Halo lore. Alec and Precision getting back-to-back kills. Man. Groovy looking for a target. That player makes it in. Looks like round number 1 going in favor of Legolo.
All right, well, we wondered who these boys were, and it looks like they mean business. Going to drop down Walls of Jericho quickly here, round 1. Of course, Jericho, or the boys on Jericho, they've got a chance to fight back round 2. Hopefully they adapt here, because you can see Groovy putting a lot of damage in. Very quick to switch to the ball, though, and this is what we saw with the previous series from SGA. They went to the ball immediately, and they got that early time because of it. I love this play. Groovy, very quick to drop the ball off the map, pick up a kill as well, or out to center, and keep himself alive.
Groovy staying alive over towards bottom A, having multiple players around him. And great damage coming in. One player is going to fall. Finally, Groovy ends up being cleaned up, but here comes Alec Shock. Both of these teams fighting for that map control. Multiple players are going to go down. Alec ends up getting back smacked, so 3 down, go Legolo. And now Walls of Jericho might be able to take advantage of these newfound numbers.
Shield you, Stalker in hand. Looking to slow these boys down. Gunshot already takes 2 on the feed. Ball time in their hands as well. Alex Shock does turn 1, though. They got the ball on C side. A good spot to have it, assuming they win their slays. It's all up to Chill to start to hit shots here. Rotation going to come in, apply pressure. Squilly already picks up 1. He's here to help out, though. Can Chill take a pick here? He can't. Parzelli, Groovy, they do it instead. And the milk from this player down below going to make things so difficult for Chilled as he puts himself in a compromised spot to try to take the kill.
Groovy going to try to cheek away some early ball time here, but mind you, 2 of his teammates are down and spawning over towards the purple side of the map. That lets him know that he needs to be rotating this over towards the left side of Subway and maybe even advance forward towards Purple Street if they don't get the kills, but back-to-back kills going in favor of Legolo. All 4 members going down for Walls of Jericho, which are crumbling down. Finally, Legolo able to put some points on the board. Precision spawning over towards back A. So look at that.
Yeah.
Another great rotation coming out of Groovy and Legolo.
Yeah, quick rotate out of Groovy, gave that spawn to his teammate, and now all of a sudden they got a free setup off of it. As I say it, though, setup being torn apart quickly. 2 already dead. Parzelli going to try to stay alive, play things slow. See if he can get a trade here. Not with the rockets on Gunshot, you won't. Still got the rocket launcher. Looks like he did pick up a shotgun to transfer out, too. So Gunshot with quite the artillery in hand. Gonna need a couple quick kills with it. Pressure coming in from driveway from multiple angles, I think, too. Gunshot gonna be careful here.
Walls of Jericho, your number 1 seed going into this tournament, but they are 1 round away from being knocked out as 3 down once again. Go Walls of Jericho, Legolo having their setup locked in and put the ball time in hands. 32-19 lead in counting for Legolo.
Legolo so efficient with objective in this game. They're so quick to pick up ball, the opportunities they have, and then just a scrappy time when they need it to. Groovy gonna drop and slay, though. Already lost 2. Parzelli did pick up a trade. A slide straight into the base, though, gonna throw him off. And he can't quite turn anything there. Gunshot now with ball time because of it. Setup likely to form. He might have spotted multiple there, and I expect him to communicate that to his teammates. Looks like they do want to throw a few players up through B side. The Gunshot here to help.
Shots coming out of Gunshot. Whenever you have the ball in hands, you don't have to be just a sitting duck. Listen to those call-outs. Drop the ball, put in a couple of shots, get that ball back in hands. Be always moving, rotating around. I love the way he was playing that ball. Finally gonna be taken now, but so do all 4 members out of Walls of Jericho, thanks to being the proactive that Legolo is, despite having the ball in hands, and they're continuously holding on to that setup as they're increasing their lead, 54-40, going in favor of Legolo.
Let Golo doing such a great job anchoring spawns in the back of A here. They ensure that even if they go down a couple numbers, they always have somebody in the back of this side of the map to spawn near them and keep the setup in their favor. As I say it, though, they're dropping like flies. Alec going to try to pick up a trade. Can't quite do it. The whole team dies, and the setup now flipped in the favor of Jericho. And an opportunity to pull things back into their favor.
Shield, you're gonna be holding on to this ball. Meanwhile, Nikolai trying to hold on to the purple street setup here. A player sneaks in over toward the cafe, tries to put down the damage, ends up multiplying. The easy bait and switch coming in as Nikolai gunshot going down. Shield, you gonna quickly join them. Luckily, Squilly having the rockets gets a double kill to neutralize the situation, but quickly hunted down is Squilly.
Such a quick collapse out of like Golo. They completely took back control. Alex Shock now going to push up a little bit extra just to trick them off a spawn here as they try to apply pressure, not expecting Alec to be in the position he's in. Because of it, picking up a couple sight lines too. Rotation still coming up through Ali. Alec trying to check his corners as he comes in to help Parzelli. Parzelli going to do what he can with ball time here because they're dropping. That ball will drop to the floor here. 89 points for Let Golo. They win one more round of slice. They could close the game out here. Gunshot going to drop to Parzelli. Ball still in their hands. They've got a temporary setup, but the pressure is on.
Great rotation out of Walls of Jericho. They notice that spawners are coming in towards the A side, so they quickly try to advance that ball forward and past B Street. 2 down quickly. Let Golo Groovy trying to advance forward. Nikolai being a nuisance at his side, finally going to go down. 2 go down here for Walls of Jericho. Parzelli hits a double kill. 3 out of 4 members hitting the black screen for the boys in red. Another setup for the boys in blue. Let Golo.
About to be the game as well for Let Golo. Final couple seconds play out here and no competitors there to challenge him. Let Golo going to walk out of game 1 with a 2-0 and a confident swing for them. Once again, Tony, we were curious to know who these boys are. They mean business, that's for sure.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. A team that could take down a strong competitor like SGA is going to be the real deal. And Walls of Jericho find that really quick, running into a brick wall. Not Jericho, no. Let Golo is that wall right now. They are 1 win away from advancing forward into your elimination quarterfinals to get their rematch against SGA.
Assuming Let Golo are a bunch of squids, or slugs, it'd be like a squishy wall, I guess, not a solid wall. Anyway, Hunters are pretty well armored, though, so, you know, that's a whole other thing. Anyway, Tony. Slayer Bazaar coming up next. Best of 3 series. They take this series and they move on to rematch with SGA as well. So an interesting storyline that could take place here if SGA end up facing them after all the strides they made through lower bracket. This is that would be like their last bastion, I think, to see if they've improved from where they started. Either way, Slayer Bazaar going to be the game to settle that.
It might be the last time we see Walls of Jericho here, as, again, 1 win away is Let Golo from going forward into SGA, who they already beat earlier in the winners bracket. And then you have EXO waiting in the losers finals, which is a squad that Walls of Jericho took to a game 3. The only team in this tournament besides our grand finalists that were able to take a win off of EXO. So plenty of Halo to be played. I don't want to count Walls of Jericho out just yet because we've seen how strong this team are, especially once they get going. Once the fire gets started, it's really hard to put out.
Especially on this map, too, with all the resources out center, the rockets, the grapple, OS, shotgun, dynamo, so much to work with. If you can lock down center map like we saw in a previous series, it's so oppressive on the spawns, right? You spawn back base. It's going to be so difficult to break out and earn those trades to regain center. So I think one of the biggest openings that we see is if you can control rocket side, even if you don't have rockets, just simply being there is such a great anchor point, and it opens up so many opportunities for your team. So we'll see what they put together, Tony. What do you expect to see, I guess, for Bazaar Slayer?
I expect to see that exact same thing. Obviously, good strats and weapon control, but I remember we actually were talking with Clutch at his hotel room over in Louisiana, and we were asking, like, how exactly do you want to play Bazaar? And that's exactly what he talked about, like, not spending too much time in the treehouse, if anything, using it to transition from one point to another, but sticking someone on a perimeter like rockets and using that giant wall on your side to isolate the opposite side and focus on anybody overextending towards their treehouse, towards their lockers is really strong. And as you get those slays, you can then advance towards your opposing player's cafe and really start to open up the map. So as far as positioning goes, I want to see that. As far as power-ups go, I feel like obviously you have the overshield that spawns over towards the right side, rockets on the left. I think the grapple and the mangler are going to be those unsung heroes because a lot of plays you can make with them, especially with how fast as the mangler comes up.
Yeah, the mangler, not unsung for sure. I guarantee they're going to be going for it right off the opening strat, and I expect to see plenty of it in game. And yeah, like you said, I think it's really that getting to rockets is easily available for both teams, relatively. And it's kind of the starting point that you want to open up the opportunity for your team to then push through lockers more safely, right? Because from Rocket's side, not only do you have the cover, you've got a sight line onto just about everything, minus, I guess, the BR door, right, where they can kind of isolate you. But that's a great way to open things up and then give your teammates coverage so they can safely transition to the locker. And then once you've got rockets in locker, I mean, you've got an impressive setup, so we'll see.
And one thing is also important to mention that this is a Slayer, so that mid-map control is even more important than, say, a flag, because you don't have to advance forward. You can keep spawning the enemy team over on one side and just keep controlling the 50% portion of the map. I'm not going to lie to you, Bizarre Slayer is definitely not my favorite, but we're here, and it's a 4-1 lead already started by Walls of Jericho.
Might not be Legolo's favorite either, as they all drop in quick succession. OS on the body of that player on Jericho as well here. Gunshot going to move in to support him. Where are the spawners? Looks like right behind them. Already getting up out front here. Multiple going to drop, make it 3. The last one alive, stuck in the locker, and they're aware of the fact that he's there. Looks like the OS guy will go first. Should be a big pickup right here. They'll take it. Precision now down for the count as well, and center map control favored for Jericho.
Wow, Walls of Jericho looking like a total different team here in game number 2. An 8-2 run right now to continuously applying pressure. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the boys in red. Nikolai advancing forward, but Groovy gonna put him onto the black screen. Great individual gunfight here by Groovy, and a big win. Maybe that's exactly what they need to open up the map and get back on track here. As a someone lagged out.
Yeah, it does look like that's what happened. So we will jump back into this now. Very early into the game, so I wonder if they'll just full reset it, Tony. I think they might. And that's kind of how Bizarre, like you said, they were looking like a different team, but I find that Bizarre Slayer, if you get a strong opening like that, 4-1, it just, the first 10 kills can kind of snowball. But things could definitely change, I think, from that point. So I personally think it was kind of too early to really tell, but understandable if they want to kind of go for, what, like a 9-2 start because they started so strong. We'll see.
Well, yeah, it was 9-2 going in favor of Walls of Jericho, but then we saw like Golo start to bounce back and putting 2 on the board. They opened up things. They had that top mid control. So it was I think it ended 9-4, but we actually saw like Golo starting to catch some stride there. So really disappointed to see either way. We now see Walls of Jericho. They want to play fast. We should not be surprised. They want to get in, get those power weapons, and continue to apply pressure. And if Let Golo allow that to happen again, they might get run over. I know Let Golo might want to slow things down and play at their own pace, but you cannot allow Walls of Jericho to steal all of the resources like they did in the beginning of that game number 2.
I guess biggest question here is, what have you learned from that opening strat? What kind of intel can you pick up from the game plan of your enemy team, and can you kind of adapt and change things up based off of that? Or is there like a pseudo mind game to that where the enemy team knows that their setup or their strat, and do they then slightly alter their own? But I don't know if it's that deep. We'll see. Either way, now that we're kind of coming back to it, I don't really remember what was kind of like, it just seemed like 3 died right away. And if that was due to the rockets or the grapple or what, I'm not 100% sure. But of course, we know the points in contention. So let's see it go down one more time.
Yeah, most likely the Rockets were the culprit in that one, creating that 4-1 lead. Alex Shock making his way toward the palm tree, and this time they're going to contest Rockets. Great shots going across the board. Alex Shock putting some cross-map shots, and the grapple stealing away that Rockets, and I'm not sure exactly who was able to get their hands on. I want to say it was a member of like Golo, but I'm not sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure I saw a rocket kill on the feet out of Walls of Jericho, so it must have been a member of Jericho. That or the grapple pulled it and the player died. Either way, scrappy fights left and right here in a tie game this time around instead. Precision managed to break away with a shotgun. He's got positioning on rockets as well. 2 players die, though. He's now in trouble. Going to need to make himself scarce here.
Precision currently down by 2 kills as his team, like with Lagolo. Squilly ends up finding multiple players here in front of him over toward the Rocket Alley side. Shield, you're going to quickly go down. Squilly down to 1 shot, electing not to run away. Throws an excellent denial nade, has a teammate advancing forward, but the backsmack's going to come in, courtesy of Parzelli, and Nikolai chucking some early dynamo grenades.
Lagolo making quite a few strides off this opening in comparison to the last one. Definitely keeping things very close as they continue to trade here. Groovy going to try to hold on in the doorway. And his teammates there to support him as well. So assist comes in, picks up the dynamo, center map in their hands too. And in time for the OS. They're going to need at least 1 more round of slays here. They got sights on spawners too.
Alex Shaw taking some heavy damage onto the locker side, having the Mangler in the back pocket. Nikolai throwing some nades, ends up somehow taking down Groovy. And Alex Shaw still alive. Excellent shots coming in from the Mangler. Tries to go in for the finish, ends up earning himself an assist. Walls of Jericho had losing 3 out of 4 members. And the backsmack comes in.
It's raining Parzelli. Nice and convenient. What is Parzelli? That sounds like a cheese or something. I like saying it, though. Anyway. I don't know, man. Gunshot gonna make that look easy, though. He's still got the shotty to work with, too. Tied things up, 13 all. An OS player gonna narrowly escape there. Squilly on the hunt for him, though. Looks like the trade comes in for the on the feed. And now 15, and Gunshot just going to hold the wall down.
Ooh, Gunshot flying in with the Bulldog, and he's not done with just 1. Ends up getting the double kill, taking down Groovy and Alec Shock. Beautiful plays coming out of Gunshot. He's not done yet. Ends up getting the assist. Squilly seemingly coming in out of nowhere. And how did he know that player was there over toward the Rocket side? Advancing forward. Squilly gets the kill onto Alex Shock. A spawner comes in. He's going to go down. Walls of Jericho are really starting to heat up.
Gunshot starting to heat up. The man's starting to pop off, picking up kills left and right. The awareness to go back for the nades, too, and then toss him into lockers. That is just mean. The pressure right now, it's keeping the boys on Lagolo back, and they can't afford to peek. And because of it, they can't get in position for rockets, too. Rockets were picked up. I take it back, though. Groovy was the one who grabbed them somehow. Alex Shaw could patiently play his life and get the shotty out for it. And all of a sudden, Lagolo finding ways to answer back here. It's still close.
Alex, what just happened? Walls of Jericho were really starting to run. They were raining down nades, and out of nowhere, Lagolo ended up stealing away rockets. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but now all of the control is switching back towards Lagolo. They currently only are down by 1 kill, but they have all of the momentum.
Yeah, Groovy is what happened, though, right? We didn't get to see any of it, but he might have grappled the rockets or something, because like you said, it didn't seem like they had the map control to get it. So Groovy then walking away with a few plays here. Chilled you gonna narrowly escape with the OS, and that was the lease on life he needed. Extra shields, gonna put down a couple more here, 25 to 22. Looking for a spawner. Hopefully checking his corners. Groovy gonna take another with a nade, and Parzelli with 1-2. They always seem to have an answer, and honestly, I don't think I've ever seen somebody tuck this deep in the corner, Tony. That might work.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that spot right there. It's really creative. But looks like Nikolai is gonna end up going down. Alex Shock scaring that player away over toward the cafe side of things. Only down by 2 kills. Lagolo. They're trying to claw their way back into it, but every time Walls of Jericho seemingly having an answer back.
Definitely a bit of a tug of war. Lagolo doing what they can just to hold on to the narrow deficit, I guess. Nikolai right now going to make his way to the grapple. Could use it for a quick rotation here. Squilly just trying to stay up in the meantime. You got Nikolai at center map, all while I say it. They got 2 on, or sorry, the entire team opposite side. I take it back. Squilly with a great angle to do pressure, but not a lot of help just yet.
Gunshot taking down Precision. Squilly dropping down. Ends up not getting the backsmack somehow, but luckily the Slay gonna still come in. 33 to 28 going in favor of Walls of Jericho. And I think like Gola been playing excellent Halo up until this point, but somehow Walls of Jericho, like I said, always answering back. But now Rockets and Overshield coming up at the exact same time. Can these teams prioritize both of them? Because if either one gets them, that's going to spell a good night for the other one. Chill, you're going to start off by taking down Parzelli. The Dynamo Grenade going to fly in, making Squilly one shot.
Wow.
Jeez, somehow still alive.
Walls of Jericho doing a really good job of earning the most important positions on the map, winning fights for him as well. Look at this Precision now forced to back down to get away from the Rockets. OS now coming up as well. So the fight for center is so crucial. Rockets already coming into play as Squilly does take one. Parzelli down for the count here. Alex Shaw going to try to bounce in the fight, but the man's alone, and he's being conquered here. 40-29 as the game very quickly slips out of control here, Tony. They got all the resources. Squilly now blocking spawns on this side. Going to force it out to Ali. So, no, somebody... Is it a victory already? Oh, 42. Oh, you know what? They played it till they had a 9-kill advantage, Tony. They kept the point total in mind, and they just carried on with it. So previously, if you're just tuning in, the game started. We had a start of the game that went, 9-2 or 9-3, 9-4, and somebody disconnected. So I guess they kept that scoreline in mind when they restarted the second game and played the 41. So Bizarre, Slayer, going to go in the hands of Walls of Jericho, and the series all of a sudden now tied up.
Yeah, let me tell you, like Gola looked really good in that oddball on Streets, but man, Walls of Jericho were running house on Bizarre, and now the question is, can they carry that momentum? Because now we're playing Strongholds, a very fast game type, but on live fire, which is very wide open, so I'm really not sure who has the advantage here on this one, but what I do know is there's a sniper rifle. I know there's a power-up over there. I know that there's a drop wall, heat wave, and plenty of goodies that I want to see both of these teams fighting for.
One thing's for sure, I mean, the boys on Jericho, they can slay. When it comes to Bizarre, they completely dominated in Bizarre Slayer. Live Fire, I think, is a map that really lends itself to Slayers more so, just because of the way the map plays. There's just so many opportunities for individual outplays and gunfights with the geometry and the slides available on the map. And the way it's designed, too, with its 3 separate lanes and, lack of kind of an open sightline to connect it all together. So we'll see. I do think it favors maybe Jericho coming into this, but objective efficiency out of the boys on like Golo was pretty elite in that game 1. So, I mean, as I say it, the game's already kicked off here. It looks like Golo, multiple of them have dropped to start, but the only one alive does have some power to work with. That's groovy.
Yeah, and I'm going to agree with you. I think this really lends favor to Walls of Jericho, just because Strongholds, when I think about it, is all about speed, and Walls of Jericho lack no speed whatsoever. And like you said, when it comes to slaying, clearly they can put kills on the board. Groovy going down to one shot over towards bottom mid. Going to let go of that heat wave, and Chill just going to borrow it for just a moment here as the double cap going in favor of Legolo, despite not having numbers. Like you said, that objective efficiency coming into play. You're able to steal away 2 bases, but Joju making quick work of getting the base. Joju, come on.
The scariest part of the map, though, there, thankfully nobody had a repulsor as they took that fight. He does manage to get to B because of it. Now a BC hold for them. Groovy looking to rotate his way on through. Wants this flank as well. Hasn't stepped into C to stop it yet, though. Instead, the man's taking quite a bit of pressure. Throws all of his nades out back here. Precision takes 2. Now he'll jump into C, knowing he has the freedom to do so. And time going to start to not turn in their favor, though. There does seem to be a rotation on the side of Walls of Jericho as they try to out-rotate him. But thankfully for Legolo, they'll take B. And the snipe, too.
I love how he was standing on that grenade pad, so he was able to get those extra grenades that he was just flying in. But sometimes you got to be careful with it, because you can stand on a grenade pad and you end up getting remote detonated, so it works against you. So you got to be careful when you choose to apply that strategy. Nikolai and Squilly quickly going to go back-to-back deaths here. Precision trying to kill that player over toward the pillars. Luckily, finally gets some help here and showed you still alive over toward the B side of the map.
Man's just set up camp out back B, locking it down until Precision comes in to ruin his day. He can pick up the heat wave for this, too. Going to get back to the stronghold. BC still in their favor as he snaps onto another. Looks like he does want to make the rotation through. Does he go for the jump? This would be one of the best times to do it. Instead, he takes the long route, the patient route instead. I respect it. should be able to dip his toe into C and draw attention to himself, but in doing so, man's gonna have to take a few fights.
And while all this is happening, Chilled You able to steal away Bravo, but Charlie quickly going into the hands of Walls of Jericho. Stopped short. Chilled You hopping right into A to try to out-rotate the enemy team. We have a 59-44 run going in favor of Legolo, but Walls of Jericho quickly putting good points on the board. Sniper rifle coming up, so this can be a decision maker for either one of these squads.
It definitely will be. Game's about to slow around it, assuming there's anybody on Legolo alive to contest it. They're dying to nades. Beautiful nades at that, at a Walls of Jericho. Here, Snipe, I assume, went to their hands. Nikolai right now going to continue to rotate through C. Not quite sure where that Snipe ended up. Nikolai cannot worry about it, though. Going to have to bounce out of the fight here. All while it happens, Legolo going to try to rotate out to A, so Nikolai can turn it and keep BC on their side. Don't see this sniper, Tony. You know where it went?
I'm not exactly sure where the sniper went here, but I know Nikolai having the BR in hands and looking very good with it with the cross-map shots, putting down the damage, forcing multiple players to back down, ends up going and taking out Groovy. The double kill ends up getting the sniper rifle, but quickly going to change hands. Still 2 down. Goes Legolo, and the third one going to fall quickly.
Scully going to lock things down on B. I believe his team managed to grab that snipe, rotate it through. We'll see. C under contention here. Scully going to let it be, though. Try to cut his losses. Wait for gunshot so that he can push up for a 2v1. So perfect opportunity. They can now recollect C off of it. Legolo under quite a bit of pressure here. Bit of momentum starting to form on the side of Walls of Jericho. Parzelli needs to shut it down. And thankfully, he's got the perfect combination to do it. Camo, Mangler, Repulsor. Everything he needs to put on a show for us here. Oh, and he's still doing it.
But he misses the first 2 shots right there, so sadly ends up getting the trade where maybe he could have chained some kills together and created a double, maybe even a triple kill, as Precision is going to be hunted down, and Nikolai making his way over toward the sandbag, somehow finding the head of Alec. Shock, another 2 caps go in, but Charlie quickly going to change hands.
BC does seem to be the play for these teams to control. You get that high ground position, lot to lock down on the map when you do it. And Squilly right now just going to try to fight his way through B. You know what? Take ABC. If you get the whole map, you're in a great position here. Squilly, that was beautiful too. He drops and slides, hits the repulsor, and sends Alex Shuck to the depths below. At this point, you just play defense.
Alex Shaw going to be swimming with the fishes there momentarily. Great play coming in out of Squilly. Meanwhile, gunshot off the screen ends up getting a double kill. Multiple falling here for Walls of Jericho, but they're answering back in the Slays department. All this is happening once again. Groovy. They don't even need numbers. They're still taking bases, which is quite impressive if you ask me.
Yeah, we continue to see the rotation out of Jericho, right? They're so quick to get back to A or to C when B gets contested. As I say it, though, Legolo with a little opening here. Groovy Precision, they get Slays. Now's the opportunity to start to lock down spawns, keep the pressure up here. Looks like Parcelli hit a nice slide to get back to Ness. As I say it, though, he's got more things to worry about, right? You got the OS, the snipe up center to fight for here. Nikolai going to get dropped with a defensive play here. Parzelli going to bounce out with the sniper. And all of a sudden, Legolo have the resources to make plays, assuming they can line up a couple heads.
Another double cap going in favor of Walls of Jericho. Yet another out rotation coming in out of Legolo, stealing away the alpha. But now B quickly going in the hands of Walls of Jericho. Walls of Jericho need to slow down the objective efficiency coming out of Legolo. They need to take advantage of the slays that they're getting here. Gunshot having the difference maker in his hands. That's the sniper rifle. But Nikolai and Squilly quickly go down. Gunshot's gonna join them, and 3 out of 4 members here hitting the black screen for Walls of Jericho.
That snipe. Everybody wants a piece of it, and it keeps dropping the moment they grab it. Squilly, maybe it's his turn. If he can make it to be alive. Needs to stay up. Nice use of the jump here. It's the high angle, can avoid a couple nades temporarily. And it looks like these players are going to try to respect his position as well. They got quite the setup here, too. You got Gunshot locking down C in center hall. Teammate with him on B side as well. And they're all trapped in A as they try to push up. Going to have to take the 1v1. And those are the types of plays that do break you through. So Legolo, Parcelli, specifically opening things up for his team by winning that fight, but for how long?
Great shots coming out of Gunshot. Ends up earning himself the assist. Him and Squilly working a nice little 1-2 combo over towards the B side of the map as 2 down. Once again, go leg Golo. And a player flies in over towards Bravo, literally by himself, but somehow it's paying dividends because Gunshot going down to one shot, whips out the skill gap, and he falls off the map.
I will say the skill gap was the jump that he hit, though, too. I'm pretty sure he jumped from the back of B there to get, like, you can kind of wrap with a crouch jump to the ledge above and then use that as high ground with the AR for a tricky play. Either way, might see a little bit more of it soon with the OS coming up here as well. Looks like Golo are not in position for it. Instead, Nikolai going to put him down with the heat wave. Squilly coming up from down low. They got it's the camo that they have on C side. And because of that, all things looking red on the scoreboard here. A, B, and C on their side. Spawners up in B in a desperate effort to reset the caps here, but they just don't have the resources to do it.
What they do have is the camouflage. Does Gunshot right now, holding on to the tower side. Momentary trip cap, as you alluded to. And as Alex Shock and friends try to advance forward to Alpha, they end up getting slayed out, and the reset comes in. Gunshot stopping Charlie, and that's going to be it. A 250 to 105 win in favor of Walls of Jericho.
Walls of Jericho just unshaken. They managed to pull it together in Game 3. I was waiting to see whether or not, like, Golo would have the opportunity to go up against SGA? What am I thinking? SGA?
Yep.
SGA, of course, they lost to Let Golo early on, winner's side. I don't know if I would call it an upset winner's side, but that was kind of the storyline, right? Will SGA be able to beat Let Golo when they face him again? Turns out they're not going to face him again. Instead, Walls of Jericho, they push on through, and that will be our next matchup. So Walls of Jericho still hanging on. They're looking good so far, Tony, but good enough for SGA. I don't know. We'll see.
We're going to find out. I'm excited to watch this matchup here. I feel like Walls of Jericho and SGA play a very similar style of Halo, and I think it's conducive for very exciting. We're going to see a lot of back and forward. We're going to see bodies dropping all over the place, maybe a couple of no-scopes, a couple of mind the gaps. I think it's going to be very exciting watching these two juggernauts go at it.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. Just a matter of time till we get there. Of course, only 4 teams left in the tournament at this point. Our next matchup here on screen, SGA. They've been untouched, I want to say, through the lower bracket since they dropped here. Just quite kind of, I want to say, a vengeance that they've created to make it through the lower bracket. Walls of Jericho, maybe this is the team to take them down. At this point, whoever loses, they drop out. The winner going to move on to losers finals. Tony, we're about to get to the end of this tournament as well. We got a grand on the line. We got our qualifier, our final qualifier, too, to find out who is going to be ESA Blue.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty. In case you guys forgot about Team SGA, because I know it's been a little while since we've seen them. That's the team featuring Furiously, JK, Eli Elite, and Gold Star BR. I know a lot of people might have them as your pre-tournament favorites going into this tournament, and rightfully so. Meanwhile, the actual number 1 seed, Walls of Jericho, is the same squad that we just saw: Nikolai, Gunshot, Squilly, and Shield You. I'm really excited because, like I said before, I think their play styles are very similar to each other. I think they both play very fast, and that's their strengths. And also their weaknesses is that they play very fast, and sometimes they need to slow things down. I feel like they're very similar to each other, and we're going to see who can get that complete map control, get the slays, and continue to apply pressure, because that's what both of these squads are very good at.
Yeah, and both of these teams are going to need to adapt maybe through this to face the competition that's coming up, right? Because then you have talentless who are very setup heavy and play, maybe more the traditional style of Halo as well, coming off of Halo 3, I'd say predominantly, even in the lower bracket finals as well, with EXO as well, with a similar kind of style. So those styles about to clash, of course, once we get through this series. But this one's about to be fast-paced, Tony. Strongholds, Streets to kick it off. We got Slayer Aquarius and Oddball on Recharge. Stronghold Streets, Tony, what do you expect to see?
Well, once again, very fast game type. You have a very small map, and Strongholds is a very good game type for teams to out-rotate the enemy team. You saw just exactly that in the previous round, even on Live Fire, which is arguably bigger than the map that we're seeing here on Streets. You obviously have the rocket launcher that spawns over towards the middle of the map that everybody's going to be fighting for. I think if you spawn towards the PD side of things, I think that's the advantage. I love going for that drop wall, dropping it early, grabbing onto the Bulldog, and turning those slays into that rocking control, where if you spawn down low over toward the C side of the map, I think your best bet is having somebody get the thrust, but also not ignoring the Stalker rifle, which you can use to bait the rockets over towards the middle, especially if you have a nasty shot, which I don't, sadly.
But they do, thankfully, and that's why we're sitting here. We're not in the game. Should be good, regardless, right? Like you said, picking up that thrust is going to be so massive, and just being aware of it every time it spawns, always having it on a player on the map here, can make fighting for B a lot more effective as well. But I wonder if that'll be the play. I find, if the enemy team does have that high ground control, pushing up from C through that driveway, so damn risky. If you can get the thrust bounce out and then take a different route, I find it tends to work a little more often. If you go through alley side, you have a little bit more coverage. We'll see. Either way, I'm sure these teams, they know how to play it. They know how to adapt and out-rotate. I'm just expecting very fast-paced play throughout this game and a lot of, forced 1v1 fights as well, very close quarters fights. So curious to see who comes out on top of it.
Definitely. One of my favorite spots to be on this map is if I'm holding, say, an A and B side setup over on streets and keeping that high ground. I like to actually be up in heaven, up in God's spot above PD. I feel like I can still apply pressure onto the B street, which most of the time you want to focus on. You can't let anybody sneak in onto that B street side, but you also have a clear angle to anybody that rotates over towards mid or cafe. So the amount of leverage that you have, sometimes you can just pop a couple of shots with the enemy team not seeing you, but even the intel that you can give to find out how many players are going B side, how many players are going cafe side, so you can kind of IGL and control the troops. I think there's a lot of value from sitting up in that heaven spot when looking down at your opponents for watching B and C side if you choose to hold on to the setup. I know a lot of these players are kind of greedy. Say, if we have the setup, keep going for the trip cap. We don't have time to sit still. Just keep moving. But it's personally one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, if they get timing to do it off of a slay advantage, right? That's something that we see C9 do, is they do know when they have a numbers advantage, and then they will push. They'll take the trip cap, they'll take the map, and they're not afraid to because they've got such great timing off of those opportunities. Whereas this was kind of the issue we brought up with these teams, is they're always playing fast, even when they don't need to, even in situations where, I assume they slow it down when they're at a deficit, of course, but we'll see how they kind of micromanage this stuff. I would say, and it's kind of a difficult spot to play, but I personally love playing from tires, especially if you have a shotgun, just that whole area, right? Just jumping up to the sign above tires, jumping back down to, like, you can contest rockets from there. You got it's just a skill jump playground in that whole section of the map. You've got so many different little curb slide ledges to use to bounce into different sections of the map. If you want to hit B, if you want to rotate yourself all the way over to the outlook over the C spawn, we'll see who uses what at this point as we finally jump into the match here. Turns out two are going to die early off the start, leaving JK with limited resources, but he'll make it work despite it.
JK quickly getting a hold of the rockets, ends up getting a clutch double kill onto that oddball spawn, but showed you going down to one shot and quickly going to be hunted down. This is what I talked about. Fast-paced action is exactly what you're seeing, and you're seeing a double cap going in favor of Walls of Jericho, but quickly SGA hopping on the alpha.
Get to see all the different weapons on the map being used there early on. AR coming into play too. You can't neglect it. JK not neglecting the nades as he makes his way up through C-side. Gonna need this kill though. He's lost two teammates. Gonna do what he can just to stay up and be a tough target. Bounces back to center to help Eli. In perfect position here to take another, but what a play! The thrust back ninja. It's JK just getting his, I want to say ankles broken, but more like skull crushed.
The plays are being made right now, and it's 23-13 going in favor of Walls of Jericho. Squilly upping the tempo, getting the face of his opponent, gunshot and chilled you, getting back-to-back kills. Squilly putting the third one down as 3 out of 4 members of SGA going down, and we might see a trip cap going in favor of Walls of Jericho.
Definitely reeling a bit after that play out of Walls of Jericho for sure. That's a hell of an answer. We'll see if they can keep it up. Of course, A on their side, C now collected, so the fight for B in session here. Squilly gonna jump into the hill quickly. Got a teammate with him to help out as well. Gunshot picks up one. Should be a clean cap on the B side. Do they rotate to push C as well? You can see spawners coming up from it. Squilly going to keep the pressure up as it happens. Gunshot diving in from above, cleans up Eli. And look at the opportunity they've created for it, too. Squilly just barely getting out with the rocket launcher here.
Ooh, Rockets come into play, ends up trading out the kill right there, but not able to get away with his life. Goldstar stealing away the thrust and the rockets for himself, but a drop wall seemingly coming in out of nowhere in the tire side. Now Goldstar playing as patient as possible, trying to bait the PD side, finally finding a player onto the tires, takes him down. 2 members going to the black screen for Walls of Jericho.
Oh, Goldstar still brawling. Like I said, favorite spot of the map here, especially if you got a shotgun. So much you can put together right now. Perfect line of defense to do it. Teammates now capping A. Pressure coming up from the staircase and the driveway. The double dilemma, difficult to deal with. He drops with a trade. And a bunch of weapons going to drop down over on B stairs as well. Squilly going to play it patiently, though. A, B on the side of SGAS. And let's see what they can do. Oh, my God. Here's where you expect to see the push to C. You can see they're already tapping it. And because of this, it flips the spawns over to A side here, too. So Eli Elite already aware of it and already putting pressure on as they try to get to A to stop the bleeding here. Eli going to keep the pressure up. Then Clyde takes one. Melee in. Shoddy putting it to work, too. Chilled now down. A double out of Squilly, though, to answer back. Squilly going to look for a little bit more. And it's plays like that that give Walls of Jericho little opportunities to get back the map.
Nikolai able to get the Stalker rifle here over towards bottom A right as the rocket launcher is coming up. Very important plays, but the rockets just like that have disappeared. Meanwhile, Nikolai taking some heavy damage, going down. 2 members down for each of these squads, and Goldstar starting to advance forward because Walls of Jericho still holding on to the 2 cap.
You know, I expected this one to be close, Tony, and it definitely is. Looking real scrappy at this point. These teams so quick at retaking territory here. Goldstar, his chance to do so. Got a little bit of coverage from the team to help him out. He does collect A. Getting tagged up from C, though. Looks like B will be the play. JK already there. Goldstar line of defense. And try to get an advanced position here up onto C. But it looks like Walls of Jericho going to try to rotate to A. All while that happens, Goldstar just going to play the goalie.
95 to 84, still going in favor of Walls of Jericho. The double cap is in hands for SGA, holding on to their setup. Gunshot, Nikolai, back-to-back kills, 3 down. Go SGA, chilled you without any timing loss whatsoever, hopping into the A base and trying to put back a double cap. But the B side, the most important plot in my position in favor of SGA, not for long though, because they're already taking it. Walls of Jericho being as efficient as possible. Because of that, they've earned themselves a trip cap and going in for the defense. The reset is in. They're playing lights out.
Nikolai making a massive play to keep C in their favor. They now got BC as SGA need to fight for A just to stay alive here. Looks like Furiously going to be the first one to push up. Nikolai might still be hanging out nearby here. Furiously needs to be careful. He will dip his toe into C. Looks like attention is elsewhere. Should be able to get away with it. Rocket's going to come up shortly as well. As I say it, there he is! He's still hanging out nearby. He comes back with the defense. Because of it, now he's earned a sightline onto Rockets. He can continue to put damage in.
We've seen a Stalker rifle so much in this game. 3-shot potential for the perfect kill. Long range, short range, it doesn't matter. It's an absolute nuisance. Nikolai going to use it to get the trade-off. Meanwhile, JK utilizing the rockets, which are much more powerful than the Stalker rifle, if you ask me. Double cap in favor of SGA, and they're already working on the spawners.
Interesting score lines when you take a look at that feed, though, right? You got JK with 16 kills to his name. He's 16 and 12. 0 assists. The man just taking nothing but individual fights. Furiously taking his 3rd kill of the game right there with that melee. Struggling to find his own pivs here. Despite it, though, they do hold on to the slight lead. This is still neck and neck, as I say it, though. Gunshot and team, they're going to take that back. Spawners and C side now under pressure. And how do they break out of this, too? Nice little setup opportunity here for Jericho.
They need to hold on to the setup if they
Oh,
want to
no.
come out with the win. What a big kill as 3 down. Go SGA. That's going to be impressive. Only one more player alive over toward take B. That's going to be Gold Star. Not sure how much you're going to be able to take by yourself. Luckily, the spawners are coming at SGA. They're going after Alpha. But as I say that, Charlie switching hands to Walls of Jericho. Every time SGA make a play, Walls of Jericho simply out-rotate them.
SGA looking to bite back here. Might be able to do it off this if Gold Star can win his fight. Nade in, can't quite get it. Nikolai, he's been just living in back C. He's held that down most of the game. He seems to know how to play it efficiently, so it's worked out well for him. And will any challenger be able to break through? Gunshot. All of his nades going over to B side, making sure nobody's there. Looks like he's got a teammate with him to push through to A. Should be able to grab something here, but Rockets are the point of contention.
Gold Star and Squilly off a screen, end up trading off
God.
kills. Gunshot ends up dying quickly with the Rocket still one in the chamber down as 3 members of Walls of Jericho are going to join them here. Furiously sliding over towards Alpha, trying to get the cap. Looks like he's able to do that, and another trip cap going in favor of the boys in blue. Walls of Jericho are in danger of losing their lead.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they're now in trouble. They're going to get back to C here. Furiously so quick to apply pressure, though. Nice little pinch coming into C as well. They can pick up multiple slays if they play this right. They already got 2 C on their side now. Going to flip the spawns over to A, and you'll see them dash into it just to stop the bleeding here. But all of a sudden, SGA on a run.
Flurcy starting to advance forward over towards the driveway side. Luckily, Eli Elite is covering his back. Excellent shots come out of Eli. Elite able to take down Childy. One more player over towards the tires. Going to be quickly dealt with. And SGA putting Walls of Jericho on their back. 208 points in counting. Walls of Jericho now need to make something happen. Otherwise, game number 1 will quickly go in the hands of SGA.
Yeah, SGA really speeding this up. They're taking slays as they go, starting to move together as well. Shots into C. One little, oh my God, spree out of Furiously as he snaps onto his right-hand side here to help Gold Star in time, too. How do they play it? They got B and A in their favor. They can continue to play defense. Furiously with an interesting combo here. Sentinel, Commando. He can do, I guess, quite a bit with it. Not a combo I'm used to, unless you get killed by nades out of Chilled, though. What a way to enter the fight, too. Walls of Jericho looking to break things down. He'll get to B here. Squilly can turn and burn JK. Unfortunately, he can't. And they need to keep making plays, though. 244 at this point. SGA, one more hold. They can close it.
They need to keep making plays. Indeed, they have to keep their foot on the pedal right now. They can't slow down whatsoever as Nikolai going all the way down to 1 shot. Trying to rotate over toward the A side. It's going to be reset, but Squilly coming in. The double cap is in favor, but only 6 more seconds needed here for SGA, but a triple cap going towards Walls of Jericho, and Squilly pulls off an overkill off the screen.
Squilly popping off when his team needs it most. Can they hold on to it, though? SJ, they're still getting pressure, though, off of spawns. They're still holding the trip cap very quickly, closing the line. Look at this, 360 out of Nikolai as he picks up a kill on the Furiously. Looking for more, too. Spawners up in C. He's got a sight line on it. Teammate already applying pressure. That's Gunshot, who's living in the back of C with a shotgun. And all of a sudden, SGA falling apart just a little bit. 2 players will take Gunshot. They got to start rolling in pairs if they want to turn things around. It looks like they will go to B as well, but as they do it, losing C here. So Furiously going to get it back to C to trade out a kill. But all of a sudden, things looking rough, right? They're going to catch up. 240 and counting. Walls of Jericho, they're pulling it back.
That the art to come back really looking possible. However, SGA end up bouncing back. The slays go in. Gunshot taking down Eli Elite. That's going to be a pivotal kill right there. Charlie quickly going to change hands. Gunshot trying to advance forward over towards B. The sticky not going to connect.
This is it.
Chilled you flying over towards Bravo. They need to get this capture. They're able to do so. And Alpha going to switch hands. That's going to be a trip cap. And it might just be, no, it's not. C's straight changing hands. And it looks like that's going to be it. Walls of Jericho pulling off the impossible comeback to steal away game number 1.
Wow, what the heck, Tony, just took place? I think all off of what was it? A overkill off of Squilly. All of a sudden, they're all dead, and they got them split spawning in different sections of the map too. I think which was so beautiful. They were able to lock down a split spawn. Right, we had a couple spawning in Cafe. You get like one spawning in PD, and they're isolating and winning the 1v1s in each section of the map. The shotgun with gunshot in the back of C gets a crucial fight, wins it to keep the setup in his favor. They had to send 2 out to gunshot to trade him out, but then by the time they did that, there was another player there to kind of retrieve it and pick up the pieces. I mean, Walls of Jericho, they somehow found their footing. They kept things scrappy to the end, and then I think that fight for B was the fight for the game, right? You win B right there. You grab the most important point of control in the map, and in doing so, you got sightlines to push them off a spawn too. They were stuck into C, and I guess without options too. But SGA, I thought they had it. All of a sudden, it changed.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Like the whole time I'm looking, I'm like, okay, Walls of Jericho making something happen, but it always felt like it was only a moment, like only a matter of time before SGA come back. I'm like, okay, Walls of Jericho come back. Okay, real cute. They come back a little bit. I'm like, okay, hold on. Right. They keep going. I'm like, all right, this is possible. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they're really gonna do it. And they end up literally stealing that game away from SGA. Yeah. A bit of a choke here, but SGA, hopefully they're able to bounce back in game number 2, but I would not be surprised if we see a third and final elimination game, especially with how close these two teams are.
Slayer Aquarius is going to be wild, that's for sure. This is going to be a hell of a brawl between these teams. Just the way that they like to play, all the forced like 1v1 fights too. We saw a lot of that in the game too. JK popping off on the Slays, but he had like 1 assist to his name with like 25 kills or something crazy. The man was going wild. So, if it works, it's kind of like a 50-50, right? You win the fight, things looking good for you. You don't win the fight, now all of a sudden your team's at a deficit. So we'll see if they continue to play that way. Slayer Aquarius, I mean, the team shot going to be so huge. So many open sight lines. You got to have players in positions.
And we talked about it all the time. Aquarius, you have the camouflage spawning over towards that top mid. Each team getting their own thruster pack to use, but in the middle of car are those dynamo grenades that give you that audio cue, that give you that tick damage, which can be maximum value, but also slowing down your opponent, which can be so annoying, and them coming up every 30 seconds. If you're timing those and always getting value out of them, I think it's just masterful. I really do. It's the Dynamo and Mangler meta, if you will. And as of right now, if you're not taking advantage of those 2 items, you're probably going to be left behind here, whether it's ranked or even competitive play in tournaments like we're seeing right here.
It's their power plus the frequency of spawn that makes it so deadly, right? As long as you're on top of that consistent spawn timer with those nades, you continue to lock players down off of spawn as well. So we'll see it. The heat wave as well going to be a huge point of contention. The camo even more so top mid, but curious to see how these teams play when they get that little opening, right? Ideally, you get a couple players up top map, pink car side. You said car side. It seems to be the side that players will like to control. Either way, just having that top map control so that you've got the sight line on a base spawn or a spawn coming out refrigerator, whatever it is. Very early on, you've got the early attack pressure, which is huge.
Yeah, the last thing you want to see happen is a team getting spawn trapped over towards the fridge side. There's only 2 exits, and it's a nade heaven in there, as we're seeing some of the replays of Walls of Jericho and SGA, which, mind you, SGA really controlled this game for a large portion, and then Walls of Jericho making that comeback that we're seeing right here, right now. Eli Elite making plays onto the tires, putting down shots, staying alive, being as crafty and as annoying as possible.
Would be interesting to see the last portion of the game here, right? When things turned around, SGA looked like they had that win. They were at 244, and then all of a sudden, Walls of Jericho, off of I think an overkill from Squilly, had the opening that they needed to control the map, and they started split spawning them everywhere. This is it right here. Furiously, so it's 240. So, that was at the end that we bounced back to the beginning here. Oh, that play was insane, by the way. That was a nice way to start the game.
Always love seeing the ninjas. Oh, my gosh. Eli Elite barking with the bulldog there. But, yeah, that ninja was crazy. The overkill out of Squilly was a game-changing play. We saw plenty of plays here, and it looks like we're going right into Aquarius. Right
into Aquarius, like you said, and right into the death screen goes Goes Gold Star, but to JK there to pick up the camo, so not too bad. He's got the thrust. He's got all the thrusts. That should be 5 at least to work with here, as this man is going to play sneaky with it. A lot he could put together. Already one down for the count. That's to Clyde. Center map in their favor because of it. You can see they're looking for him out from utility. Nade's already coming in. JK going to play it carefully as 3 are looking to push through pink.
JK still somehow able to stay alive with the camouflage, going right into the middle of the map and putting down shots. He's feeling confident because he did have the thrust to get out of that situation, but JK being hunted down, denial nades out, and somehow still alive, but no longer having the camouflage, nothing but his BR, which is pretty darn good.
Trying to use that thrust to his advantage, unfortunately could not quite survive. I think Gold Star might have been able to pick it up, but Nikolai's earned some high ground off of this. Can he find his target, though? Spins all the way around, looking for a melee, couldn't get it. Instead, you'll see the death screen. Squilly gonna drop as well. SGA coming out as a dominant force here early game. JK here to pick up the pieces on 1-2. And they've got top map, right? They got both Car and Pink, and because of it, spawners up in the base. An early sightlines and a pinch opportunity for them if JK keeps them back, but can't quite do it. I guess he didn't hit all of the 2 bursts.
Got to make sure you're hitting your shots. That's the tough part. And then obviously you control movement and position and teamwork and all the other stuff and power control. And then you have a Halo player. If I was good at all of that, I'd be in this tournament as well. 13-9 lead in favor of SGA. Camouflage coming up. Eli lead, well aware of it and wants to get his hands on it, but he's going to be taking some heavy damage, forced to drop down. That camouflage is still up.
So close at an Eli Elite. He did the best he could with that situation to put his back to the wall, try to cut a sight line and isolate the 1v1. Couldn't quite get the fight because of that camo. Now sit down bottom map. Gold Star in position just to bait it, though. Spree for him. Marksman as well. More cavalry coming in to challenge him. And I love the nade, too. Probably did damage. Not enough to get him out of that fight. Where did the camo go? Did he defend it long enough for a teammate to get to it, though? We'll see. Squilly bottom mid. Compromised position to be in, but he can play it sneaky.
Squilly over towards the Car side. Nikolai grabbing the commando for the back pocket. 3-on-3 situation as Shield U gonna quickly go down courtesy of JK. Nikolai sitting on the top P side but forced to back down as they did not have the numbers. Somehow still ends up getting the kill onto Gold Star. JK taking out Gunshot, and here comes the Dynamo grenades coming in.
Yeah, what do you do in that situation behind that podium with the Dynamos coming in? Literally nothing. You're getting sucked in by the Dynamos. You can't move. That's going to ensure his death. Back on board with Eli Elite and Dynamos to pick up once again. JK with 2 melees for the double. Nice little cushion for the stats as well. 26. Dynamo in. All the damage he'll do to the shields, though JK, or that player, will unfortunately die here. JK going to die as well. The Chilled. So a couple trades. Gold Star going to get bounced on top of, but still a 6-kill deficit to fight back from Jericho.
JK really going off right now. Currently 13 of his team's 28 kills at the moment, even having 6 assists as well. Meanwhile, Gunshot dropping a double kill with active camo coming up in 10 seconds. A crucial point in the game here. JK advancing forward over toward the P side, able to take down. Gunshot ends up getting the double kill as well. Almost a triple kill. 3 members go down for Walls of Jericho, and active camo in the hands of JK playing out of SGA.
Pretty nasty out of JK just to live there. Almost spun and earned himself a triple, too. Now he's got a heat wave. Might elect to, yeah, I thought he might wait for the thrust. Instead, he's just going to push up, take advantage here. Heat wave to work with. Quite an opportunity as well. Where does he go first? Wow, cross map with the heat wave. It does connect. Here's a second. Make it a third for a triple. And that's the kind of damage you got to do to keep these boys back on spawn.
Gold Star starting to heat up here as SGA having a 10-kill lead. They do not want to go out. It's a best of 3, and SGA looking to send this into elimination game number 3. Gold Star getting a double kill off the screen once again. Eli Lee going in for the challenge here. Ends up taking. SGA are literally running through Walls of Jericho.
Yeah, when it comes to Slayer, these boys are just on another level, I think. They're so clean with their fights. They take a lot of individual fights, but they win them, too. And I mean, Eli Elite making full use of the thrust as he continues to apply pressure. I mean, look at that, right? He gets the angle, and he bounces out, too, just in time for Gold Star. Nice little perfect shots and a gunshot. Make it 2, not quite. Furiously there to shut him down, 44 and counting. The win looking all but inevitable.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Walls of Jericho come back in this one, but I love the fact that they're continuing to fight. Eli Lee getting the cleanup kill onto Nikolai right after he takes down JK, but Eli Lee taking some heavy damage, dropping down, going up. I don't know how he's still alive right here, the Atlanta native, but being as creative as possible, then finally getting his shields and going back in for the challenge, almost taking down 2 members there with active camo coming up. 4 more kills needed for SGA. We will be seeing a game number 3.
Definitely looking that way. Clyde, can you do anything in these last moments? Nade down, not quite. They're all gonna die. 49 as the final one goes through. Gloriously gonna chase the man down. That's Chilled You to drop with a 50-35 close and 1-1 for the series. SGA, they needed an answer, and that was exactly it. They are back in this.
I'm pretty sure I saw that JK ended up with 20 kills and 11 assists. He participated in 31 out of the team's 50 kills. JK doing everything to keep his team in it. Now can he carry that over? Because we're going into oddball recharge. Right. We saw how objective efficient Walls of Jericho can be, and we know what SGA can do. This is anybody's game at this point.
SGA definitely coming back with a fire off of that one for sure. A little momentum coming into game 3 should help him. But like you said, Walls of Jericho, some good objective efficiency. Oddball recharge, Tony, what do you expect to see for this one, especially with these teams and the speed of play?
Yeah, when you have that oddball in hands, I would not be surprised if we see a lot of it start to rotate over towards that A side. Occasionally, you'll see that top gold maybe start off there, but then it rotate towards A and controlling those power weapons, shock rifle, sword, obviously the mangler as well. Even if you can rotate over towards C, which is really nice, because instead of pseudo playing it towards the middle of the map, you can actually get the ball off of the map, but it's harder to do that with the ball literally spawning on the opposite side of the C base and over towards that pillar. So like I said, you normally start off in gold, start to rotate it towards A. That's going to be your setup. And then depending on where the slays and the spawns go, you might see the ball rotate back and forward either towards C or maybe towards the gold side.
Right. Like you said, C, you're in a great position to drop it off map, but then your team might not be in a great position to recollect the ball once it spawns back up again because of the commitment to C there, which it can be good, though, if you just find yourself a solo player, right? You just manage to get there alone, you die with it, drop it out, your team might be in position to pick it up either way. You can make any of these setups work, though, is what we've seen time and time again, just a matter of, winning those critical fights and then finding that opening and capitalizing the moment you get the opening. That's something that not all these teams were doing efficiently in previous matches, right? Sometimes the slays would come in, but if they're too slow to get to the ball, sometimes they can't even go there anymore. They realize, okay, we got to keep slaying because if we give up our positions now, we're going to die trying to get to the ball. So timing going to be critical here. When you get that opening, collecting the ball, bringing it back to the setup, and also being very objective efficient in the moments that you recognize you got to drop it and slay or drop it, like hand it off to a teammate. We'll see it. Either way, game 3, the loser out of the tournament, the winner going to move on to losers finals. So a big opportunity here for both teams.
Big opportunity indeed. Lots of implications on the line. It's either do or die. The winner of this makes it towards the losers bracket finals against top 3. Sadly, the loser going out of the tournament a bit earlier than expected. Either one of these squads can really make a run for that first place prize pool, but there can only be one.
JK right now on the prowl. Can't quite find the fight that he needs, though. He's going to get out for now. Furiously, Eli, they take their picks. JK back once again. Can't quite get the kill. Instead, Eli, he's in a good spot here. Gold Star can do damage as well. Eli going to bring the ball back. The spawn might be an A as he does this. Looks like he does lock it down, so JK going to spawn there. That's perfect. They've created a setup out of this situation. He's already got position, or Furiously already has positioning in attic. Unfortunately, I think he did die, so he might be under pressure in just a sec. I like this attempt from Eli Elite. Brings the ball center, gets a double. He's thinking steps ahead, and he's still collecting time as he does it. My God.
The double melee into the double kill coming out of Eli lead and still somehow putting ball on the board. Finally ends up going down over towards the pit, but man, the damage has been done. It's a 16-3 lead going in favor of SGA, but as I say that, 3 out of 4 members going down. JK, the final member alive, and that ball is now over towards the C side of the map. So Walls of Jericho might be able to come back with this setup. This could be dangerous.
Here's the sneaky flank from JK, though. He can completely disrupt the setup. Look at this. Turns into a pinch. Got the grapple unlocked too. 2 of his teammates get kills. Ball about to be dropped off. Or is it? It's still there. It's actually still on the map, not dropped off just yet. And it looks like, despite it, the Walls of Jericho somehow getting their hands back on the ball. It seemed like a massive advantage side of SGA, but as I say, a ball does play. Beautiful toss. My God, Chilled. Gonna walk away with more time because of that.
That he is, but his teammates do go 3 down, so he's forced to play the ball over towards the middle of the map. Goldstar getting a clutch double kill right there, and he's quickly going to be cleaned up, and ball back in favor of SGA. JK with the king of double melees, taking down Nikolai, only down by 10 points as SGA can they get the slays they need.
He's still going. He can get 2 off this one. Teammate picks it up, though, instead. That's the type of pressure they need. Now locking down yet another player isolated, now pinched. He gets a kill. Wait a sec. Chilled just turns 2 kills out of that situation. That's wild. And that completely disrupted everything. Now Nikolai's going to come and get a kill. Now more ball time on the side of Jericho because of that play.
That it is, but Furiously and JK getting back-to-back kills, so despite the slays going in favor of SGA, Walls of Jericho still being very efficient when it comes to the ball time. JK getting another big kill, but Gunshot quickly going in for the cleanup. This player a bit overextended onto the C side, but Eli Elite making lemons out of lemonade, taking that player down, and numbers advantage back in favor of SGA, and the ball in the middle of the map. Everybody fighting for it.
Let's see what Squilly can do to lock things down here. Got Gunshot up on a map. Just trying to play it safely. They've got insights on a player down on C side, but it looks like, well, that happens. JK still on the flank here. Eli Elite drops 2. JK freedom to get to the ball, get a kill before he does it. I don't think they picked up that kill. Squilly does die. And right now, JK with an opportunity to rotate the ball A. Not sure they know the player is here. They know now. And a nice little double team going to ensure they collect the ball in a setup too. Might need to slay a little more first. They might not get the chance to.
Wow, despite being 3 down, Walls of Jericho having the final player over towards Elevator being as annoying as possible, and SGA getting very little, if any, ball time on that one, even though they had the numbers. Eli Lee quickly going to go down, showed you on the black screen as well. Goldstar going in for the challenge, but Nikolai takes him down. Easy cleanups, though, coming in out of Flursy as both of these teams fighting for the control. Flursy getting the double kill might be exactly what they need.
Oh, he tried to do more there, too. Tried to push up to avoid the nade. Couldn't quite do it. All well it happens. The scrappy fights coming out in the favor of Jericho. 60 points and counting here. Nikolai going to try to rotate it over to C. Looks like so far so successful. If he can live just barely. He's gained some beautiful timing off of it. Still getting tagged up, though. Ball does not get played. Maybe a chance for SGA to turn it. As I say it, though, Walls of Jericho in position for the ball once again, but they got to slay out first, and they're looking for him.
Squirrely getting his first 2 kills on the board here. Continuing up the tempo. Slay's going in. Long haul is where the pressure is coming from. Nikolai ends up going down, and Childew just sitting down over towards the seaside, holding this ball for dear life, but the pressure is coming in. Finally going to take some damage, but the double melee, Childew icing out Furiously, and now only 10 more seconds needed for round number 1.
Furiously could not find an answer there, man. Childew with like a nice little sweep over the box, and then out front just puts him down quick. And because of it, they're going to take, like you said, the round off of that setup. A lot of seaside holds there that came out on top with Jericho, but Jericho just finding ways to pull the ball out of these exchanges and just grab scrappy time, right? We saw it out center too with the toss up to Childew in the pipes. They're just so efficient working together for it. And off of that one Eli Elite play we saw in the beginning, we didn't see anything else at SGA.
Walls of Jericho 1 round away from making it into the elimination finals where Team EXO is waiting for them. SGA having to put back-to-back rounds if they want to come out on top, and very hard to do when you're 3 down. Gold Star BR, the final player on the map, as he's going to be hunted down as well, but no ball time yet in the hands for Walls of Jericho, not able to capitalize on these round of slays, but if they can get a second round, we surely will see some objective time.
Nikolai, a maniac. Okay, he's going for the repulsor jump out. Doesn't quite get a kill off it. I dig the attempt, though. Squilly going to drop the ball out. He knows he's not in it. Wait. Oh, we did lose a player. I was wondering. So it looks like we will come back for the second round in that game. Hopefully that player reconnects shortly. And quite a stunt to the momentum as well there, Tony, right? The advantage clearly in the favor of Jericho. And SGA, they need an answer. Maybe a tactical, tactical disconnect so that they can regain here.
I mean, they needed something, and maybe that slowing down the momentum might end up working in favor of them. But Walls of Jericho only 1 round away from coming out the winner. I'm assuming we're going to play this off of that, where literally Walls of Jericho 1 round away. Meanwhile, SJ would have to once again put back-to-back wins on the board. This is your game 3 elimination game. The winner of this advancing forward into your top 3 to go up against EXO for the rights to make it into the grand final. So this right here is it. There ain't no other match to be watching right now at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I was going to
say. This is for many reasons. This is a marathon for these players, right? We're getting down to the end of the line of the tournament. Still got to play losers finals and grand finals. And there's just the stamina, I think, is starting to become a factor here, Tony. Because like you said, it's 2 a.m. where I am, and we're still going. And at this rate, it's going to be 3 a.m. and we're still going to be going if these disconnects continue too. So hopefully we get back in the lobby and close this out and can find out who wins it, because it's a test of stamina, I think, for all of us at this point. Should be a fun show regardless.
It really should be. And either way, again, oddball recharge to kind of remind you guys where we're at right now. We've seen a lot of plays on the board. I mean, I remember Squilly dropping an overkill earlier. I think it was Nikolai, the one getting that ninja. We saw triple kills here. Gold Star BR taking those 1v2s. So we've seen plenty of plays across the board throughout this entire tournament, all leading to this moment right here in a game number 3. We couldn't have scripted better.
Sure.
Hopefully SGA are able to bounce back and put one more round on the board, because I would love to see like a elimination game 3 with a round number 3 in oddball. I think that'd be amazing.
SGA need like a clean break though, right? There were a couple good opportunities that were just completely denied. Like remember that play with Chilled? Like 2 people looking at Chilled. He's sitting by the stacks or whatever out bottom map under C. And somehow he kills one up on C plat and then turns and kills the guy top mid as well before he dies. I mean, plays like that can't happen, right? Chilled needs to die immediately so that you have an opportunity to collect the ball and get time. Instead, he drops 2. If you got the ball at all, you maybe get 2 seconds if you're lucky, but you don't have an advantage anymore. So they need a clean break.
Yeah, both of these teams really struggling well with the full map control. I saw even Walls of Jericho, getting that full 3 out of 4 members down on SGA, but not even able to get the ball in hands because that final player just being a nuisance. So I mean, on both sides, it was very hard to gain any kind of full map control. Yeah. Hopefully, we see some tighter gameplay coming up soon. As again, we're still waiting for that one player to lag out to make it back into the lobby, so we can continue our game number 3 with Walls of Jericho. Again, are 1 round away from coming out on top.
Walls of Jericho so far, of course, we're in lower bracket. Who knocked him there? You know what? We'll find out in a second. Instead, I'd rather see the result of this game. Okay, so 1 round has already been played out, and that was in favor of Walls of Jericho. I assume we're going to restart round 2. I'll find out if they just abruptly end the game. Either way, round 2 here, so the final opportunity for SGA to fight back and even the odds.
And it looks like the early ball time going into the hands of Walls of Jericho, who okay, so it looks like a little bit of a swap in the team colors. It's Walls of Jericho, I believe, that is blue now, and SGA, which are sitting on red. A little bit of a switch here.
What does that mean? The whole game is about to change, Tony.
Threw me off.
Eli Elite with a back spec, too. Maybe because he's red. They couldn't see him. I don't know. He's going to come in, get the kill. 1 point to their name so far, SGA. It trips up the scoreboard layout, too, though, doesn't it? Now it's, like, flipped on the overlay with this. Okay, anyway. Killing spree for Eli Elite. He's not worried about it.
Repulsive play coming in out of Eli Lee, knocking back that player, being as creative as possible, trying to play his life. And look at that, he's still alive as another repulsor coming in, but finally chilled you, hunting him down.
Damn.
Nikolai off the screen, getting the double kill, and we have a 20-1 run going in favor of Walls of Jericho.
You look at that scoreline right now, 3 kills apiece on the side of Walls of Jericho. Still 2 donuts on the opposite side here. Furiously, JK yet to make an opening, and maybe because Gunshot's already shutting them down here, double for him. Man's got the shock to do more damage. Ball in their hands, too, as they hold it C-side, and Gunshot looking for more. And he might get more in just a second. He's playing it patient, trying to stay up in these fights, though, man, under a ton of pressure here. Furiously will take him. Trades coming in here as Goldstar drops as well. Ball now down, but Eli Elite, JK, they got to slay out.
Love the unselfish play coming out of Eli Lee and JK. Eli Lee making a play, dropping the stick, but they're still down in points.
On board with Squilly. Squilly under quite a bit of pressure. His teammates looking to collect the ball. Finally, SGA getting a little bit of time on their side here. Goldstar, nice perimeter position, too. If anybody walks by, he's in a great spot here. Can he turn anything with it? Eli going to drop a little earlier than intended. Goldstar believes he was in trouble. He wins his fight. JK rotates ball to him because of it. He can keep ball out to sea. They might be able to collect quite a bit more time off this. Chilled already with an opening kill, though. Going to lose resources for it, and they're starting to burn him.
But SGA quickly going on a run. Luckily, Walls of Jericho able to force them to play the ball off of the map here. Nikolai going right after JK, 3 down. Go SGA, actually all 4 members down here. Wall, this is going to be some really good time here for Walls of Jericho.
Walls of Jericho with quite an opportunity. Squilly already locking things down top control. Chilled you there as well. All spawners coming up from pipes through center. They'll try to do it quickly. My God, he almost made it through. JK dies, but the distraction he created, an opening for Eli Elite to maybe find an answer here. And they need to find it quickly, though. Ball did get pulled or played off.
Oh, no.
Reset. Did we lose him again? This time we lost the other team? Am I tripping? Or did they change to the other side? This is getting a little, We'll be back.
I'm not sure. It looked like they switched teams right there, which could have been purposefully. I don't know what the score was in that round number 1, but I know that we ended up getting disconnected in the middle, so maybe they reached the threshold. I'm not exactly sure. We're going to send to a short break while we try to figure this out. I need to bring out a couple calculators to figure out what the heck's going on here.
Sounds good. Okay, we are back with our Esports Arena Series E second qualifier. We are in the middle of our losers bracket round, I believe, 8 game. We got 4 teams left in this tournament. This is SGA going up against the Walls of Jericho, and this match has been quite a match. Tony, we're in game 3. We're in the final round of Oddball in game 3, and right now our score is looking a little interesting as well, Tony. We're not starting at 0-0. We're starting at, what, 61 on the side of Jericho to, what was it, 30-something, right?
Yeah, I believe it's 61 to 32. So I'm assuming that a Walls of Jericho would need 39 points in order to win this entire series. Meanwhile, the opposing team would need 64 points in order to win round number 1. And then they would have to win another round and put a fresh 100 on the board.
And thankfully, it looks like the colors and the overlay are matched up too. So nice and convenient for us and for the viewers. And it looks like SGA do have an early ball hold to start this finally. This is something that's been difficult for them. They haven't quite managed to have any form of setup here. Gold Star, as I say it, he's immediately going to die. Ball going to be dropped down. Now up to Eli Elite to try to play defense, but he can't do it. Nikolai going to push in. Chilled you. Going to challenge as well. He takes another onto JK. And the ball very quickly going to trade hands.
That it does is 3 down go SGA, and they're already trying to rotate that ball. However, Squilly ends up picking it up and running right into Gold Star BR. Luckily, Chill Duke gets the big kill, and Eli Lee coming in out of nowhere for a cleanup kill, and that's going to net some time here for SGA.
Yeah, SGA back at it. Eli Lee going to see what he can do with the time he has. Multiple dropping here. Going to try to get closer to Gold Star to help him out. Mangler in hand, can't use it though. Squilly going to drop him. Gold Star with a little relay. He can bring the ball right next to a play spot. Might not need to play it though. Teammates spawned up nearby. They will help. JK with 1. Gold Star still living. Getting collapsed on from 2 though. Gunshot will drop. Nikolai in position with the ball though. More time for them off of it. Of course, they only need what? It was 39 to close this. They're getting close too.
That they are. SGA seemingly in the lead, but Walls of Jericho putting some good points down and finally going to go down, but the ball rolling off of the map. Flurry quickly on the play ball already, but shots coming in. 4 down go Walls of Jericho, and now SGA having a turn to set up once again as they're continuously trying to put points on the board, approaching that 68 point and counting. Is SGA, so they're looking very good right now to at least tie up the rounds, because again, they need back-to-back rounds. True. While Walls of Jericho only needing 1.
Right, they might be able to do it if they're not pushed down before that. Of course, Eli Elite going to try to hold the line. Can't do it. Chilled you here. 9 seconds is all this team needs, though. Walls of Jericho 9 seconds away from closing the game in the series right here. Chill going to try to defend it. 35 as Gunshot puts the ball down. And now all they need is 4. All back in the hands of SGA. SGA going to try to hold it to save the game.
And I think it might be it. Walls of Jericho, I believe, only needed 32 to my knowledge, and they're at the 35-point
mark. 39, didn't they? Because they had 61. And now right. SGA is about
You're right. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
SGA needed 68, you said. So SGA should have the game now. Right?
you were absolutely right. I apologize. Yes, they needed 39, so they're 4 seconds behind. And SGA, you know, just to secure it, I guess they got to put the 100 points in, because they obviously have to end it as far as rounds go, and they need another round to go here. So a bit confusing here. Well, so again, Walls of Jericho only needs 1 round. Meanwhile, SGA needs a back-to-back rounds, which looks like it's happening right here, right now.
You're saying that, but the game's still going, right? So they're trying to play to 100 as far as I can tell here. I don't know. The ball, I mean, now both teams have passed their required points as far as what we knew. So either way, game going to continue. I can't complain as long as a team comes out on top here. Eli Elite going to continue to collect time here. Looking like there's not many players to pressure him. Well, it happens. Gold Star, nice line of defense here. Going to lock down the hallway too. Can he get up out to the attic? Can't quite do it. He'll drop because of it. Now ball down to be contested. Furiously going to bounce back in with a double. He's got the camo, the mangler, the ball. Could close the round out here. And regardless of the point totals we had coming into this, it looks like SGA, they're back in this.
All right, so SGA have evened out the rounds, and now we're going in for an even 100 on both sides. Either one of these teams needing one more round, and that's gonna be it. Starting on board here with Gunshot coming out of Walls of Jericho, and he already gets a kill.
Well, I'm good with this. No math for me to do. Just a nice little 100-point game. And, of course, currently sitting at 0-0 as a team. Each team looks for an opportunity. Gunshot, not the opportunity he wants, so he bounces out of that one. Chilled, going to make strides out to center. Well, he does it. He can flank out from behind. Speaking of flank, Chill's the one doing that. Looking for two as well. He'll take it. A huge double in the opening they need to get the ball.
3 down, quickly go SGA. Walls of Jericho being as objective, efficient as possible and getting their hands on the ball, but actually going to rotate away from the gold side and over towards his teammates on the C side of the map. Excellent rotation, and showed you barely getting away with his life as multiple slays going to go down. Gunshot taking down Gold Star. Gold Star ends up getting that trade-off and kills, and while all this is happening, Walls of Jericho are eating up points.
20 points and counting here for Walls of Jericho. Squilly can continue to keep the defense up. Nikolai takes one as well. Squilly, oh, this is perfect. Got the sword to lock down the hallway. Nobody's getting through here easy. He's got Gunshot already up on the attic side, too, so you know where these boys are spawning, coming out of pipes. We'll see if they can break free. Eli Elite already has one. Gunshot with the trade. Gunshot, Chilled, you working together to drop 3 in quick succession, and that's just more ball time for Jericho.
46-0 run in favor of Walls of Jericho, looking so good right now. Nikolai, Mangler in hands, but JK ends up pulling off the double kill. Finally, Nikolai able to shut him down. Nade goes in, but not able to get the double. 3 down go Walls of Jericho, and SGA might be able to take advantage of this.
A great little setup out of Jericho, though. 51 points out of that one play. And a little more they could put together here, unless Fluriously and team can put a stop to it. Camo now up as well. It looks like Jericho have that in their sights. I like that out of Eli. Just bounce the ball out as far as possible with Repulsor. He knows he's about to receive pressure here. Gunshot going to be the one to do it. Assuming the man has shields for it. He doesn't. He'll die. Fluriously takes it. Chill will take the trade. But that ball going to bounce out to SGA. SGA with a brief opportunity.
But Nikolai somehow ended up getting away with the camouflage. Don't think the shock rifle is quite there yet. Someone must have their hands on it, but extra nades coming in on a young man from California. Eli Elite trying to find a head, able to take down Squilly, and there's a shock rifle that Nikolai was looking for. The no-scope going to the body, not quite hitting the head. But Eli Elite being as crafty as possible. Utilize the repulsor, dropping from the sky. But Nikolai finally shutting him down. 51-37 lead, going in favor of Walls of Jericho.
The pressure out of Jericho as they bait and switch their way through Whirlpool. So difficult to deal with. Nikolai, somehow the man's... Okay, he does get taken by Fluriously. Gunshot here to pick up the pieces. He's going to try to rotate the ball out. Just drop it out center. Getting tagged up. Does go down. Gold Star now still up. Will collect the ball. We're going to try to take it back to the setup. And very slowly but surely, they're closing the gap here. Gold Star, a little unfortunate miss. Clamber does still get out. And can still collect time.
And again, this is an elimination game number 3. Both of these teams technically having 1 round apiece, so 1 more round, and they're moving to the losers bracket finals and making it into the top 3. Gunshot looking for an opening to go into the gold side, ends up getting the boxer medal onto Eli Elite. Almost able to get the double kill, but ends up being shot at by 3 different targets.
Yep, 2 down. Immediately, SGA with a bit of an opening. Chilled you knows to play ball, sends it out center. That ball immediately picked up by Eli, so good efficiency here. They're so quick to get the slays and the ball back in their hands, and he does it all while picking up camo as well. Now a crucial line of defense and a sneaky opportunity for this blue player. Looks like teammate already has it. Gold Star already locking down attic too, so great little anchor point for the team. Should isolate spawns over to long haul and see, we'll see. Of course, if that happens, because Eli's still got some trouble to deal with here.
That he does, beautifully played, but Eli Lee passed that ball over and slapped the camo on his chest like almost at the exact same time, and then utilizing it to take down that ball carrier despite his teammates going down. SGA playing lights out at the moment. Fleury going right after Nikolai, and Fleury ends up getting the double kill onto Nikolai and Gunshot. And just like that, they might just take the lead.
Yeah, Furiously playing tricky there for sure. Does manage to stay up and turn the situation around. All of a sudden, the lead on the side of SGA. And SGA, who've been fighting from the back foot this entire Game 3, all of a sudden could be closing the curtains on this series. Bit of an unexpected turn of events here. Walls of Jericho, they need an answer. 84 on the side of SGA. Jericho, they got to break through. They got to do so quickly. Eli Elite making sure it doesn't happen.
There it is, the final seconds being put on the board here. Fleury holding on to the ball for dear life. Gold Star ends up taking down Chilldew. The pressure still coming in out of Whirlpool, but finally, that is going to be it. SGA somehow fighting back and moving forward into your losers bracket finals, where they go on to play Team EXO.
Tony, it was a marathon, but we see the finale. SGA, they took it. They managed to finally, despite the roller coaster we were on, they managed to take the series, and they will move on now because of it. But man, what a series of plays there, right? Street, Strongholds, Aquarius, very fast-paced gameplay we saw throughout, and just down to the wire Game 3. Only one team will press on, though. Tony, that leaves us with 3 teams in this tournament.
Just 3 teams left, and we're going to see SGA going up against EXO for the right to make it into your grand finals, where Talentless is simply waiting for them. I mean, this has been one hell of a tournament so far, and we're down to the nitty-gritty.
Definitely down to it. Of course, it's been best of 3 throughout. We got another best of 3 coming up at Losers Finals. Grand Finals is going to be a best of 5 with the potential for a bracket reset. So that will be a hell of a series. We'll see if Talentless even needs the reset, considering how well they've been playing so far. They're in the best position to earn that qualifier, to qualify, basically, to be a Series E team, which is what we're fighting for. And for a grand, too. Not too shabby. So a lot to fight over today, Tony, and I can't wait to see it. Of course, Losers Finals up next. We got to wait for the teams to set up in the lobby. I'm sure it'll take just a second, but the moment they do, I mean, I'm ready to get into this, Tony. I don't know about you.
I'm ready as well, but you know what? Before we get there, why don't we pass to our host, Yeso, because I'm sure he has a few words to say about the series that we just saw.
Thank you, Tony. I do, and I'm glad you're excited, Shaiwei, and I'm glad you're excited. Why not? Because I am as well. We were talking earlier about SGA, the run that they're doing through the losers bracket, honestly looking really impressive so far. And of course, a difficult situation there with disconnects and stuff in that final game, but both teams dealing with it well. I appreciate everybody being cool and working through those issues. And in the end, SGA coming out on top, really, really well played from them, and they're carrying a ton of momentum right now. And this is something that we've talked about a lot in our Halo 5 days when we were running the Microsoft Sunday brackets, is we consistently see a lot of teams that go down to the losers bracket that if they can get things rolling down there, they carry a ton of momentum. And then you have these squads like Talentless, like EXO, that maybe haven't been playing for a little while. Their winners finals happened a while ago, so they're kind of cold right now with just the nature of how these brackets play out. And interestingly enough, I think EXO looked really good earlier in the tournament. They had a solid showing against Talentless, but of course couldn't take the win. I have a hard time favoring them here because, one, I just objectively think SGA has looked really, really good today, and I think that momentum means a lot in a bracket like this. They took out a great team just now in Walls of Jericho. They've got to be feeling very good, very confident, very warm, and so in this matchup against EXO, I'm thinking SGA is a favorite here. I'm really impressed with what I've seen from them so far today. We'll see, it of course will be a big test here against EXO, and if they can theoretically beat them, another even bigger test against Talentless. But I think just the way SGA is playing right now and the fact that they've been able to keep playing matches, keep moving, keep playing games, and getting more experience under them just in this single night of play, I think is going to be very beneficial to them. So right now, SGA, my favorite going into these losers finals, and we'll see if they can keep it rolling because they've been looking really darn good so far tonight. But right now we're going to go to a break. We're getting ready for losers finals, folks. We're getting right to the end of it. Just 3 teams remain, and only one will walk away from tonight with that Series E sponsorship. SGA, EXO, or Talentless. When we come back, we'll answer who's going to grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit refreshing.
Welcome back once again to our Esports Arena Series E second qualifier losers finals at this point. 3 teams left in this tournament. The winner of this tournament gets the lion's share of a $1,000 prize pool, but more importantly, they get the sponsor with Series E. They get the opportunity to face off with the best teams in the world on a weekly basis and a monthly salary as well. A lot on the line here, Tony. Of course, losers finals, a best-of-3 series. The losing team, they're knocked out of the tournament. The winner, a chance to face the grand finalists. SGA, their entire tournament pretty much, I want to say, has been spent in the losers bracket. They got knocked out early on, like winners round 2, I believe. And since then, they have been a force to be reckoned with. They do not seem to go down. maybe EXO is the team to do it. EXO, a hell of a roster, but so far, these two teams they've not faced.
Yeah, maybe EXO is the team to do it. I mean, we're talking about Jack's serial employee and fantasy. I mean, they've literally only lost to one singular team, and that's the team Talentless that's waiting in the grand finals. And I know that EXO wants to get their rematch up against them, so I'm really excited to watch. It looks like we're getting right into game number 1. Stronghold on Live Fire is going to be the game.
Right into the game, and a very quick run at a JK who couldn't quite hit the shots he needed to. That snipe will drop. Gonna change hands over to EXO. EXO with a chance to use it. So Strongholds, Live Fire, early control in the favor of EXO, and EXO looking to assault the spawns.
Overshield quickly coming up. Jack's putting down the damage, ends up getting the perfect kill onto Furiously, and because of it, earns himself the sniper rifle, but not for long, as he goes down over towards Sandbags in a momentary trip cap, going in favor of Team EXO.
Fantasy with a snipe, and Fantasy with a big opportunity just to make sure nobody assaults him on the right-hand side here. Going to lock down the sight line. Couldn't quite hit the shot. Serial there to pick up the pieces. Hopefully, Serial does go down in a trade. Fantasy with a wonderful combo to work with. Let's see him put it to good use.
Loving that heat wave coming in and also having the repulsor. Looks like Employee going to try to make his way onto the sandbags while Eli Elite are chucking some denial nades onto bottom mid. Excellent shots onto top mid. 2 members go down. Eli Elite gets the double kill, but so does Gold Star BR, but not before being hunted down. 3 members going down for SGA, and Team EXO are looking to take control.
Okay, Fantasy, round 2, same weapons. Can you do it this time? It's never easy, right? A lot of responsibility with these weapons in hand, and Fantasy already going to burn out a shot. Going to try to bring the heat wave into close quarters, make things more ideal for him. Does have the repulsor, too, to bounce at a couple nades. They do collect B. BC holding their side, couple teammates with him. Nades already coming in. You can see the rotation to C on map here as they try to collect back the map in their favor. SGA seems to have favorable positions for this. Gold Star going to mount the challenge. As I say it, though, B looking pretty sturdy for the side of EXO. Furiously, though, he can walk away with a camo as JK and Eli walk away with the entire roster.
Unselfish plays coming out of SGA, actually giving the heat wave over towards the camouflage Furiously. Poised to make a play with it. A player actually going to go over towards the nest side. Excellent trigger discipline coming out of Ivan, who gets the back smack, and that's going to be Serial, the first player to go down. Furiously now working on the player on the tower side while simultaneously going after the Charlie base. Can he get away with it?
Oh, that's convenient. One going to drop down directly out front, manages to snap on him, take the shields, and all of a sudden, SGA, look at the pressure here. BC hold lockdown. EXO going to try to dash into A to stop the bleeding, but likely going to be under pressure immediately. Furiously knows to back up and play anchor. Watch for a flank. Got a teammate on C as well. Snipe about to spawn, and collecting the snipe going to be massive. We'll see who has it. Furiously has it. Okay, convenient. Once again, the combo he needs. And what can he do with it?
Seems like Furiously almost spawning with the heat wave at this point, but also having the sniper rifle in the back pocket. I call this the lucid combo, because he's always making something happen, the body shot or more like ankle shot going in, making that player one shot but able to get away. JK going to be the first one to go down in the 4v4 scenario, but Furiously patient, waiting for it to click on, finally finding one, just barely missing those 2 shots. Eventually, they're going to start to connect.
Furiously's got some fancy, just like, I don't know if I guess he's playing the game. He got the challenges to pick up the skin. And then when he slides, is there like sparkles coming out of him or something, Tony? I'm not keeping up with the store. I got to
working on the battle pass, man.
I'm not working. I got to work on the battle pass because all of a sudden I want what he has. That stuff looked pretty nice. Unfortunately, he doesn't make any plays with it, though.
Either way, holding on to the double cap is EXO, but a 97-39 run still going towards SGA. Gold Star quickly hitting the double kill, going down to one shot, though sadly not going to be able to stop the grenades coming out of Employee. who gets a heat wave of his own. Everybody fighting for that heat wave control. Thought he had a frag and ended up sticking to the floor as a spike grenade. And sadly, the 1v2 not going to go in his favor. Not able to do enough damage there.
Yeah, SGA playing numbers pretty effectively here. As I say it, though, Gold Star with a nice little flank. Teammate with him, too. They get into C, just going to make sure nobody flanks him. There's somebody right up in front of his face, though. Jack's going to drop into a trade. Furiously needs to fight. He'll take it. And because of it, once again, EXO back on spawn. BC in their favor. Everyone spawning up in A. How do they break free? You can see it looks like they're going down bottom map to do it. Furiously starting to get a whiff of it, too. You'll see a player push out to B. Teammate there to get the defense. 125 on board here. EXO, they just look like they're receiving so much pressure. They need to find a way out of it.
Wow.
That might be it.
Yeah, Zero dropping the double kill. Might be exactly what they need. Employee able to steal away that Bravo, but man, look at the point differential right now. It's 127 to 49 in favor of Team SGA. We're going to see if EXO can hold on to this double cap. Going to be hard to do here as 3 down go EXO. Numbers going towards SGA, and they're quickly going to swap out those strongholds bases.
Or with Serial, not for long though. We'll switch POVs. Furiously will be the one we'll stick with for now. Man's in trouble as well. Going to try to live up on the nest. Receiving pressure, multiple sides here. Gold Star here to provide a helping angle if he can do so, though. Pressure heavy on the C. Well, it happens. Camo up. Serial has it. Maybe Serial can be the one to turn things around here. You can see Employee already has C down. And with this, high ground in their favor, too. They need to turn the map off it.
A sneaky Serial coming in. Ooh, the Mangler and Camouflage. What a dangerous combination. Going to be an easy back smack coming in. Fantasy over towards the garage side. Bravo going to quickly change hands, but Serial now the final player alive after Eli Lee gets the double kill. Going down to one shot. He's forced to run away for dear life. The nade's not going to be enough to stop him from hitting the black screen once again. SGA are starting to take control, and they already have a gigantic lead.
Every single sequence here, it just seems like SGA is just kind of inching him out. What is, well, you know what? Eli will take full advantage of that. One player just coming up top tower, doesn't see him, decides to drop down, and Eli and team going to work together to isolate and destroy what's left of EXO here. Going to spawn back up in A once again. And the setup in Lock 2, you got Furiously sitting over on B side waiting for contenders. And once again, EXO are tasked with the difficult uphill battle of breaking into these strongholds. And as they do it, you can see them getting picked apart off from the middle from Nest. There's a sniper player in Nest too, just to lock him down. It's just looking oppressive. They don't have an answer.
And you saw the Heatwave player making quick runs over towards the seaside. And once again, EXO going 3 down. My gosh, they have now almost 4x the enemy's team score as SGA have played on a different level. Again, this is the team that got knocked into a loser's bracket in round number 2. But it's looking like they should have been in the grand finals with the way they're playing.
Right. I mean, considering the fact that the previous series with EXO and Talentless was pretty close. I mean, you're looking at SGA suddenly coming out of nowhere here, about to stomp out game 1, 235 at this point. Still picking up time, A and B in their favor. We need to see an answer. EXO, they got to get in the hill. They can't quite find the opportunity here. They do get one into B, but doesn't matter. A return to sender nade with a repulsor to seal out a double, and likely the game 2, 49 and 50 as SGA dominate game 1 in this series. 250 to 57. Tony, I mean, like you said, this is looking like the team that should have been grand finals with these plays.
Loving that play out of Gold Star BR. Like, it literally sends that nade back. Say, hey, you dropped something. Let me return that to you. Yeah. Beautifully played by Gold Star and just putting the icing on the cake. That was the game number 1. And now we're seeing SGA only 1 game away from going into your grand finals and playing for the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool, also to qualify to become Esports Arena Team Blue. What an exciting time to be a Halo fan.
Absolutely. Exciting time to be SGA, too. What a run, right? They're just building momentum, building confidence as they go, and all of a sudden, the road, it just seems like it's getting a little lighter for them. unless EXO have something to say. EXO, of course, great team to get here in the first place, so you'd expect them to have an answer. The difficulty, though, is that answer needs to come up in a Slayer, and in a Slayer, that's where I would give, SGA the advantage. This is where I'd expect them to be the most comfortable. So we'll see if they can fight back here. They're going to need to. But Streets Slayer will close our series. If not, Tony.
Yeah, we've seen Street Slayer plenty of time, very small map, so it's very easy for either one of these teams to go onto a run and to keep that momentum going. Obviously, plenty of resources to maybe slow things down, like grabbing the rockets, grabbing onto that Bulldog, which has tons of ammo. That's one thing I've noticed. The rockets, quick 2 kills, but that Bulldog, you can really control the map going from weapon spawn to weapon spawn, and that's going to be the real difference maker, if you ask me. That, especially if you combine that with the setup involving the Stalker rifle, you can really be a nuisance on the map.
And we've seen how much of a nuisance SGA has been in previous games on this map as well, with the Bulldog, with a lot of the individual fights that they'll force in this map. They come at him with such high speed. I think JK was one of those players who would lead the charge. JK is already doing that. He does die early to Jax, so that's the type of situation you need to see out of EXO. They need to shut down players like JK with the early pressure. Goldstar, another player who might need to be shut down. He does manage to get a kill, but Jax now here off of the pickup. Shotgun in hand, can't quite get another kill with it. Serial, though, that was the opening he needed to pull away with the rocks.
That it was. Also having the Stalker rifle as well, but sadly not going to have his life as he hits the black screen. I believe that Stalker rifle is most likely to change hands. The Bulldog is barking over towards bottom mid, but JK in between 4 different players. So easy collapse coming in, and EXO on a 3-kill lead as they try to tie up the series.
Yep, EXO with a great opening start here, getting a favorable trade on the weapons and then pulling back the high position on the map here too. As I say it though, JK opens up too. Double for him now, 7-8 as the scoreline starts to close here. Goldstar looking for a pick. Eli down back alley. Goldstar about to join him if he can't stay up. Nate's coming in too, just barely lives. JK here is a saving grace to provide some cover fire. Now the bait and switch can take place too.
And that's exactly what you're seeing, the bait and switch coming in, and Goldstar, because of it, able to secure that Bulldog. Meanwhile, off a screen, Jax gets the initial kill that they need, so creating the 4v3 scenario. Goldstar going to try to equalize it, almost able to get the double kill, but JK coming in for the cleanup. I'm sorry, Jax coming in for that cleanup.
Furiously can't quite get that fight. The scrappy trade's about to continue here. High ground going to go back to SGA, though, as they take this kill. Now Eli Elite going to take advantage of the carbine. We don't see this one too often. Carbine, of course, a useful weapon on this map. The AR coming in so often. The carbine, I think you can lock down these lanes. Cross the lane. We might see it from Eli, unless he gets a little too close here. He'll use the BR instead. And it looks like that might be exactly what he needs here. Eli getting tagged up multiple angles, going to back out. Still got a great position, though.
Yeah, I think it was Lucid, the one that, while we were casting at Raleigh, was the one who showed us really the potential of the Pulse Carbine, getting a triple kill with it, with that one-shot hit potential, making that, breaking the shields. You can really make some things happen, but the slow rate of fire is really tough. So you really gotta kind of fire it and then quickly switch over to the battle rifle to get maximum use out of it. Goldstar BR taking down Serial, ends up getting the double kill. Now gonna go for the triple kill, but the drop wall not coming in soon enough.
I love the attempt. It's just so much more effective to use the shotty here for sure. And I mean, as it happens, JK, hold up, body shots coming in. Definitely a bit of pressure they want to apply on this team early on. Make sure they feel the burn. We'll see. Serial right now trying to provide an answer here. They've got back high ground. Flip the map too. You can see them up on C here. So Serial gonna pester him as it happens. Needs to stay up though, so his team can continue to fight back. As I say it though, the shotgun's still in the hands of Goldstar. Back C.
Team EXO came out with a nice little lead towards the beginning of the game, but SGA have taken that lead, and now they're not looking back whatsoever. Flurcy going right after Serial, ends up getting a big headshot kill, whipping out the Sentinel beam, getting so much damage and so much value. The assists are coming in, and 3 down. Go EXO, a 4-kill lead has erupted in favor of the boys in red.
Yeah, head on a swivel. Furiously just spinning, hitting bodies here too. All the damage so useful too. Gonna shoot the nades out of running. employee going to take one in the feed. Furiously aware of the player out front of him. Two of them, too. Melt Swan looking for a double. He takes it as he jumps up. And the man is still alive. Making these plays have allowed Goldstar to secure rockets. He's already picked up a spawn kill with it. A 6-kill advantage off of these plays.
Young man is shooting laser beams right now in the form of a sentinel beam. Excellent damage coming in. JK cleaning up that kill. Flourishing now going in for the challenge, and he's really starting to feel himself. He's moving with a little bit of a bounce. He's moving with some swagger in his step. Loving what I'm seeing out of young Ivan.
Furiously getting real confident now, that's for sure. And once these boys warm up and feel good, it's going to be very difficult to take him down. JK with one, Furiously with a patient 2-shot beatdown for the spree, snaps on to another, but he's already dead. At this point, look at the snowball, 36-27, spawns in the bottom of the map yet again, and Furiously going to poke and prod at him. As it happens, JK, he's back up to replace it, though he does die, and Furiously once again going to hold the line.
Goldstar BR starting to advance forward, which was the B Street. Sadly, not going to have any more Bulldog. And man, where did Fantasy come from right there? Seemingly out of nowhere, but the cleanup kill is going to come in. SGA's teamwork is excellent. It's a large reason why they have a 9-kill lead. EXO needs to stop dying immediately if they want to make something happen. Jack's able to take down Furiously. Goldstar BR's on the hunt, and JK taking Serial down.
Yeah, they're losing their lives quickly off a spawn here, mainly because the pressure being applied those spawns is so ruthless, right? Right off the spawn, you got Eli Elite flanking out behind, picking up a double. Look at this, head on a swivel, too. 2 players left and right, comes in with the melee. That's enough damage to ensure a trade here. Goldstar in position to make that happen. Another player out in his right-hand side, gonna pick that one up, too. They're just collecting kills no matter where they go, whether it's a trade or not. This is looking all but over for this series. My God, Tony, SGA, unstoppable.
Eli Elite has almost doubled his kills with his assist right now, sitting at 8 kills and now 13 assists as they're on their way to the 50th kill and the grand finals. No, that was the losers finals.
Yep.
SGA are now going all the way through the losers bracket, round number 2. Making it through the losers finals, and now are going to be in your grand finals where they go up against a very talentless squad.
These boys want a sponsor, is all I can say, Tony. They want this sponsor pretty damn badly. And with that kind of domination, I'm starting to wonder if a bracket reset could potentially be a play here, right? We might have a long grand finals coming up. Talentless, as talented as they've been so far, the competitor in their wake might be the one to take him down. We'll have to see. Grand finals up next. Yeso, give us a bit of a rundown on what just took place. That was fast.
It was pretty fast, gentlemen. I'm saying that I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction earlier, talking about XGA coming into losers finals with a ton of momentum. Of course, EXO cold, honestly. And SGA came out, and it really felt like whether it was the momentum or if they were just the better team, came out and took care of business. So really well played from SGA there. And you talk about fast, yeah, I mean, 50-37 there in Slayer. Really, really strong showing from SGA, and that's the kind of statement that you want to make going into this matchup with Talentless. Now, of course, things get much more difficult here for SGA because the mountain is that much steeper, right? Not only is it best of 5s now, but they also have to win a reset matchup, right? They're coming out of losers. They need to beat Talentless in 2 straight best of 5s without losing one of them to win it all. Now, of course, they're feeling good. They're riding high. The way that they're playing right now is really strong. They've got really talent top to bottom in that lineup. That's what I was really highlighting earlier, talking about, you know, if you have Goldstar BR in your lineup and he isn't even top fragging, you have a lot of potential. You have some high fragging ability. So we'll have to see if SGA can keep that going. Personally, I think Talentless is still going to be able to take it, but we'll see what SGA can do. We are going to go to a break right now. Everybody take a moment, take a breath, get ready, because on the other side of this break, we've got grand finals, and we will decide whether Talentless or SGA will be joining Series E.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Esports Arena Series E second qualifier. This is it. This time it is finally the end of the line. Grand Finals is all that's left. On the winner's side, we have Talentless, and on the loser's side, we have SGA, who just seem to be unstoppable. This is a best of 5 series. The winner gets a sponsor. The winner gets $600. The winner gets it all. Tony, this is it right here.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. SGA is the team coming out of your elimination bracket, dropping down all the way from round number 2 and clawing the way back into the grand finals where they'll have to win 2 best of 5 series, become your champions. Meanwhile, Talentless only having to win 1. This is going to be one incredible match. It's all leading up until this right here, right now. And I'm actually wondering, like, are Talentless warmed up? Are they ice cold? It's been quite some time since we've seen them play.
That's a good point, right? Talentless were looking, well, they were obviously undefeated getting to this point in grand finals, but I believe they dropped a single game, right? They've been a cut above all tournament long, but they have yet to face a competitor like this, like SGA. SGA have been a sleeper hit throughout this tournament. We knew they were a powerhouse, but dropping out of the winner's bracket early on, the momentum that they've gained through lower side, these boys are hot, right? There's a question of whether or not Talentless are cold. There's no question of whether or not SGA are cold. Maybe the question is, okay, do they still have energy? Which it seems like they do, because every single series seems to go by faster. And man, that EXO series, it whipped on by, right? 2 games down in dominating fashion, to the point where you start to wonder, is the reset, the comeback, actually a possibility?
And it looks like game number 1, we're actually going to see Capture the Flag on Aquarius, which to my knowledge, I don't actually know if we've even seen a single Capture the Flag on Aquarius on stream. This will be the first time. We've seen plenty of Slayer, but not a singular Capture the Flag. So it's going to be really fun. I think it's going to be the same type of strategy, controlling the car side, getting to your opponent's utility, running it down the utility side, and forcing the spawns over towards the fridge. I think it's going to be the same kind of strategy, but Capture the Flag in Halo Infinite, it's usually pretty tough, really tough to coordinate. And sometimes you'll see like a 2-1 finish, sometimes a 3-2 finish, and plenty of times we've seen overtime.
One thing's for sure is it's very fast-paced, just because of the way the map works. Very small, close quarters engagements, especially on the perimeters. And because of it, you can get from one side of the map to the other very quickly. So what we tend to see are a lot of overextensions, right? A player who can slip behind enemy lines, extend to the back of the base, and then once he does so, if he finds a good opportunity, he can hit the curb slide off the podium, grab flag, and launch himself to bottom mid with it right away if he's not contested. So things can happen very quickly off of a single, kind of flank and off of map control as well. So what you get is a very back and forth tug of war throughout. And it's intense and exciting to watch, Tony. So I can't wait to see it. Of course, Aquarius CTF to start the series. We got Slayer on Streets, Strongholds Live Fire, Oddball Recharge, Slayer Bazaar. If we get there, a whole best of 5, plenty to work with here.
Yeah, and we Capture the Flag, we especially on Aquarius, we know those dynamo grenades are going to come into effect. Yeah. We're going to see that on Aquarius, and then maybe again over towards Bazaar if we get to a game 5. Those dynamo grenades are absolutely deadly. You get maximum value out of them with the amount of damage they put out, the amount they slow your enemy down, and even the audio tick that comes in. It's just so much information and damage at the exact same time. You have to respect them on the map.
You definitely got to respect them, and you got to respect the pressure at a SGA. That's for sure. Hopefully, Talentless are ready to handle it. Of course, in a pretty cushy spot in Winterside Grand Finals. Once again, not sure what they've been doing for the last 2-3 hours. It's been a long period of time between Winter Finals and now, and a lot of time either in matchmaking, maybe in scrims, maybe in a couple money 8s, something to keep them warm because they're going to need it. Of course, this is it. The opportunity for sponsorship is now.
Yeah, it looks like we're not quite ready just yet, so we're going to send it to a short intermission break. Don't you guys go anywhere, because I promise you we're going to get right into the action as soon as possible, so don't go anywhere and don't touch that dial.
Welcome back to Esports Arena, our second qualifier, the very end of it as well. Tony, I think it's safe to say it's been quite a day. It's been quite a tournament, a very exciting tournament at that. We've had so many hype matchups, very closely contested matchups, and the storyline, too, at a SGA who have fought valiantly through lower bracket to get to grand finals. It's been quite a story because we've been on board with SGA for the last, I want to say, 3 hours, and time's been flying, Tony. It's 3 a.m. currently as well. It's not only 3 a.m. for us, it's 3 a.m. for the players, some of them, and for the grand finalists, too. Turns out we've got an update on grand finals, and on the talentless side, a player has fallen asleep, supposedly, which is completely understandable. It's 3 a.m. for the players, and because of it, we're not going to disqualify him because we don't feel like it would be kind of anticlimactic to disqualify talentless, considering their winner's side grand finals awaiting sponsorship. So what the verdict is we will end up playing that match as a show match. This final match, SGA Talentless, is going to be a show match either tomorrow or next week. And to get details, follow Esports Arena on Twitter so you can find out the exact timing of it. But that is essentially the verdict. Tony, let me hear your thoughts on that too. But I mean, understandable. It's been a hell of a tournament, hell of a day, and a long wait for Talentless to get to this point.
Yeah, we didn't know that the tournament was going to last this long. And like you said, we're already past 3 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. So, I mean, now, mind you guys, we're going to be looking over the format, try to change some things around. And going forward, we're not going to see these open bracket tournaments last this long. And I will say, I am happy that we're not going to quick to go to DQ.
Yeah,
like you said, it'd be very anticlimactic. And obviously, it's very late. And I want to see these two teams go at it, and I'm sure you guys will too. So make sure not only you dropping a follow right down here on the Twitch, notifications turned on, but do the same thing on the Twitter. And on Esports Arena, notifications turned on. You know what? I mean, follow us too, me and Shyway. You know, we made it the whole time. So I mean, hey, I feel like we deserve a follow after that.
It's been a marathon for all of us, to be honest. And you viewers in the chat too, honestly, thank you for joining us, sticking with us, staying in the chat, and staying engaged throughout this whole tournament. It's been a hell of a day, a long day, and it's great to have you there with us. But yeah, I think this is the best way to do it. Also understand that none of these teams are going to Anaheim. Anaheim's still going to take place with those top 16. So whether this show match takes place tomorrow or takes place next week, it can work either way, and it's going to be a great, exciting matchup regardless. So that'll be settled with Esports Arena and Twitter. But essentially that ends our show now is what it does. Tony, it's been a pleasure working with you, casting with you, and a great opportunity, great reps that we got in before Anaheim, my dude. Any final words?
Yeah, I guess the cat's out of the bag. I mean, we are going to Anaheim to cast HCS, and it's going to be really exciting. Alex is my duo going into it, and I honestly would have it no other way. We've been working together on Esports Arena for quite some time. Carry that over to HCS, and hopefully we'll be doing so for quite some time. So excellent tournament. Hopefully we have that grand finals tomorrow or very soon, because I really want to watch those two go at it.
Yes.
But yeah, it's thank you guys so much for staying with us this entire time up until past 3 o'clock in the morning. It's been one hell of a ride.
Agreed. Thank you, Tony. And you're right. I can't wait. This is only the beginning for Esports Arena. Of course, our second qualifier, we get the second sponsored team locked in, and that sponsored team, I believe the sponsorship takes place for 6 months. Plus, we got weekly events, $1,000 on the line every Monday, exhibition matches on Wednesday. So much exciting stuff coming up. And before that, of course, Anaheim this weekend. You can't miss Anaheim. So a lot to look forward to. Thank you guys for joining us. And Yeso, thank you. Nice working with you once again, my dude. I'll send it back to you. Feel free to close the show.
Thanks, gents. Big, hats off to both Why Not and Shyway. Not only great casting on the day, it's a long show. It's late for them, especially I know Shyway out there. It's probably about 3 a.m. for him right now. So hats off to both of you for a great show, sticking through all of it here, all the way until after midnight here on the West Coast. So appreciate you both. Always a pleasure to get to listen to you guys, and just feels right having you both back together on an Esports Arena Halo broadcast here for the second qualifier. Of course, as you heard those two gentlemen mention, we are, in fact, going to have the grand final of this qualifier played tomorrow, or technically later today. Of course, it's been a long day for both of these teams and all the teams that competed, and we want to give them the best opportunity to have the best matchup and the best grand final, because of course a lot on the line here with that Series E sponsorship at stake. So both teams will play. The timing is tentative. Of course, our TOs and staff will coordinate with both teams to make sure that we can do this at the right time so everybody can be there and we can do it right. But the plan and hope is to have it streamed so everybody can watch. But of course, we will do whatever we can to ensure that these players get to play this matchup and do what they need to do. And that is, of course, the most important thing, because again, there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. We appreciate everybody's patience. Hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. We had a lot of fun Halo. I certainly enjoyed it. A lot of great games. Getting to watch SG's run through losers was great. Talentless was really, really fun to watch on the winner's side. I'm excited to see the matchup tomorrow. That will be great. Of course, we also have Apex going on tomorrow. We're kicking off week number 8 of the season. Teams hitting the halfway mark. We will be here for that at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so look out for that. Pro Night will be Wednesday. We'll have Guilty Gear on Thursday and wrap up the week with Series Recap this coming Friday. So a packed week of content, packed week of Series E competition. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. We certainly are here at Esports Arena. But that's going to do it for us tonight, folks. Always a pleasure to come and hang out with you. My name is Yeso. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. Hope you enjoyed the show. As always, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, have a great rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's Sunday morning and I know nothing can stop me. It's the devil and I can't believe she's calling. I've been so good on my own. There's no way I'm going back to you. Miss me more than I miss you. Now you know I never needed you. It was now I know better than to fall for girls like you. Just a demon in the card against sweater. She's a hurricane flowing through. Only here to see you lose. Only here to see you lose. It's I grew up, I changed, I swear it. The way you're acting lets me know you're never changing. Stop screaming at me.